Hello everybody, and welcome to the Mistwoods update. We've been waiting for a patch for a very long time, and it's time to read through it very slowly. I'm going to make math mistakes, I'm going to make interpretation mistakes, and you know what? If that bothers you, I don't care. I'm sorry, it's going to happen. Volume is low? I don't know about that. Let us begin. Just a brief reminder to everybody watching either on the YouTube VOD or on Twitch, I'm going to be running about 3 minutes of ads every hour of content. So during those times, I'm probably going to have to stop talking to be fair to the plebs that don't have Twitch Primes. And so if you see me pause, I'd recommend just skipping ahead, that kind of thing. All right, here we go. The Mistwoods update. This appears to be a fox. So there are spoilers and leaks about this character, but I believe their name is Hoodwink, which I was like, they're trolling us. It's Hoodwink. It's not real. They drew these pictures a long time ago, and now it's not going to happen. But they do have a repeating crossbow. Well, maybe they always look like this. You turn the crank, it pulls it back, and then you shoot the arrow. That's how a crossbow works, but it's got this. It's magic. It doesn't matter. All right. 2 levels of difficulty: ranged, nuker, disabler, escape. I figured out the ranged already. I got that. Nuker, disabler, escape. Okay. Always at hand when troubles afoot. Hoodwink lives to tangle with the threats that fill the haunt. This is all lore. Toting a massive crossbow while still being able to scurry through the woodland. Nearly impossible to keep tabs on in battle. Lose track for even a moment, she'll pop up behind you. Your stunned carcass already dangling helplessly in one of her nests. Is it a carcass if you're still alive? I feel like carcass is typically used when you're dead. It's like a dead body. There's no soul in it, that kind of thing. So I think what this is saying is she feeds her soul, or she puts her soul into a tree and saves it for the winter. And then lets you be picked apart by crows or something. I'm not sure. More lore. Don't give a shit. All right, this appears to be... I thought that was sniper. Fires an acorn at a target, which can bounce to nearby enemies, slowing them and dealing bonus damage. Can be ground targeted to create a tree, but the bounce will be lost. Am I supposed to hear audio? Let me check my volume mixer really quick. Can be ground targeted to create a tree, but the added bounce will be lost. So does that mean... It kind of looks like it's every time it hits somebody, you do an attack to me. And I'm guessing if you create a tree, it creates 1 less bounce, is what it appears with me. This is really good, though. I like that they made this visual. It makes it very clear how the skill works. And therefore, it will be easier for people to get it right away. If you have to read a lot of text, it's harder to absorb, rather than just showing really good demonstrations like this. This is great. Okay, wallpapers. The epic battle between a melee creep and a hero. Who will win? We'll never know. Click the abilities. Oh, you're right. I mean, we basically have a good view of the hero already. Do we really need to go back? I thought it was going to be another one below it. My bad. A bushwhack. Tosses a net trap that stuns enemy heroes if they're near a tree in the area. Stuns them if they're near a tree. Okay. Enemies are pulled towards the tree and have their vision reduced to 0 for the duration of the stun. Ooh, some vision reducers. Interesting. That's a pretty cool ability, though. So it's kind of like a meepo net, but when it hits them, it will wrap them to a nearby tree and stuns them and makes their vision 0. And in the meantime, the acorn bounces a bunch. But if you have to create the tree, then you get 1 less bounce, it seems, right? All right. Scurry passively has a chance to evade physical attacks while near trees. Oh god, you can tree. When activated, you gain bonus movement speed, phased collision, and tree walking for a brief time. So it definitely does look like Windrun. I saw someone tweet about this. Bonus movement speed, phased collision. So, but it passively gives you evasion against physical attacks. Basically, it passively gives you evasion when you're near trees. And when you activate, you gain bonus movement speed, phase collision, and tree walking. So passively, it will do something, but also actively, you can use it as an escape. But the important thing is that, I mean, you can still potentially kill her You just have to ideally prevent it from running into trees while it's active. I don't know what the cooldown is. Who knows, but should be fine. And Sharpshooter. Skill shots. Wii League now. Charges up and fires a deadly bolt from her crossbow, dealing heavy damage. Oh, she's cranking it. Dealing heavy damage, slow, and break to an enemy hero. The damage and debuff durations scale up in time with her charge. Okay. Somebody else posted on Twitter that the icons look very similar to the dolphin icons. Like Valve intentionally drew them similar for the memes. I don't know if that's real or not. But if it is, that's great. Sniper, target, or AoE. I mean, so if we just think about her basic skills together, it seems like you definitely... Why is it not a carry? That's what I'm most curious on. Because these crit numbers make it seem like it's a crit, right? So scaling, you'll scale with damage. Obviously you have some AoE stun, which is really good. AoE stun's incredible. You have some passive evasion. I think I saw her stat gain or her strength gain was like 2.9 or something. Her agi gain was good and her int gain was bad. She has 22 base damage. That's before you add the agility. You gotta add her base agility to that. And their ultimate is good for killing stunned people already. The downside is your stun is not going to be 5 seconds here. So you might have to rely on your allies to set that up for you. If you whiff the ulti, then obviously it isn't good. But probably had somebody. All right. Here's the actual patch. Gameplay update 7.28. No. Okay, interesting. I thought it was going to be an 8.0 update, personally, but even though they did say 7.28 before. They lie sometimes. Added a new item. Aghanim's Shard. Costs 1,400 gold. All heroes have their own custom shard upgrade as part of this update, which permanently adds a new ability or improves an existing one. Cool. So before I even bother to read through this, what I'm going to say is that what this appears is that it basically gives you multiple levels of upgrading, which can add more build diversification, which is cool. Can be purchased starting at 20 minutes and gets consumed immediately when it's given to your hero, like Aghanim's Blessing. You can now check what scepter and shard upgrades do for the selected hero directly in the hero UI next to their abilities, as well as which ones are active. Consumed scepter buffs no longer shows up as a buff icon mixed with with other buff, which would be the one that's above your hero icon. I need to make this bigger, sorry. Is that better? Alt-clicking on the scepter and shard UI will notify your allies when the selected hero owns that upgrade. So overclocking is still the aghs upgrade, so this would light up here. But the shard pieces below for jetpack rises up, granting you flying vision, flying movement, and 15% bonus movement speed. Why? Come on, I wanted to read that. All right, we'll read it later. Let's get into the real stuff. Abaddon, downloading patch now. Okay, I'm gonna close my Dota then, and then keep an eye on that, because then we can look at this in game. All right, Abaddon, aphotic shield cast point reduced by a little bit. Okay. Bar time scepter duration increased by 1 second. Level 15 talent rounded number. 15 talent for 6 armor changes to 65 damage. So it goes to a 15 talent, which would make carrier or core Abaddon a little bit more viable. And then armor talent. So they just swapped them. More armor at 20 instead. I think that makes more sense, because you can make better armor decisions at 20 and on. But this way you, like, right click of Abba is just going to be more viable now, which it just really isn't. And then the AoE missed coil talent. So basically almost no changes, just carry is more viable, aghs a little better, aphotic shield a little better. Abba has barely been touched for a pretty long time, actually. Here's the shard ability. Causes Mist Coil and aphotic shield to apply a Curse of Ernest stack on enemies. increases base slow by 6%. So the curse slow will be straight up better, and you can apply more curses here with your spells, which means you can get to 4 a lot faster. So buying this as like a support would be way more viable, because before it's like if you're buying support items, you're buying auras, you're buying defensive items, you're not going to buy attack speed, and you're not going to attack people 4 times in a row. So playing support with Missive Avernus or Cursive Avernus outside of like the laning stage was just not very good. But now hypothetically you could buy a shard and actually apply a slow and a silence to people, which is potentially really good. So thanks for all the subs so far, guys. Appreciate it. All right, update is queued. Pressing the update button. Alchemist, unstable concoction, mana cost reduced to scale better. Okay, I was kind of hoping they would do this. One of Alchemist's problems is that like even if you do want to go unstable concoction in the laning stage, it's not a very good nuke. It's pretty good at level 1 for like first bloods and stuff, but outside of that, like doing a laning Alchemist in other places is just not very viable because of the way that Grievel's Greed works. It's just so good to hit creeps that you like have to hit creeps. The bounty change, you used to be able to support Alchemist with when there was bounty runes every like 2 minutes or whatever, but now it's kind of not good. I did play an offlane Alchemist the other day, which felt kind of fun because I just had items so fast. And I just kept buying utility and teamfight items like Greaves, and I think I bought a Halberd, and then I bought like Solar Crest or something like that. Got Medallion earlier, then Solar Crest, then maybe Greaves. So it was kind of fun, but I doubt it's viable in any real game. The cooldown is going to be reduced to 16 at all cooldowns. That's good. So it's just more usable in lane if you need it. Definitely makes support Alchemist more viable. This is a big complaint of mine, is that like I really want heroes to be viable in multiple positions, because I get a lot of enjoyment out of Dota from changes and from figuring things out and winging it. Like that's why I love patches so much, because there's so much new stuff to think about and learn, and it makes it a lot more fun. I don't really like ultra min-maxing all the time, but I get that it has its place in Dota. But the problem is that when people ultra min-max, what ends up happening is the heroes get nerfed in ways that will affect their diversity. And you end up having, because pro players exploit them in a certain way, in such a good way, it makes them less limited to be diversifiable, which is kind of a bummer, generally, for the average player, in my opinion. So I'm very pleased when there's changes like this to like make the hero get some buffs that could potentially eventually make them strong enough to play as a support in other ways. I think that's really fun. Okay. Acid Spray damage is increased by 5 at all levels. Acid Spray first damage instance is now immediate rather than after a second. I think this is a great change. You could better interrupt Blink Daggers and things like that with Acid Spray. Gold bonus cap is reduced by 3. The last hit count by 1 as well. I think it goes up by like 3 per level or something like that. Is my update finished already? If it is, I'm going to have to change the overlay really quick. See if there's a loading screen. Don't forget where we were, guys. We're on Alchemist. But it's going to be new shit. Let's go over here quick. Whoa! Oh.
Who said you could stroll in my woods?
Okay, let's demo. Guys, can I just get a quick check? Like, I want to make sure my donation overlays are working. Could I get like 4 subs in chat right now? Please, just to make sure the overlays are working.
Well, who were you expecting?
It does sound a lot like Willow. Genuinely a lot like Willow. Any subs in chat? Still waiting? Nothing? Okay. Alright, I see how it is. Alright. Okay. There's one. Thank you, Maniac. Appreciate that, guys. Okay, there we go. There's enough. Alright, okay. All I had to do is really beg, and then they flew in. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so very importantly, base stats. 53 base damage is really good. Typically, when heroes come out, their base damages are too high, their movement speed is too high, things like that. That just value them higher. Her base strength is pretty low. 540 HP is pretty low at the start of the game, but 4.7 armor is pretty solid. 320 movement speed is insanely high. Not insanely high, but it's very high. And 53 damage on average is great. That means like you could, what's her attack range? 575. You could very easily just be like, oh, I'm going to play her mid, you know, and say like, oh, I'm doing 60 damage and now you have to compete with me. Ooh, that animation is bad and I like it. It's bad. Her projectile speed is really good though, so it balances it out a little bit. Like Sniper's attack point is really low, but his projectile is high. But this projectile is pretty quick. It looks faster than most arrows to me by a little bit. Maybe it's about the same as like Wind Ranger, etc. Alright, let's look at the damage numbers here. Bonus attack range. So fires her attack with an acorn at the target unit. The acorn bounces to nearby targets, slowing them and dealing bonus damage. If a point targeted, a tree is created. Okay, so let's just check this out really quick. So this is probably based on my damage, is what it seems like. And then if I do like this, then obviously it's going to do more damage. Yeah. So it does scale based on how much damage she has. The bounce count goes up to 5. And then if I do this, was that less? Oh, because if I click it on a hero, it does damage on the first hit, right? So if you bounce it 3 times like this from a tree instead, if I do it with a tree instead, then I'm getting 1 less damage, basically. So that makes sense. And then bonus damage up to 100. Bounce count, the slow is really mediocre. It's pretty spammable ability at 10 seconds, but obviously... Wait, if there's just one hero, how does it work? It just doesn't bounce. Okay, so it's very relevant to have multiple heroes near each other. Tosses a net trap that stuns enemy heroes if they're near the tree. So the stun duration is 1.3 up to 2.2. Mana cost, it does damage as well. It's an AoE stun and it does damage. Jesus. Oops, I misclicked that. I meant to click on the ground, not on X. So, okay. 14-second cooldown AoE. If I cast it without trees, I assume it does no damage. Yeah, it does nothing. Okay, so that's one of the limitations, of course, but... And I assume that it's like, there has to be a tree in the range, otherwise it just won't work. But considering you can make a tree with Acorn Shot, it doesn't seem bad at all, obviously. Just getting this at level 1's it's okay, potentially. It's 90 damage. This is 25 bonus damage. Bounty Rune's Acorn Shot is going to be really good. And then Scurry does 8 to 32% evasion. It has 2 charges, buff duration is 4 seconds. Recharge time is 30 to 15 seconds. Bonus movement speed is 40, so... 8% evasion is okay. Just keep in mind that her strength gain is really garbage, actually. The Dota2.com it was wrong. Her strength gain is awful, 1.8. It had her int and her strength gain flipped when I first saw it. So her strength gain is really bad, meaning that evasion is actually not very good on the hero. So that's one detriment that you're going to have to deal with on her. Obviously, the movement speed is still very good for doing, dare I say, squirrely things, even though I know she's a fox or something. But, yeah, I don't think the evasion is going to be too bad. Only hits heroes. And you can see it. Oh, no, I wanted to turn it. I think it's right clicks only. Yeah, it's right clicks. So max damage is 600. Debuff for 6. 50% movement speed slow. Goes up to 1400 magic damage. It's pretty cool. Cooldown's relatively low. I think she's going to be annoying just because of these 2 skills. People are probably going to snowball on her a little bit. Itemization-wise, you can scale damage with Acorn Shot, which is pretty good. And most importantly, I'm pretty sure that people are going to max out Acorn Shot first because it is best for farming creeps. Like, my damage is only going to go up here by killing creeps, so... I guess Quelling's a little bad because I'm ranged, but it's still getting a little bit of damage increase is really solid. I don't know if you'd ever bother going phase because you've already got Scurry. But raw damage is certainly pretty good. You could get dummy thick fast with BOTs though. Like easy 550. Not that it's that big of a deal, I guess, but like you're gonna be able to push waves stupid fast. Like this is just a quintessential split push hero. Because not only do you have the ability to kill waves really easily, like 105 mana at 10 seconds. I don't know, that seems a little low to me. Let's sell this. I feel like you're looking at something like Wraithband Wands, maybe a drum or something. Maybe drum's a little expensive. Probably treads.
Yeah.
Maybe like drum or something. A little bit of mana charges. Oh, I shouldn't read this too much. What if I do mouse drums? Do I get procs on this?
Blood trails?
Okay, you can proc mouse drum. So mouse drum is really good.
Do you mind? I'm trying to
Because if everything procs a moment, then basically going like a mouse drum build is going to make you farm even faster. Like, mouse drum's incredible.
bright wicked.
What else would be good? I'm going to get spoiled. I'm going to see some items I don't want to look at just yet, but if you want to, you'll probably see a lot of mouse drum builds from people in pubs, I would assume. Mobility is good. You could get in position. It's a little weak on HP. And the fact that your agility and not strength makes this kind of weird because there's other ways that this could be better, perhaps. But mouse drum just seems extremely good. You just have like a lot of AoE damage basically between these two things. I don't know if I'd bother going Mjolnir, but I guess the proc damage is a lot higher, 170. Just a little higher, I guess. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, aghs would be, or Daedalus could be good too, raw. Well, that's not true actually, because it already does a crit. How much crit does it do? Just bonus damage? What does that mean exactly? Okay, so it does bonus damage, it doesn't crit. It shows a crit number, but it's not a crit. That's why are these guys all hearts? And then, let's just buy small crit. I don't think it's critting. Oh, it did. That one was 40. Yeah, it can crit. With that said, though, it's still... I mean, it's not terrible. Like, buying a Daedalus or something, you could definitely do this. But I can't imagine that, like, Maelstrom isn't just better. It does make you pretty reliant on AoE damage. Like, it's not bad, but I feel like Maelstrom is just way better.
This way. Ripper.
You could buy hybrid stat items, but I don't think it would scale you very well. Gives you HP, a little bit of damage, but like you'd be better off buying raw damage items. That proc fancy with or acorn shot. So whenever there's like an ability that gets modified, like you're better off getting something that it's like a swashbuckle on Pango. You don't buy raw damage items. There's no point because you get so much value from your ability that does weird things. So I can't help but think that like Hoodwink with like Maelstrom or something wouldn't just farm super fast. Obviously you could also do something like max these first two abilities. Like you could go 4-4-1 or something, and like every creep wave you just do this, you know, and just like I am pushing, boom. This is way too little mana most likely because you're gonna be able to kill whole creep waves with this. But like even if we're like level 13 or something, I don't know. I need a new creep wave, but
Oh, sus it.
like see how easy that is to kill a whole creep wave. So you could easily do something like if you're a strength hero, obviously something like Soul Ring, but some way to be able to spam mana here would be a really good way just to push creep waves and push side lanes. And then if anybody comes to gank you, when you're pushing creep waves on the side lane, you just use this shit and you run into the trees and then you teleport away, that kind of thing. Now I'm trapped over here, but it doesn't matter, you know? So that's probably the best thing you could do for this here is just push waves a lot using these two skills because you have lots of AoE damage. So you'll farm really quick on this guy no matter what. Alright, talents, bushwhack cooldown, that is the middle skill, okay? Health talent, which is actually pretty valuable. Scurry camouflage, what does that mean? Becomes invisible near trees after 1.2 seconds of not moving, attacking, or casting spells. Okay, so basically like Tree and Protector. Okay, that's kind of like a, fuck, what's it called? Shadow Blade? Shadow Amulet. -5 armor corruption. That's really good with Acorn Shot because it should apply it to everybody it bounces to. So that's really good. 25% sharpshooter faster projectile charge time. So that's pretty good. It'll lower the cooldown by 1.5 seconds. So it'd shoot in 4.5 instead of... I'm sorry, 6, so less. 2.25 seconds instead of 3, which is pretty good. Which means you can basically guarantee it with a bushwhack instead when you get to 20. Bushwhack instantly casts sharpshooter, you'll hit one of them. And then, with that said, both are quite good. And then Sharpshooter pure damage. instead of magic. And pierces spell immunity. That's really good. 1400 pure damage pierces spell immunity. And 2 acorn shot charges, which is also busted. If people, these talents seem really good. Like, I'm sure this hero's going to be busted for sure. Get levels, farm creeps, maybe get a Maelstrom or buy team fighting items because the cooldowns are pretty low. I mean, you got to buy damage. I don't think it's justifiable to go like this. This could be a mid hero. I kind of feel like it could be a carry, but probably not. I don't think offlane's very viable. You're kind of squishy, but you can push the waves pretty safe and dodge, so maybe it works as an offlane, like an evasive offlane. Usually those don't exist very much. Usually it's more common to do like tanky offlane, but maybe evasive could work. Definitely not Orchid, no. Orchid is more of like, first of all, it kills your damage on one guy. You're also not an int hero, so you don't get very much damage from it. This is a 30 damage item. On int heroes, it's 50. So yes, you get attack speed and stuff, and there's mana, but like you're not really a single target ganking hero. You're a side lane pushing, team fighting hero, kind of. If that makes sense. Like very, very strong for team fights because you can AoE stun, and you can area control, vacuum effectively, and your ulti is also good against heroes. Only good against heroes. So you need some kind of mana to spam bushwhack and acorn shot to farm creep waves on the side lanes. You need to stay alive, and then you need some hybrid HP item, because your raw HP is not very good. Maybe that solution is just getting the health talent at 10 every time, but you definitely need HP somehow. And then from there you could get like, I don't know, blink dagger or something, and just initiate fights, do some shit like this. Okay, meteor hammer. Nope, your stun duration is not long enough. Meteor Hammer works best when you have heroes that can stun for more than 3 seconds. The channel time's 2.5 seconds, the landing time's half second. So that's why Nyx, when he got that Impale talent, it increased your Impale stun duration closer to 3, so it's easier to land Meteor Hammer. So if you don't have a disable, it's over 3 Meteor Hammers on the way. Also, Meteor Hammer would be kind of bad anyways, because you already have really low cooldown abilities that are very spammable to kill creep waves. So Meteor Hammer would only be good at killing towers. So there's just lots of ways where it's like not quite efficient enough. Deso probably does apply to all. It's very likely. Based on Maelstrom proccing, this should also apply. See, they've all got it. Except for the guy that didn't get hit by it. So yeah, you could do Blightstone. I don't think you should go... Well, actually, Deso's probably not bad. The problem is that, like, I'm sure that Maelstrom is better, but, like, this should increase the damage a lot. Because it's lowering their armor, which increases your raw damage. You're getting raw physical damage here, bonus damage. And you're lowering their... and it gives you plus 55 damage, which also gives more. So Deso's decent, for sure. But I think Maelstrom would probably be way better in a team fight. Like, that was great and all, but I just can't help but think that Maelstrom's not better. When you get the 20 talent with the minus armor, then it could be really sick, of course. And I might be wrong here. Like, against killing single heroes, Deso might be better, but Maelstrom's quite a bit cheaper. 2,700 versus 3,500. Maelstrom's going to do better on creep waves than Deso will, because every proc hits like 4 people. Does 140 damage times, what, 3 extra? So Maelstrom's just got to be better in my opinion. Except for right here, of course. Give them creeps. Like, and if it bounces slow, see, I got 2 procs off that. Like, that's so much damage. Okay. Oops, I don't think I looked at the shards yet, but that's okay. We already seen this. Yeah, we know. Can I? It's going to be very different. Oh. Okay. Let me fix my size. Oops. Fuck, I messed it up for... Let's do this. Remove that. And then turn Dota 2 back on. Okay. We'll get to her aghs, I think. Hey, look, the scroll bar is not that big. Yeah, we'll get to the other stuff later. I feel like looking at the regular stuff now. Let us continue where we were. Why does this seem so much smaller than the last one? Can I make this any bigger? Okay, we went over the Abaddon. This is kind of nice. Videos in the client. That's really, really nice. Okay, there's all the ALK stuff. We didn't finish, I don't think. If an ally already has a scepter buff or the item, it refunds them based on which version they have. Wow, that's really cool, actually. Definitely one of the things that made Alchemist weirder is that, like, or Aghs Blessing, it's like sometimes you'd have a hero that already had it, and you're like, well, I can't give it to him, even though it's best on him. So now you can refund an item. So another way to directly give somebody else gold. So they could hypothetically use buying aghs and their normal build. Alk later refunds it basically, and they can instantly turn that item into something else. They'll lose the HP obviously, but the fact that you can directly channel money to heroes is kind of cool. Let me think if that'd be busted. There are some like cores that fit aghs into their build obviously. It would be a cool way to like help them pivot. Like if somebody's like getting fucked because they need a BKB really bad, you could like hypothetically buy them an aghs just so that their team fight doesn't go bad. You can't read. I don't know if I can zoom in actually. For some reason, it's like a smaller portion. I'd have to go to the web page, I think. Yeah, I should probably use the browser. Okay, we'll use the browser. Turn Dota 2 back off. Okay. So, refunding people's aghs. If people have the skill build, it could be really good because it could help jump a hero ahead. Obviously, you'd be trading farm on your Alk for that hero. But if that hero is not as good at farming as Alk, then it could be a nice way to accelerate people. But either way, you're still giving up 4,200 gold on Alchemist to give it to them. So, but the fact that you can do a refund, I think, is a nice change that helps this mechanic be more viable if your teammates already have an aghs in their build and it's like you don't feel comfortable buying aghs for people until you have like 4 or 5 items. So it could actually genuinely help them. So that's cool. Alchemist granted scepter buffs provide the full stat bonuses. Oh, cool. This is really nice. That's actually really sick then, because I was worried about this. One thing I didn't like about it before is that it used to give stat bonuses, which was really nice. So this means that you can now replace the item for full and they lose nothing and they gain an item slot. They gain the item slot. It basically gives them a free item slot and it refunds their money to now spend on something else. It's actually really good. Whereas before, if you would give a shared aghs, they'd lose, you know, like 380 HP, which is kind of big on a lot of heroes. So I think this is really cool. This can make Alk more viable for sure. And we might also see some strats. I know there was obviously the Alk tiny strat back in the day with Io. You'd give him aghs really fast, and then he would use that to farm really quickly. I would love to see more cool stuff like that be designed. There's probably going to be some dumb shit that's really annoying that needs to be patched and balanced because it's too strong, but I think this is a cool change. Scepter damage and spell amp bonuses is reduced, which I think is completely reasonable. This is a cool idea to like give a lot of people aghs and then get a bunch of damage and spell amp on your hero, but like in practice, it just wasn't very good or likely, especially with the fact that if other people already bought aghs, then giving them an aghs wasn't really viable anyway. So reduce this, buff this. I think this is a great trade-off for him. Reduces cleave talent at 20 as well. All right. Berserk Potion throws a potion at the target ally, applying a basic dispel and granting 50 attack speed and 40 HP regen for 10 seconds. So 400 HP heal and plus 50 attack speed. This all points towards Alk support being a little bit better, basically. Basic dispel is only to remove things like slows or silences. As you can see from the clip, it's not going to remove stuns, but 50 attack speed is not bad for some carries, and 40 HP regen of 400 HP heal is pretty sick, actually. Cast range is 800, and the cooldown is 45, so the cooldown's really long. And you can use it on yourself. Okay, that's cool. How much does shards cost again? Was it like 1,200 or something? 1,400 gold? That is really cool. This absolutely makes it a viable hybrid buying item, an item that you could buy. One thing I don't understand, though, is, the shards. Okay, the shard is like 3 things. It looks like you could buy 3 of them, but it's just 1. It's a different thing. So it's a separate ability. This is really cool. I like this. 1,400 gold to buy something like a basic dispel is incredibly good. Obviously, if you're silenced, you can't dispel yourself. But if somebody else is silenced, you could dispel them. So this is really, really solid. A core Alk could easily spend money on this. And either for himself or for his allies, even if the cooldown's pretty long. Absolutely could swing fights. So I think this is a really cool addition. Could make support Alchemist make a lot of sense too. Being able to dispel a core or a carry and give them 400 HP makes you like Omni Knight effectively. It's very similar to the Omni ability, the second one. Obviously, you can't remove stuns, and it doesn't give you status resistance or strength, but it gives you attack speed and heal, basically. So I think that's really cool. All right, Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, max travel time improved from 2 seconds to 1.7 times. So it gets to where it's going a little bit faster. Basically up the speed of it connecting. Chilling Touch mana cost reduced at later game levels, so it's a little bit better to spam it in late game builds. Thompson was ahead of the meta, basically. Going for his aghs Bloodstone or whatever the hell he was doing. They lost that game. Causes Ice Vortex, an Ice Vortex upgrade. It causes it to deal 40 DPS and reduces attack speed by 20. Ooh, that is pretty good. 40 DPS? This is a really, like, you could legitimately just farm with this. Why would you not just instantly rush this and farm with it? It literally gives the AoE that he never had outside of his ultimate. This is so good. This is actually so good. For 1,400 gold, it makes an ability you already have make you farm. Oh, 20 minutes. You're right. Okay. 20 minutes. All right, that limits it. Because otherwise it would be like 1,400 gold, instantly buy Ice Vortex Shard and start pushing waves. But 20 minutes and on makes it definitely a lot worse. Because now you can't just farm with it. Because like having an ability that allows you to farm is already like, it's a big game changer. So how does this do 20 minutes out? It would make core A much more viable because you can like lane and get last hits, but the place you get punished as a hero that doesn't have AoE is in the later stages of the game where like other heroes, like there's basically like if there's downtime in your game, you can go farm. But if you can't farm well because you don't have AoE, you're going to have a bad time. So the only way for that to work is if you're playing like an offlane AA or something, is for you to have like a meteor hammer, or for your opponents to be so scared to get close to you that they just leave you alone and you can just always push lanes in without being punished. But not having AoE is still a big detriment because the time that it takes for you to kill an entire creep wave is so much higher than any hero that has like an AoE 300 damage nuke. It's like way higher. If you have 2 AoEs, you farm even faster. So Snapfire is a great example. Cookie plus Scattershot, you clear a whole creep wave really fast. That's why that's busted to have 2 AoEs. So if you're playing like a core AA, picking this up later is not terrible. 1,400 gold is not a huge investment to make your Ice Vortex just better. Keep in mind, Ice Vortex also lowers magic resistance, so the 40 DPS it does is also going to be a lot higher. There's a magic resistant or spell amp talent that you have also. I think it's like 8 or 10% right now. So it increases the damage you do there. And you could also better get kills with on ice blasted targets. The attack speed reduction is also not bad. AA is a hero that can't defend himself very well because of the fact that he doesn't have a guaranteed stun outside of Cold Feet. So any hero that has a Dispel or a BKB is easily going to be able to kill AA most of the time. But now you can reduce attack speed by 20. Hell yeah, this is a really good skill to get pre... oh, that's right, you need the shard, I forgot. But it's decent. 20 attack speed is not massive, but it will help. It will certainly help. I like it. Provides some nice late game solutions. This is really cool. And now this is a very smart thing that they've done with adding in shards. They're adding in another way to be able to balance and adjust heroes that is going to make fixing problems in heroes easier. So a person that doesn't have AoE, they've solved the problem in the late game for a little bit of gold. Does it stack? Probably not. Probably doesn't stack. It's probably like, do you have Ice Vortex on you? Yes. Okay, you're taking 40 DPS and your magic resistance is reduced and your attack speed is reduced. Because you can't stack Ice Vortex normally on one guy. You can't put 4 Vortexes on the same spot and say like, wow, he's got negative 150% magic resistance. So it probably doesn't stack. It'll still do the normal stuff that Ice Vortex does, yes. Slow, magic resistance reduction, 40 DPS, and reduces attack speed. Anti-Mage Scepter reworked. What the fuck did it even do? Isn't it like related to Counterspell? No, it was the aghs, the ulti where it would lower the cooldown and increase like the cooldown of their last ability. Nobody ever bought it. Mana Break, max burn duration reduced down to 3.4 at max. Level 15 talent changed for less armor, less blink range here. 20 talent change from blink uncontrollable illusion to mana void damage multiplier. Basically, people stopped getting this talent once mobility is like too important right now. So it was very common right at the start when it came out, but then they started getting range. Scepter rework now grants blink fragment, blinks an illusion at the target enemy or location, attacks it for 7 seconds. So very similar to the talent, but basically allows you to make people think that you're initiating. Either way, it blinking an illusion in is great because it would bait out abilities and stuff. You could also use it for scouting potentially. Uses Blank's cast range. The illusion cannot be controlled, deals 50% damage, and takes 250. So you can figure out, but it's not easy. When he takes this much damage, but he has high magic resistance, a regular hero is going to have trouble figuring out whether he's real or not. Casting Counterspell also casts it on the Fragment illusion. Oh, God. This sounds really annoying to play against. But with that said, it is going to cost Anti-Mage 4,000 gold that he will not have spent on another item. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, this is counterspell. I was gonna say. I was like, wait, successful counterspell creates an illusion attacking the caster for 5 seconds. Okay. This is pretty good. It removes counterspell mana cost. Okay, so you can basically just spam it all the time. That looks fun. Okay. Arc Warden Scepter reworked. Strength gain drops a bit. Scepter rework after impacting an enemy. Spark Wraith now spawn a new Wraith, which then starts his activation period. Has a 3-second spawn delay. Duplicated Wraiths do not duplicate again, otherwise they could go infinitely for those AFK players. And this one has a 3-second delay. So basically it helps you actually use... Arc Warden is basically techies now, is probably the best way to describe it. Much more techies-like. Definitely going to be very good for turtling. Level 10 talent reduced from... Could you kill Rush with this? You probably could, yeah. I think Weehaw did it that one time with like arcane runes and stuff. But if you're getting double, you're getting double Spark Wraiths. 2 Spark Wraiths for every Spark Wraith. So, you know, there's going to be Reddit clips of like Pudges and Arc Wardens for sure. You just got to hook them into it. They die in the first one. They start respawning for 3 seconds. I'm thinking about Aegis. But yeah, it would still work. If you dismember for 3 seconds, you'll get double hit. Level 10 talent, less flux cast range, basically nerfing all the talents. I don't know if we'll see this. We did see some nerf talents up here. They're basically just nerfing talents down, it looks like. Maybe they feel like talents are still too strong. And another thing, if they add in like Aghanim shards on every hero while leaving talents the same, then heroes are just getting too overly strong and it could really upset the balance of the game. To make the game feel different too much or something like that. So we'll probably see more talents get chipped down. Less attack speed. Okay, so they removed the Spark Wraith cooldown talent. So instead of it being 4 seconds to 1.5, it's going to always be 4, but they increase the damage. They moved the damage talent to 20, and then plus 12 seconds Tempest double duration. This is really good. Good and bad. Your Tempest double is easier to kill, and therefore get golden experience from it, but it lasts longer. Oh yeah, we gotta run ads. It's time. All right, gonna take a 3-minute break. Run ads every hour. Stay tuned, guys. Let's go over here while we wait. Thank you for the sub, Shawnee boy. Appreciate it. If you have no ads, then all you get to do is listen to me talk here. Bro, if this was television, you'd be getting 20 minutes of ads per hour of you watching TV. We are here giving you 3 minutes of ads every 1 hour of TV. I don't know if the AM thing is that OP, Nick. Like, people are obviously going to want to go on that AM, but like, how often do AMs jump in and not Manta style, you know? I think that is what's going to be tricky about it. If AM blinks in and does not Manta on a hero, then I'm going to just assume it's one of the illusions. Or that's the aghs thing. Then you jump in on a real hero and fake you out. Yeah, you can do that for sure. I don't know, you're still buying aghs though. Still a 4,000 gold item. But there's definitely really good things about it. Vision. Annoyance to deal with it. You can spell shield it, of course. The shard is pretty cool too. For anybody that spams spells like supports and stuff like that, getting the shard would be so good in a lot of games. Because you just have to, like, you have to cast spells on aim to protect yourself. I think the shard is scarier to me than the aghs as a support. I don't believe Alk can gift the shard, no. I think support aim got much better. You might be right about that one. Still seems bad though. Alright, we got about 30 seconds left. So I will continue. Alright, okay, that's all that. Magnetic field now pushes enemies out of the area at cast time and provides allies in it with 20 magic resistance. This is really fucking cool. Really fucking cool. Dude, you could literally use this to vacuum people if you're good, which pro players are. Normally what happens is if you get on top of Arc Warden, you cannot guarantee his death. But, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. But the fact that you can now push people off of you is going to force them to have to re-engage, which is sometimes too much of a hassle. And the fact that you have 2 of these is really cool. The fact that it also just gives you magic resistance means that Arc is going to be a little bit more viable against other heroes. It's going to be better to siege with this ability than it was before. Against things like Zeus, Techies, Tinker, all those annoying heroes that make going high ground a little bit tough. Obviously, you're not going to have permanent magnetic field uptime, but if you can use it as a reaction, I think that's a really cool change. Thanks for the sub, guys. Axe Scepter reworked. That's too bad. I liked it, even though it was a rare thing. Battle Hunger cast range rescaled. Okay. Better at longer range. Berserker's Call applies Battle Hunger to affected units. That makes it better, just easier to use, kind of. Well, that's not true. It was still really good before. Battle Hunger also reduces enemy armor by 7 and grants you 7 per affected target. Half on creeps. Lowers Berserker's Call cooldown by 2 seconds. Okay, so basically, not only does it make Battle Hunger AoE apply if you call people, it also lowers their armor and gains you more armor. So it makes your Berserker's Call even better. And it lowers your call by 2 seconds, which puts it, I think, at 8 instead of 10. Level 10 talent. Mana regen at talent 10 instead of 15, and then move the movement speed up to 15. I think that's fair. Slacks will probably like this. Spam his spells more. On level 15 talent, removed attacking procs counter helix, which was just hopeful. Like, it just wasn't, I don't think, very viable. And then health. So I think now he's got a health talent at 10 and 15. Counter helix, aghs shard, causes your attacks to have a chance to proc counter helix. Okay, so they moved it over here. Also provides 20 attack speed. Give axe 20 attack speed. Has the chance to proc. I think it's better that it's like a choice. Because like before, it's like when you hit 15, what are the chances that you attacking, procking, counter helix is actually good? Because I think if you do the math, it's like, I don't know, it's like 20 pure damage per hit on average or something like that. It's not super high. But the problem is that like when you're at level 15, it's not a good time to make that decision. But having it as an item purchase is good because now it's like, okay, if I really realize I need it later, then you can purchase the damn thing. So I think this is good. Let's jump into the game really quick and take a look at his talents. Oops, don't want roll assistant. Let's do this. Axe. Alright, am I crazy? Do you guys have no game sounds? Okay, there they are. 10 is 25 attack speed? Okay. It's not strength. Alright, I guess they removed that. I could have just looked at it before. Yeah, calls 10 seconds, so that would put it, if you buy aghs, it puts it down to 8. Which is very, very good. Battle Hunger, I assume if they have magic immunity, it still won't apply in them. But I wanted to, this is one thing I thought of while checking it. Goes through BKB then. Okay. That's huge. That's very, very good. Am I dropping frames? I am dropping some frames.
Will there be axes?
Oh, I pressed a hotkey. Sorry, guys. Turn that off. What did I press? I was, sorry guys, I was locally recording while broadcasting, which is why it got shitty. Anyways, what the crucial thing that I just figured out is that if you do buy aghs, then you can apply Battle Hunger through BKB, which is pretty big, because then it still lowers their armor. And also gives me armor still. That's really cool, actually. Because this lasts for a long time. Like, that's quite good. So for 12 seconds, if you have aghs, it gives you 7 bonus armor per hero you catch. That's really good. It says Scepter AoE damage reduction, as if it's an AoE. It is not an AoE. So the game's literally unplayable right now. Don't play, guys, and buy aghs on axe. But if you use it on people, it says it reduces the damage by 30%. I don't think it does. It's lowering their armor by 7, giving you 7 armor, and that's it. So ignore that tooltip. Pretty sure AoE Battle Hunger is gone. But you can apply minus armor to people and give yourself armor, which is a cool way to make your hero more tanky. Cool. Let's go back here. Bane, night vision improved. Yes, they're making heroes have different night vision again. It used to be, there was a period of time where there was like 10 heroes that had better night vision, but Enchantress used to have full night vision, for example. But then they started removing almost all of those situations. So they're going to diversify it a little bit again. Night vision on Bane is up a bit. This is kind of nice because he is an initiator hero. Being able to like nightmare. He's nightmare based, right? So he should be good at night. So giving him more vision at nighttime means it's going to be easier for him to find enemies when you're doing smoke ganks at nighttime in the game. So a little advantage to Bane there. Brain sap damage changed from magical to pure back again. Okay, so we're going back to pure again. Brain sap scepter no longer improves the cast point. They are going to reduce the cast point anyway. So brain sap is faster to cast. It does pure damage once again. Yeah, I was going to say they're reworking Enfeeble. Fiend's Grip is back to pure. Was it always pure? Can't remember. I think he used to do magic. So Fiend's Grip now does pure, which is correct here. Actually, it does slightly more damage, at least at level 1. If these numbers were correct, it would be 75 here. I guess that's ignoring Enfeeble. But pure damage is Bane's thing now. Swap the Nightmare and Enfeeble hockey, so Nightmare goes back to where it was. Now Enfeeble, reworked, reduces all attack damage. Okay, cool. So basically they're adding in more anti-regeneration that is hero-specific to give some other heroes some more utility in the draft. Enfeeble was kind of a cool skill, the passive, like amplifying magic damage that people did, lowering their magic resistance and their status resistance so that you could stun for longer. That was kind of cool. But it also made the hero a little bit straightforward in some ways, like not very dynamic. So I think this is probably fine. So now it reduces attack damage, kind of like it used to. It used to do raw. In Dota 1, it did raw numbers for a long time, I believe. Then it did percentage at some point. But being able to reduce regen and damage is pretty good. It's basically an anti-core ability. And cast speed. Whoa. That one's weird. Cast speed. We're into new territory, guys. This is the first time this has happened in Dota. Lowering a cast speed. Does it increase their cast animation? Lasts 8 seconds. Doesn't pierce spell immunity. Cooldown is down to 8 seconds. What's the duration? Doesn't say. Oh, 8 seconds, sorry. 8-second duration. You can have almost perma uptime later. Reducing regen by 50% makes it very good against Morphling. Cast range is massive. 1100 is massive, massive, massive cast range. Well, this is actually one of the old problems with Enfeeble, actually, was that, like, if you try to cast Enfeeble on somebody, the team fight started anyways. So it was, like, kind of stupid. So giving a huge cast range is definitely going to make the ability more viable. 25% damage reduction early game is okay. Regen by 25 is okay. Mana cost is really low. I could certainly see myself going, like, probably still Brain Sap level 1, but getting Enfeeble level 2 for sure. Because if I'm trading with somebody 25% regen reduction for 8 seconds is like... That's probably like 3 damage a second or something. It's not very high damage, I guess. But if I'm trading just with somebody, we're talking like 15 damage reduction for 8 seconds. And they gain like, you know, if they're eating a tango, like 3 less HP for 8 seconds. So it's like 20 damage. It's like effectively in the lane, it's like a 20 damage skill and 15 damage per hit. So it's another way to like trade. 40 mana is not that bad. Cast points low, kind of cool. Okay, level 15 talent spell amp goes up. Cast range goes down. Everybody gets cast range, nobody gets spell amp, so this would be fine. The fact that it's back to pure damage makes this more appealing for sure. And then 25 talent reduce the brain sap damage down to 150 to compensate for the fact that it's pure and not magic. So that makes perfect sense. Situational in lane versus DK. I mean, it's not often that DKs will lane in the same lane as the Bane because DK often goes mid, but they do go side lanes sometimes. Would I say it's good against DK? Not really to spam. It's like okay, but it's not that incredible. It's definitely be really good in mid and late game team fights. When people have 60% regen or 60 regen, yeah, this is going to reduce that by 30. It's really good. But I'm sure it's dispellable, but definitely going to be something that you cast a lot as Bane in longer fights. 55% damage reduction against like Morphling. This is like the perfect Morphling counter. He's got like 300 base damage. You take away 150 of that. And if he tries morphing, he gets only half of the strength, about. So this is really, really solid. The cast speed, probably really good too. Mid Bane, nope. So here's our issue again. Unless we get something out of the ult shard, Bane is one of those heroes that doesn't have any AoE. So playing Bane in a core role like the mid lane is not generally a good idea. That's one of the reasons Bane core has never really been a thing, is because he does not have AoE. You can do something like Meteor Hammer with him because he has Nightmare, which is a long duration disable, but it's pretty easy for it to get interrupted. So yeah, much more common for Bane just to be like a normal hero. All right, Fiend's Grip now creates an uncontrollable illusion that is also channeling Fiend's Grip on the target. Illusion takes 750 incoming damage and immediately dies if it is interrupted. Multiple Fiend's Grip effects do not stack on the target. Oh. Very cool. So basically it's like having a robot that does your job for you while you can do other things. It's like being rich and having an investment account. It's OP. Your money makes money for you and you get to, do other stuff like corrupt American government and, have sex with models, all that good stuff. So this is really strong for the fact that it basically not only, if you catch a single hero, buys you time, right? You can do other stuff. You could Fiend's Grip and TP. You can Fiend's Grip and Brain Sap. You could Fiend's Grip one guy, then Nightmare somewhere else. It basically means that you don't always have to like Fiend's Grip as the last thing you do, which is nice. There might be times where Fiend's Gripping somebody right away could be really good. Also, if they're about to cast a stun on you, this could be really good because look how it happens. Where does the illusion go? Like where exactly does the illusion get spawned? Is it random? If it's a little bit away from you, then this is really good, right? Because then you could cast Fiend's Grip and run away. It's kind of like it's a Shadow Shaman problem, right? The one reason Shadow Shaman doesn't feel very effective is because you have to stand there going, hey, yeah. And then everyone's just like, oh, just fucking kill him, right? But if you buy the shard, it's going to make it easier. If your opponents are limited on stuns, it's going to be better. If you start casting Fiend's Grip like this and they throw a stun at you in the same time, then you get stunned, but this thing's still going. So now they've wasted their stun effectively and your Fiend's Grip is still going. So really cool shard. Definitely has good potential. If they don't have big AoE stuns, Tidehunters obviously, you would never Fiend's Grip a Tidehunter anyways because he's going to crack and shell the shit off. But if they don't have a lot of AoE stuns, then this could be really effective to making it hard for them to lock you down for sure. If they have a lot of single target, it's great. It looks like you can channel it if you want to, or you can cancel it. So let's check this out really quick. I want to just get some fact checking on how this functions. Demo our hero. Can't cancel Bane's Fiend Grip as Bane. It's bugged right now? Okay. Doesn't work in demo. I was gonna say... Was this a shard? Oh yeah, the aghs still gives your brain sap the same. So this is probably not going to work, but based on what people were saying, but so if he cancels it, it dies right away. That's kind of interesting. And then if I cancel, it's probably gonna get bugged. Yeah, it's bugged. So, but where is it channeling to? It always casts to my right, it looks like. Okay, so it's consistent in its placement. It always appears like a couple hundred units to the right of me. But this would allow me attack during the grip. It's only going to last 6 seconds now, so that's one downside, is that your grip can't just last for a million years. But the fact that it gives you more time to do stuff, I think is really nice. Very cool change. I like Bane a lot. I have a decent win rate with him, so I think this is overall going to make the hero more fun. Maybe his win rate will go down, because effectively what happened is your raw hard disables are less, but you're better against more stuff. Like, Enfeeble's just going to be good against carries during team fights no matter what. It is only regen, it's not lifesteal obviously, but it'll be good against tanky dudes and carries, which is only a good thing. And cast speed. Oh, I got to try that out, actually. See what that feels like. First skill name with a cast range can fuck up salves. Yeah. Yeah, I guess 1100 range is really big. Would I rush shard? God, no. There's no way. It could be useful, but like rushing is not that important. Like there's still a lot of times. Like, I mean, 1400 gold is. It's not the most insane number for a support if it's useful. Like I could definitely see this being really good again against some in some circumstances if they don't have a lot of AoE stuns. But let's select enemy hero. Actually, let's make him a Bane. Yeah, I definitely feel it. It's gonna be hard getting used to those hotkey changes, I gotta say. It's not too bad. You're definitely gonna learn which hotkeys feel really rough. It's not terrible. I know it's after 20 minutes, but at that phase in the game, it kind of depends on what you're balancing, right? Do you need, what's more important? Do you need to finish your Glimmer Cape or other defensive item, or can you afford to buy something like an Aghs Scepter to give you the ability to ulti and run away, so you're not Shadow Shaman. Genuine, like in bad fights where you're initiated on, this could be really beneficial, especially if you. It also could make you less reliant on cast range, actually, because normally that's why you need cast range, because you stand so far back when you're casting a spell that they can't get close to you because it's too out of position. But now, it just gives you so many more options. If they have really good gap close, the lack of cast, or if they initiate on you, it's just not as bad. Bark, bark. Hey, Tango, come here. Tango, come here. Tango, come here. Tango, come. Tango, come here. Come here. I hear her coming. She's coming. Sorry, guys. One sec. It's really important. Would you guys like to see my dog on camera? Hi, Tango. What are you barking at? Nothing? That's what I thought. Okay, Tango, come here. Hello. Do you like the patch so far, Tango? You think it's fun? Looks exciting? Yeah? Ready? Wait. Okay. You're not even going to crunch near the microphone? That's fucked up. Alright, fine. Go away. Sorry, Evelyn. Not for you. Okay. Bat Rider base armor increased by 1. Sticky Napalm no longer deals less damage to creeps. The stack per damage is reduced. So level 1 is not going to... It'll be a lot easier to last hit, basically. Well, it was giving 5 before, now it's giving 6. But basically, if you only have 1 point in Napalm, you're going to have a bad time. Getting 2 points looks like mandatory. Why would you not get 2 points at doubles? Maybe. Sticky Napalm turn rate slow reduced to scale better. So basically, level 1 Napalm is just going to be way less annoying. The radius is also increasing to compensate. Firefly movement speed decreased slightly. Lasso cooldown. Oof. Big nerf to lasso cooldown. Holy shit. 120 down to 110. This used to be like very spammable. 80 seconds, it would go down to like 60. 110. Very big nerf for the pro scene right here. Making Bat Rider way less good at doing what he wants to do late game, which is grab heroes and get them killed. So this is a pretty big change. What are we going to see to compensate? Alright, we'll get there in a second. Flaming Lasso cast range increased, though, so it's easier to cast on people. That's probably nice. Will make it easier to initiate. So basically, they're punishing it by making it less often available, but easier to cast. And the Flaming Lasso Scepter secondary range increased. Movement speed buff for the 20 talent. The other one is the cooldown reduction, which they've removed. So no more cooldown reduction. And now it's 2 flame break charges, which is potentially good because you could like flame break somebody to you and then flame break again. Also makes burst damage a lot more viable with napalm, which is kind of cool. And then don't forget there's a flame break talent at 25 that lowers the cooldown really low. So JK, it's removed. It's now a flaming lasso cooldown by 35 seconds, which puts it close to what it used to be. 35 is a lot. 30 seconds is 75. So it'd be at a 75-second lasso cooldown at 25. What is the other one? Firefly duration, I think. I think it's Firefly duration. But I can't see a pro never skipping. Like, I couldn't see a pro ever skipping this. Anyways, an upgrade here allows Flaming Lasso to be cast on an allied hero, granting them 80% damage reduction. Has a 20-second cooldown when using it. I was going to say, why would anybody ever use Flaming Lasso on allies if the cooldown's 110 seconds? But this is kind of cool. I could see this be viable. Let's see it. Finger him. Finger him. All right, who made this? All right, who at Valve made this clip? It's like a debate, and then they just don't show you the money shot or something. I don't like. Oh, I can definitely see those level 19 heroes doing 20% damage instead. Very clear GIF. Who made this shit? Who actually made this? What a terrible demonstration. Use Finger of Death. Use Finger of Death once. Lasso him. Use Finger of Death a second time. Wow, it does way less damage. Come on, Valve. Gosh. Okay. This is like iffy, right? Like the problem is that like in teamfight scenarios, you're not going to want to do this almost ever. With that said though, like it kind of goes both ways. So Batrider's normal goal in a fight is to jump in, grab a hero, pull them out of position and kill them, right? Or what you can use is your lasso to BKB pierce somebody so their BKB is less valuable and they're also pulled out of position. But even if it's a 20-second cooldown, it's kind of scary because it's basically saying like, okay, well now instead of you being the hero that you're picked for, you are now saying like, well, I'm going to just try to save one guy. And in some situations that might be good, but it's also going to prevent you from doing the other aspects. So like if I guess your goal is like, if you want to initiate, you pull somebody out of position, and that's not available because you guys got initiated on instead, then potentially saving an ally is a good trade-off. Because maybe like there to use BKBs, they're not going to be spread out, that kind of thing. So like I guess it does make it so Batrider could be more useful if your team got initiated on, in my opinion. Because you could save one ally for a couple seconds when they get initiated on. But with that said, it kind of makes the rest of your hero kind of bad. 2 flame breaks are like a lasso? No. I would not look at it that way. Not at all. Like you could use flame break to zone people pretty well, like supports especially. That's one cool thing about this talent actually, the 2 flame break charges. Like jump in, lasso a guy, throw flame breaks where the supports are, knock them back, throw a second one, knock them back again. Something like that and then turn around and run. You could do something like that. But I assume people are going to grab movement speed now. Maybe. This would help you farm a lot, actually. If you napalm like 2 or 3 times and then flame break twice. Not that flame break really stacks well with each other, but there's potential for this being really good for sure. In the right circumstances. Spectre is the obvious one. They go on Spectre, you lasso him, he's basically invulnerable. He's actually invulnerable. If you lasso a Spectre who has max dispersion while using Flaming Lasso, he literally can't die. He takes 0 damage. Unless you break him. Then he would take 20% damage. Could you dispel him? I wonder if you can dispel this. There's no strong dispels on opponents, right? Just soft dispels. Basically, I think that's correct. I doubt you can dispel this because you can't dispel it on allies, so it's probably not there. But yeah, it's a counter initiation for sure, which considering that Batrider already has mobility, it could be useful in those circumstances, but will pros justify it? Maybe. But again, the fact that it's a optional thing is great because most of the time they don't have to buy it, and if they feel like it's worth buying, then they'll buy it. Can I show it making spec invulnerable? No, I don't want to. Or if I do, I'm just going to show it with right clicks, not spells. Alright, I'll show you, just because of the joke. Tango. It's a bad time to whine. There's going to be a lot more time with me on this. It's going to be a while. Strong support item, 4 staff in the save. I mean, kind of, but that's a lot of... You're spending, what, 3,500 gold? It's more like if you have a Bat Rider already, then maybe you're going to buy this at some point. That's basically what it means. $22. Okay. Got this. Got this. Let me just show you guys what Valve should have done over here. If I could find Lion. Let me just see if I got this right. I want to make sure that I'm doing the finger thing right. I might have to tab. Okay. I'm gonna have to tab, unfortunately. Alright guys, let's see what this looks like. Wow, interesting. And now what happens when you do this? Wow, what a perfect demonstration of Flaming Lasso, making somebody very resistant to damage. Okay, 0 damage. Proven. But before we do that, I gotta go back into Dota and leave. Okay. I don't think it heals. To heal, it'd have to be like Aphotic Shield. I think there's weird things with Aphotic Shield that can heal, but... yeah, I don't think it would heal. Okay, Beastmaster. Wild Axes damage per axe increased by 10. Make it a little bit better. Level 1, level 15 talent change to mana regen. 20 talent change for Wild Axes damage. Wild Axes damage at 25 is swapped out with 350 health Beastmaster controlled units. Affect Beastmaster and all of his summon units. Okay, that's really good. So Necro and Hawks and Boars to make them not as easy to kill, which is actually a really nice advantage for Beastmaster, because one of the things that actually does counter him is really good AoE damage, because your summons get killed pretty easily, and then it's kind of like it's like Broodmother basically. If they can kill your spiders, then your hero is less valuable, which makes everything a lot rougher. So they added health talents to the Brood Spiders. Now they're doing the same for Beastmaster at 25, which should help you close out games. I don't think they should make this talent a lower level, but maybe they will eventually to make Beast more viable at lower levels. But it's not really that needed. Beast is still a pretty good hero. It's not played a huge amount right now. In the offlane, usually it's like better tactical fighters. Like Roar is a good ability, but it's not as like huge team fight, right? Like Beastmaster's value is auras, pushing, one single target BKB lockdown, which is useful. That kind of stuff. Lane control. He's good at lane control, farming. He's good at like stacking camps, getting vision for your team, stuff like that. But if you play like Mars, it's like I drop an ulti, I'm killing one guy, you guys have team fight disruption. It's a pain in the ass to play and do, which more so than Beastmaster. So that's why Beastmaster is less popular. Right? Call the Wild Hawk. Hawks become controllable and gain dive bomb. Hell yeah, get in the battle. Channels for 1 second, revealing itself, and then flies towards the target enemy, dealing 175 damage and stunning them for 1 second, killing the Hawk. This is very similar to an old Treant Protector ability, where you could put hawks or owls in trees. Very cool. Gives you another way to stun. It's a shard upgrade. How many hawks can we get is the question at one time. You can. It's a 30-second cooldown. The duration's 60, so at max you could have 2 up at time. There's no other way to get more hawks up, but the fact that you can turn a hawk into a stun is great. It's really valuable. And for bad players, this is way better. if they can possibly micro it. 175 damage, 1 second stun. That's great. Completely reasonable. 3 Hawks with Refresher. You're right. You get an Octarine and get 3 Hawks as well. But it's only 175 damage. Either way, it's just useful. You could interrupt TPs, that kind of thing. I wonder what the AoE is, though. I wonder if it has a cast range or something. Oh, it says 500. So where your Hawk is, you have it has to be within 500 units of them before you can cast it on them. And then your Hawk will suicide on the giant monster. That's cool. Thanks for the sub, NG. Appreciate it. All right, Bloodseeker, base intelligence reduced. Stupider. Blood Rage HP cost reduced down to 2%. Blood Rage attack speed goes up a little. Blood Right damage is reduced. This is pretty important. 300 pure was insanely good damage. And, like, that's actually insane to read. 300 AoE pure damage, and it could be amplified by Spell Amp. Like, no wonder you farm so fast. So this is more in line with a normal nuke. 225 pure would be a normal 300 damage nuke, so this is a little bit above that. Blood Right cooldown is nerfed. Basically, Blood Right's nerfed in all ways. Mana cost, cooldown. It's actually such a good spell, Blood Right. Not anymore. Now it's just normal. Thirst non-hero heal increased, so you'll heal more on creeps in the laning stage. Thirst no longer provides half heal when within 300 range of dying creeps. So no more half heal if within dying creeps. It now provides full heal rather than half when within 300 range of dying heroes. So if heroes die near you, you get full heal. So the hero will be a little bit better as like a hard carry probably because you don't necessarily have to get the kill. You just have to be, well, you having to be a carry doesn't really matter necessarily. But if heroes die, you're going to get way more heal now. But you won't get as much laning heal. Wait, what does this mean? Because it says non-hero heal. So that assumes that you can still heal from creeps. Does that mean you have to last hit them? But does this mean you don't get half heal at all from dying creeps? Does this mean you have to get the last hit? You have to get the last hit to get the full heal? Is that how it works? Oh, the Hawk's fully controllable? Oh, that's right, because you don't have to aim them. You could just bring them with you. So you could just have invisible Hawks hanging out with you. Oh, that's cool. I forgot about the controllable part. Yeah, so you can just fly them with you. Very smart. Fly them with you, get ready to die bomb for the gank. Cool. That's fun. Okay, anyways, I'll test that out in a second. Thirst hero heal reduced a little bit. Rupture mana cost reduced to compensate for his int gain reduction, I guess. And his Blood Rage mana cost, Blood Right mana cost going up. And then Rupture damage talent increased. Sorry, Rupture damage increased. And level 25 talent. It's just like Bloodseeker getting the bat, dude. Blood Rage attacks now deal 1.5% of target's max health as pure damage and heals you for that amount. So basically it's like Feast on Lifestealer, which I kind of missed because it used to deal a percentage of their max health and damage and heal you. That got changed to just heal you a percentage of whatever their health was. Very good for keeping Bloodseeker alive, or sorry, Lifestealer alive, but not as good for dealing damage against tanks. But basically, if you are dealing with a lot of tanks, you could certainly buy aghs shard, and it would cover any lifesteal problems, and also just make you more effective against tanks. So for every 1,000 HP you have, it gives you 15 pure damage and 15 heal. So it's not like an insane amount of heal, but if you are attacking a lot, it's definitely going to help, and Blood Rage does give you a lot of attack speed. So let's just check Bloodseeker really quick on the creep thing. Maybe I don't care enough about this, but it'll be really fast. Boop, 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 boop. Get a thirst. So I probably won't get any heal from this creep dying, but I should get a heal. Don't see anything on my hero that's special. Wow, I got a double damage. I should get a heal here. Yeah, so I still get a heal. So you basically just have to get last hits. None for denies anymore. Okay. Was that like that before? Okay. Is Soul Ring any good on BS? Not particularly. Like, it's not that important. People would buy, like, just Basilius, stuff like that. Arcane Boots. Yule Scepter, things like that. Things that gave mana regen. Soul Ring is kind of overkill, especially because you already lose HP from Blood Rage. If you were losing even more raw HP, you wouldn't get it back quite fast enough, maybe. Okay, down to... You did not get healed on Ice before. Okay, I didn't play that much Bloodseeker. Used to when it was original Blood Rage or whatever. Or not Blood Rage, what was it called? Blood Right? No. Bathe in Blood or something. It was something like that. Bloodbath, I don't remember. Bounty Hunter movement speed increased by 5. Pretty nice. More base int. A little bit less int gain, but he should be a little bit better nuking early game. Shadow Walk slow is buffed pretty significantly, 40%. A little bit better at level 1. Track speed radius increased. So if people are 1,200 units away from you instead of 900, then you still get movement speed on your hero. So it's going to be a little bit, basically you're a little bit faster, a little bit better in the laning stage to throw shurikens, and movement speed here. I don't necessarily know if like abusing people as a support is viable at all, but and I don't think you'd want to go shuriken toss or something, but maybe getting Shadow Walk early is not the worst thing right now. And tracking and running away is going to be a lot easier now with this. Allies now gain 50% of track speed boost. Provides 800 vision around the target for your team. 800 vision around the target for your team. Okay, so basically it turns old track into new track into old track. Well, this is what track used to do. It used to give vision, and your team would run faster nearby. So the fact that the radius went up and this is like really good. I could 100% see bounty hunters buying this at 20 minutes. It's not, you might think that this is 50% movement speed. It's not. It's 50% of what track provides. And exactly what track provides is still pretty high. I think it's like 20% or something. Yeah, 16 to 24% movement speed. So if you buy the shard and you cast track on somebody, then your allies are going to move at 8 to 12% movement speed faster. 10% movement speed for most heroes is about 30 movement speed. It's still okay. Was it just the movement speed that I said? Track speed boost, yeah. So it's just the movement speed. They won't get more damage. It's okay. It's not, the vision part is far better than the movement speed. Because track used to work like this. Basically, if you cast track on somebody, what they see, you see. It doesn't mean that you show their whole team, but if their hero gives you like flying vision, then you see that hero's flying vision. So it'd be really good to cast it on Night Stalker at night when he could fly, because then you could see everything. But they removed that because it was too good. People were just picking bounty because it just made fights easier because you just had such good vision. So buying an Aghanim Shard for a bounty hunter would make taking fights easier. Bounty is typically seen as a weakish hero. His win rate is not very good at divine. It's kind of okay in here, but it's a little bit messy. Pretty much. You kind of have to like win fights, and he doesn't provide much team fight compared to other heroes, so it can be kind of hard for bounty to have value. He hasn't really been in the meta much in a long time. So yeah. But this providing vision could be really good and could help justify him as a teamfight hero, because he's going to make it a lot easier for you guys to make good teamfight choices, assuming that he doesn't get instantly punished. There are a lot of mobile cores right now, so things like, so look, yeah, that's basically how it used to work. There are a lot of mobile cores in the game, so you won't necessarily be able to like track and get out without dying against your like Ember Spirits and Void Spirits and things like that, but vision and teamfight is definitely very, very good. Brewmaster Scepter reworked. Okay, Brewmaster is one of probably my favorite hero that is bad and has been kind of bad consistently. I actually don't have a very good win rate on him either. So, but I think that's just because the way the hero works is kind of weird. So hopefully the Scepter rework is good. Base agility reduced a little bit. So just to give you the overview of Brewmaster's problems, this will be helpful to when I talk about the changes. Brewmaster's issue is that he has 2 AoEs, so he can push quite well. His third skill is a right-click amplifier, which is pretty good if you build towards it. But when you split, all of your basic abilities are basically not useful anymore. Ideally, what you do is you use all of your basic abilities and then you split. You like slow them, do the clap, slap them a little bit, then you transform. But a lot of cases, you need to just transform right away because it makes you invulnerable, and then you can like disable and kill people. So once you transform, all of your damage items are useless, like, unless you buy like a Radiance, because Radiance aura will still go. You can buy aura items, Vlad's, things like that. But the problem is the armor in Vlad's is removed. It's in mech now. You don't really want to buy mech on brew because you can't use the mech after you split, which is weird. So buying mech isn't really viable because then you can't heal on time, which is definitely a big part about mech. So items on brew are weird right now. They're really, really weird. It's like the hero has issues fundamentally. So hopefully the scepter will solve some things. Let's see. Base agility reduced. So a little bit less armor, a little bit less attack speed. Drunken Brawler now passively provides crit chance again. This Drunken Brawler used to do this. It used to be called, was it always Drunken Brawler? I think it was. It was basically like a Warcraft 3 remnant. Passive evasion, passive crit strike chance. So up to 24% evasion and 24% critical strike. It also, the new one gave movement speed, which is good, seen as good because it would help you gap close without blink, for example. But maybe it had issues. Drunken Brawler can now be activated to provide 3 times chance for evasion and critical strike and alternate between. Okay, so basically it's passively going to be better now. And also just better. The crit strike chance went between like 50 and 75, I think. So if you activate it and it goes 3 times up, then we're looking at probably about the same numbers. I'd have to look at the previous numbers, but I don't want to go search for them because they're not going to be in the game right now, so I'd have to like go dig. But the numbers are probably going to be similar. The evasion triples too, yeah. So base evasion, base critical strike, this is a nice change. The cooldown has increased as a result, which makes sense because now it provides passive benefits. It shouldn't be like a 1-point wonder skill. It's pretty good though. 24% chance for 145 damage. It's calculator time, guys. Calculator's a little fat, sorry. So to calculate damage dealt, we're multiplying the crit strike chance, which is 0.24, by the increased damage. In this case, it's 45. So we're multiplying 0.24 times 0.14 or 0.45. And this is the damage increase that you get by skilling this ability. So if you get just level 1 of Drunken Brawler, it is a 10.8% damage increase, which is pretty significant. It's not like insane, but it's pretty good for a passive. Jug Crit used to be busted because it was a 20% damage increase with 1 skill point, because it had a 20% chance to crit for 2 times damage. 20% times 1 is 0.2, 20% damage increase. So Drunken Brawler being a 10% right-click damage increase with just 1 skill point, it's pretty good in that it also gives you evasion, and there's a small window where you can triple that damage. So when you activate it, we're talking a 30% damage increase, right? Because then we'd multiply this by 3. So when you activate it, you're doing 32% more physical damage on average with 1 skill point. So that's pretty good. And you get 18% evasion, which is fine. And then you'd run faster. So all pretty cool stuff. Turn this off briefly. Drunken Brawler cooldown, we read that already. Primal Split Earth Bruling armor increased. So the Earth Bruling is the green one. So the armor will become better as time goes on, making it a little bit harder to die. The health is rescaled, a little bit worse at level 1, but at other levels it's the same. So it's slightly weaker when you're between level 6 and 12. The HP regen is scaling up as well, so better regen later, which is small but sure helpful. The Storm, that's the blue one, the HP regen scales too. The magic resistance for the Storm one is going to 25 from 0, that's nice. And the health is slightly lower, so it's still fine though. I mean, it's going to take slightly less physical damage, but magic-wise, it's going to take way more. 25% times this is 900, 450. So basically it has like 350 more HP against magic damage in the late game. The Fire Bruling armor already scaled a little bit, but it scales a little better. The HP regen slightly better. It also has status resistance now, which is kind of nice. 30% is kind of a lot. This is actually pretty helpful because the Fire Bruling is the fast one, so it gets disabled or whatever, and then it just is out of position. It takes time to catch back up. So having status resistance is going to make chasing a little bit easier. That one's pretty like Fire and Forget. You just like right-click it on somebody and it does damage. Scepter rework. Primal Split now has 2 charges. Thank God. And can be canceled at any time. Your hero forms back on whichever Bruling you canceled it from. Charge replenish time is equal to the normal cooldown. This is really good. There's no reason you wouldn't just rush aghs all the time now, in my opinion. Why would you not just rush aghs? So the issue with Brewmaster basically is like you use So if you buy items to make your split good, your split's really good. And then your split runs out and you're like, I'm a fucking aura. And you don't really do that much else. The other issue is that you don't have initiating stuns like most heroes. So it's hard to like scale into late game. When you go into late game as Brewmaster, you tend to have issues because you use like, you jump and initiate and you brew split and everybody pops BKB and you're like, well, there goes 10 seconds of my life. I'm not going to be that useful right now. And then your thing ends, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to be shitty for like 100 seconds until you get to like level 25 talent. You got that like brew split cooldown or whatever. But that was like pretty rare, right? Games are usually over by them. So if you can just buy a 4,000 gold item to have 2 charges with your ulti, like fighting is just going to be a lot easier. Removing like the skills from the old aghs, I think is fine. I thought it was kind of fun. I wasn't good at it, but just adding more primal split charges, I think, is a really good way to balance this. It makes your hero less one-dimensional. Use split and you're fucked, you know? Now at least like buying aghs means you can fight pretty much constantly. I don't think it's hard to buy like an aura item and then buy an aghs, or buy an aura item, a blink dagger, and then buy an aghs. I think that's all super reasonable farm stuff. You can farm fast as brew. You have 2 AoE skills. It is not hard, and you're a little bit hard to gank. Having 2 charges means that you could split and then split again afterwards. You can also cancel it early if you need to. You form back on whichever brewing you canceled it from. So there's going to be a hotkey. Hopefully I don't press it ever to cancel brew split, and then it's easier to like outplay your opponents. Basically, I could split, run away with the fire one, fight to the death with the other 2, jump to my fire one. It's a little bit easier. The charge replenish time is still going to be huge. If you split twice, you're going to be back to like normal split 2 minutes later. But I think this is a really good way to solve the hero's problems. Basically, it's going to cost money, but because you don't have any other like mandatory items, I don't think it's that big of a deal that's going to take an aghs to do it. So I'm pretty pleased with this. I like this. I did the damage correction or thing slightly wrong. Times 1.45. I mean, that was very similar to what I had, wasn't it? .2 times 0.45. You're doing something differently than me. You did 1.45, which I don't think is correct. I'm adding a 1 to it at the end because you already do 1. I'm pretty sure I'm doing my numbers right. Might be wrong though. Anyways, don't spoiler me, you assholes. Fuck off. Level talent, 10 talent. I don't like his 10 talents, so they were pretty boring. It was like health and... what was the other one? I don't even remember. Magic resist? No, that was at 15. Anyways, Thunderclap slow is now at 10, so it'll last for... oh god, there's a new primal split. It's Void. 15 is Thunderclap slow to 30% Cinder Brew damage and duration. This is really good. Cinder Brew is the second skill. It's a very effective skill. It lasts for 9 seconds. It lasts for 5 seconds if it doesn't proc. If it procs, it lasts for an extra 4 seconds. So if this increases by 30 seconds, we're talking about like a 25% slow that lasts for legitimately like 13 seconds. And increasing damage is really good too. That would put it up towards 400 magic damage. And the cooldown's not that long. I think it's 11 seconds. So this is a really good talent. The other talent would be health. The magic resistance talent is removed, it looks like, which I think is fine. If you want to build magic resistance, it should be your job. Like, this talent is more interesting in my opinion. It's basically, do you want more damage or do you want more health? So I'm down with this. This is fine. Oh, it's sorry, it's damage. It's like 12 damage is the other level 10 talent. More Thunderclap slow, or do you want damage? I'd probably go Thunderclap slow. I almost always go health. The only downside though is that your raw survivability is a little weaker now before you hit 15, but you can build around that. I think it's fine. And then 25 talent reduced from 120% Drunken Ball critical strike damage to 80. Since it's on passively all the time, it being 120 would be busted. So they reduced it a little bit. And then now they changed it to Brewling's gain Drunken Brawler passive. Oh, that's a tough one. Because which of these is better, right? Okay, so basically it's kind of obvious, right? If you are right-clicking a lot, if you have right-click items, this one's still better. Even if you aren't, it's not bad either. But Brewling's gain Drunken Brawler passive, these are gonna do a lot of damage. Let's do the math on the numbers really quick. So at level 4, it's a 24% chance for critical strikes, so 0.24 times a 90% damage increase. So we're talking at the level 4 Drunken Brawler, it's a 21.6% damage increase. But if it's increased by another 80% here, then this is going to be 1.7. So now we're doing 0.24 times 1.7. So now it's a 40.8% damage increase. So yeah, that talent would give you effectively right-click wise a little bit over 8% more right-click damage. But keep in mind that when you activate it, it's increased by 3. So it's going to be fucking insane when you actually activate the ability. Because that's like 1.7 times 3 times... Oh, but the chance goes up too. God, it's so disgustingly high. This is going to be bonkers, guys. Times 3, that's 75 minus 3, so 72. Like, this is insane. If you get that 25 talent, I mean, it was good before too, I guess, but the fact that this gets tripled is ridiculous. It gets tripled. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm way wrong. What gets tripled is the chance for critical strike. This is wrong. I'm sorry. Ignore this. It's still going to be 1.7 damage. It'll just be times 0.72. So when you activate it, it's you're doing over double damage on average. 1.224 times the damage. Still really good. And this compares to 0.9 times 0.72. Okay, so basically it doubles the damage that you do with Drunken Brawler when it's active by getting that talent. Instead of it being a 64.8% damage increase, it's a 1.22, a little bit more than a double damage. But it's not double damage, of course, because double damage is only base damage. It is literally more than double of all of your damage. So yeah, still a lot of damage. I don't remember what the other numbers used to be. But that is where we're at. Did I do this right? 0.72? What is the point? Oh, that's the chance times. I should have done the other order, but 0.9, and that's active, and then passive is these two. Yeah. This says 0.216. This is 0.408. So pretty big damage increase. Anyways, the Bruling's gaining the Drunken Brawler passive is also pretty good because, as we know from doing the math just now, it is a 21% damage increase from the right click. This is really significant for the Wind Panda, actually. Because, is Windwalk critable? I don't think it is. But the secret to playing Brew, if you go for a damage playstyle, which is usually what I do, is about double tapping your Windwalk on your Storm Bruling. If you don't do that, you are making a mistake. Because it does like hundreds of bonus damage per hit, and if you cast it while attacking, you can basically get 2 procs off of 1. We'll make a dummy target. So this one does 140 up to 260 damage. So what you want to do is cast it and right click instantly. See how he's still invisible? Now then he gets 2 hits in basically. Like this. It's very important you do this. And then obviously throw this. Oops, did it wrong. Anyways, I tried to go too fast. You do a split, then you go, ugh. Then you sit here and you're like, any day now. Okay, anyways, does that get crit is the question. Oh, that's the 25 talent. Let's compare the damage. If I min-max it. Oh, it just increases the durations to 6.5. I guess by increasing the duration... Was it only 300 before? Excuse me? The fuck is going on? Wasn't proccing fire on him for some reason. It is increasing the damage, it looks like. I think the tooltip's wrong. Is what it looks like. God, this lasts so long. 36% slow? Hell yeah. Anyways, let's do the damage calculation. Just trying to max out the damage. Oops, I fucked that one up. Dude, this lasts for so long. Messed that one up. Alright, 7,300 damage. So I'll be a little bit off, obviously, but... Did I do the same damage for both? Oh, I didn't fucking skill it. Fuck me! I was wondering, I was like, how is this so similar? Alright, we know for sure that I'm gonna get 7,300 damage, guys. Oh, I did it wrong. That's that one now. Okay. Significantly more damage. 24, 20% increase. That's about right. Math is correct. Okay. And then, oops, shouldn't have exited. And then Primal Split now creates a Void Ruling. It has Astral Pulse ability, affecting enemies in 500. It applies slow and disarm. They just stole Void Spirit's ability. I feel like this is going to change. Surely they will change this. It's only one egg shard per team at 20 minutes. Really? Oh. Oh, that's going to cause drama right there. It's the only way they can balance it, I guess. So beautiful, dude. Okay, level to max. See how the cancel thing works. Okay. And then buy the shard. What are his stats like? 450. So he's like faster than the others. His armor's 5. Okay. I mean, 4 is not bad. He does 90 damage, so I don't necessarily know what type it is, but having AoE is nice though. Should make pushing a little bit faster, but 20 seconds? They haven't even tooltipped this shit yet. They've rushed a few things, guys, but we do have a patch anyways, so it's not all bad. Cooldown for shard purchase? It's infinite. 1 second. No, I don't know. Thanks for the sub. Fried high. 20 to 40% slow and disarm for 2.5 seconds. It's okay. Basically you can only use this once per fight. But does it not do damage? It doesn't even do damage? Okay. I guess that makes sense, because if you got the shard, it would increase your damage too much. Like, getting one more right click from a source is fine. Like, it's only 80 damage. It's not an insane DPS increase. It can obviously get crit from the passive if you get to 25, but 40% slow for 2.5 seconds is not bad. Disarm AoE 2.5 seconds is not bad. So this is fine. But 20 seconds, you're only going to use this once in a team fight, right? Yeah, max duration is 20 seconds late game, so it's starting off really mild, but an extra Bruling, whatever, it's not bad. It'll make it easier not to die in ultra late game scenarios. All right, Bristleback. Warpath bonus damage increased. All right, we'll do this, and then we got to run ads. Warpath bonus damage increased. It's from your ulti. Make the numbers better. Nasal Goo now also increases stacks from 4 to 8. That's very nice. Means by an aghs you could Rosh even easier. Gooing on Rosh is excellent. Gooing against heroes that are kiteable is really good too, but it's generally not seen as very useful. The radius increases a little bit. And then they remove the max Goo stacks at 15 to change it to attack speed instead, which is a nice change. The other talent is a health talent, I think. There's a strength talent at... No, it's movement speed, mana regen at 10, I think. Let me check in game really quick. Movement speed, mana regen. Yeah, movement speed, mana regen at 10. Health talent at 15, or the Goo stacks. Goo stacks, nobody ever got it, basically. Now it's attack speed for 15 at 15, or 200 health talent. This could make... it's not going to be a huge difference, but Bristleback right click is not bad, especially in late game scenarios, so this could make it more valuable to go like health or attack speed into Warpath damage stack at 25. All fine. Grants Hairball. Coughs a quill-filled hairball towards the target location. Erupts at the location, hitting enemies in a 700 radius with goo and 2 quills. That's cool. Cast range 1500. Cooldown is 20. Mana cost is 100. So an occasional thing. You can tell they're not quite there with some of these animations. I don't think this looks like a Valve polished animation to me, but if you think about how much shit they had to do, they basically had to make like new skills for like almost everybody. That's why they're reusing some of these things. I do not blame them, but I'm sure we'll see some of these things change. Like I think this doesn't, I don't know, maybe they're going to use it. Maybe they'll keep it there, but it's fine. Okay, let's run some ads. I'll be right back in 3 minutes, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I mean, it is 2 quills. Finisher on Bristle isn't necessarily really that much of a correct term, but I don't know, maybe it'll be good. It's okay. Going to the bathroom quick. BRB. And then we'll continue the bees. Tango, come here. Chair. Good girl. Tango, what do you think about Bristleback's new shard? Do you think it's good? Shake. Good girl. Okay. Good girl. Wait. Okay. Okay. Hi. Hi. Okay, good girl. Any leftovers on my chair? Hopefully not. So I've been thinking about the hairball shard while I was peeing, and I feel like it's actually pretty good. Like the thing you have to remember about goo is it's actually not a terrible ability. It's very easy to forget. But let's say you have level 4 nasal goo, for example. It actually does, it's a 4.9 armor reduction. It's pretty good because it does 2 base plus 2.9 armor loss per stack. So if you have 1 stack, we're talking 4.9 armor. And it slows for 32% for 5 seconds. The duration's not high, it's only 5. But applying goo on everybody is not terrible. 5 AoE, 30% slow for 5 seconds. That's like a normal spell. Shard may be worth getting over aghs. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, actually. Because what aghs basically does is it gives you AoE control. What the shard basically is, it's like Tide aghs, basically. You can apply slow from far away. You're this tanky frontliner guy, but now you can actually, from distance, better affect the teamfight outcome if they ignore you. Like, if I can apply 2 goo, or apply an AoE goo every 20 seconds, it's a lot of mana. 100's a shitload. But it's not terrible, but it's kind of a lot. 100 is a lot of mana, but being able to apply a goo for 5 seconds when your team initiates as you come to follow up is certainly going to help team fights a little bit. I don't think it's that bad. For 1400 gold, it's kind of a lot of gold, but it should make team fights feel a lot more viable. So I think it has some potential in some games, especially as like a closer. If you have like a gold advantage or something, buy this to like make your team fights just feel a little better. All right, Broodmother agility gain reduced by a little bit. Silken Bola grants Silken Bola, consumes 1 spin web charge and roots the target enemy for 2 seconds. Cast range is 900. The cooldown is 12. Let's see. Okay. So 1 less spin web charge, but you get a 2-second stun. So basically, or root, which is potentially really good. Roots are great. It's an Atos. It's basically an Atos. Literally Atos. Mana cost, cast range, everything is like Atos. Better cast or better cooldown than Atos, actually. So against certain heroes, it'll help offset the need for buying Diffusal Blade, for example. You can catch up to people easier, that kind of thing. I think it's pretty cool. Because disable is definitely one thing that Brood kind of struggles with. Anything to make Brood more viable, I think, is not bad. She's a little annoying to play against for sure, but to me, she hasn't felt like a pest ever since she was visible. Like when she used to go invis, obviously it was a big pain in the ass, but she's okay now, in my opinion. So I think this is cool. Is it better than buying Atos with stats? Atos is still an expensive item. It's like a 3,000 gold item, right? Yeah, it's like a 3,000 gold item, 2,700, something like that. It's pretty expensive. I would much rather buy this, I think. Doesn't take an item slot. That's the other thing. No item slot. That's the main benefit. But yeah, 2-second root, sure. Could be useful. Centaur Warner, Stampede duration rescaled to 4 at all levels. Stampede damage increased from 100 to 300 to 200 to 300. So it's just going to do a lot more damage. I think this is good. In the early game, it always felt like a terrible nuke. Like it's a bad ulti in a lot of cases. There's just so many things that are better than it. Level 15 talent change from 40 damage to 1 second stampede duration. So you can go up to 5. And then Aghs shard ability double edge. Causes double edge to increase your strength by 15% per hero hit for 12 seconds. Duration refreshes per stack up to 5 stacks. Okay. So Suns fan is happy. It means like playing Centaur as like a frontline like nuker is going to be better. Like increasing your strength by 15% is huge when your strength is really high. Up to 5 stacks per hero hit. So if you like jump in and double edge like 5 heroes, you're set. And it slows enemies by 15% for 2 seconds. That's kind of cool. Kind of a weak slow, but it applies something. I mean, this seems value, right? Most of these shard upgrades you buy, they don't actually make your hero tankier or stronger. They just give you some utility or ability, right? But this one actually makes you tankier. You are going to cast Double Edge as Centaur, so if you have this, you're going to increase your strength by, 7 to 15, which is more HP. And then your Double Edge is going to do more damage as a result, which I guess is kind of a negative because then your Double Edge does more damage to you as well. I believe that's how it works. So it would, I guess, in some ways decrease your survivability, but it also increasing your survivability temporarily is really good. So kind of cool, kind of like Undying, obviously. Obviously, the main issue is that your hero's ability to cast Double Edge repeatedly is not really like a focal point of the hero. So is this going to change Centaur? Probably not. This is the best change, is the Stampede one. I mean, how much damage does this even give you? Let's see how much HP or how much strength you have at level 6 typically. Taking a while here. So let's like level up to 6. Say you have like a bracer or something here. So if you have 50 strength, this used to do 100 damage as a nuke, which is fucking terrible. You'd stampede on somebody and you'd be like, can I even tell? It's still bad. It is still pretty bad, but it's better. It's definitely better than if we keep leveling up until... I mean, it's going up by 10 damage per level. It's not terrible. Definitely better than it used to be. Let's check in stampede damage. Getting like 12 strength. It's like 200 HP. It's pretty good. I think we're going to maybe see some Radiance Shard Centaurs. Maybe. Some like tanky Deathball shit. Centaur actually has like a decent base model for hard carrying. Just because the strength gain is okay. You see it in ability draft. Your armor's a little bit weak, and maybe like your ability to like gap closes can be a little bit harder, but certainly being like more of a threat in the team fight, it would be really effective. It's kind of cool. Radiance doesn't increase strength. Yeah, I know. The whole purpose though is that if I'm doing Radiance damage and I'm hard to kill and I'm making myself harder to kill every time I double edge when they come to kill me, then it's going to be more likely that I can, stay alive through it. This kind of thing, because this is effectively HP. Having the shard is HP, so like even if I have something like a Radiance, getting a shard as well could be useful in long fights, which would make Radiance good. Maybe it's stupid to get both, but it would make the lack of mobility thing a little bit less bad. You don't really need to do Octarine with the shard because Double Edge is pretty low cooldown. It's only 4 seconds, so. But we could actually see Double Edge become like a real impressive nuke. Cent doesn't have tankiness issues. Not exactly true. His armor's kind of low. Against magic resistance, he'd be way stronger, actually. Looks like my coordinator's being updated, so let's change this out. Because I'm sure there will be fixes to some of the things that weren't quite done yet. This is cool. I could see this being useful in some circumstances. Allows you to carry, basically, a little bit. Get stronger, eventually do something fantastic. Maybe also you could do this with right-click, too. Could justify treads a little bit better. Phase is still really important for landing disable, but who knows? Attack speed with strength and double and shard could be kind of funny. Chaos Knight, literally no changes because Chaos Knight's quite good right now. Chaos, but not like top tier, but it did trend a little bit. Chaos Bolt creates a Phantom Illusion, attacking the target for the duration of the stun. Increases the cast range by 300. That's pretty nice. A Phantasm Illusion does 100% damage, so this is actually... Well, is that true? Oh no, my Dota's closed. I can't remember. It used to do 100%, and then they scaled it down based on... I think it's back at 100% again, if I'm not mistaken. So this is nice. Would make support CK better. No one's going to buy a shard on support CK. It's a little helpful, but it's not good. Better not show me that furry creature again. Heroes. Chaos Knight. He's an agility hero. Says I'm logging into the game coordinator. Yeah, Phantoms do 100% right now. Coordinator's still down. It's not actually updated, so we'll get there in a sec. Chen, Divine Favor no longer has an active component, can't TP anybody anymore. Holy Persuasion can now be cast on an already converted unit to teleport it to you, or can be cast on your own hero to teleport all creeps. Okay, cool. So you could be more selective about which creeps you bring to you. Can't teleport allies anymore. It's fine. That's kind of been out of the meta for a while. Level 10 talent increased. More health. More cast range. More penitence slow. 3 charges for Holy Persuasion. Cool. So you could be more selective about what you do. Allows Divine Favor to be cast on allies, teleporting them back home after 6 seconds. Oh, the old one. Okay. Somebody gets Doom, you cast Divine Favor to send him back. Cooldown 35, mana cost 200, cast range is 500. It is purgeable, so you can dispel it. Cannot target spell immune allies, so if they're BKB, then... Axe, why don't you just use Chop, you dumb shit? Come on, dude. It's obvious. But, downside is you can't teleport people back to you, but certainly if you want people to heal, you could use this. Certainly could be good. Does the CK shard disjoint? I mean, it's still Chaos Bolt stun, and when the stun lands, the illusion would be there. So it has to land. You could disjoint this for sure. If the stun doesn't land, then the CK illusion won't be there, I believe, for the duration of the stun. If they get dispelled early, it'd go away. It's just a small damage increase to the Chaos Bolt. Clink's base mana regen is down to 0. Level 10 talent changed from Skeleton Walk exit summons a Burning Army Skeleton to +8 agility. So no more Burning Army Skelly. That was pretty good damage increase. I've died to those things before. Level 20 talent change from kills reset Death Pact cooldown to -10 strafe cooldown. Yeah, that was a little too good. Death Pact is really good right now. -10 strafe cooldown. I think it's like a 20-second ability or something. Yo, all of his abilities are going to get really low, actually. 22 seconds at level 4. So Skeleton Walk goes down to 7 seconds with the talent. And with the strafe talent, it can go down to 12 seconds. So 6 out of 12 seconds, you could be strafed. If you get an Octarine, you're talking 6 out of 9. And that's 100% evasion from ranged attackers and gives you attack speed. So against ranged heroes, getting that strafe talent would be really good. And Skeleton Walk causes Skeleton Walk to create 2 Burning Army Skeletons on exit. So basically old aghs. Interesting. That's actually very cool. Is it cool to see? I don't know. But the fact that this was literally an Aghanim Scepter ability less than a year ago, and now it is a shard ability. So it's way cheaper. 1,400 gold. This seems quite valuable to me. There's a lot of damage. You can eat 1 Skelly too. Yeah, that's true. Still kind of sad about Clink's getting changed back, gotta say. Level 25 talent change from 40 magic resistance to spell immunity while inside power cogs. That's really sick, actually. Spell immunity inside power cogs. Spell immunity, just free BKB. Yikes. That makes Clock real good. Just immune to spells. Just literally can't take spell damage. That's so good. I mean, obviously, if people just force out of the cogs, then Clock has to leave. But the fact that he can stay there now is insane. 25. It is 25, yeah. Clockwork never gets 25. Yeah, but... yeah, I guess you're right. Alright, thanks Buzzkills. Jeez. Thanks for the subs, Slime. I appreciate it. One of my older subbers. 87 months, thank you. And a donation. You mean, does the CK shard cause your hero to disjoint? In animation, they show the CK changes position when the stun illusion is created. I doubt. No, there's no way. It definitely shouldn't. That would be a bug, I imagine. It should function very similar to like the Spirit Lance on Phantom Lancer. Jetpack rises up and grants flying vision, flying movement, and 15% movement speed, but significantly reduced ability to turn. Last 6 seconds. You're disarmed during the flight. Casting hookshot ends this buff. Okay. That's really good. Flying vision? 25-second cooldown, 6 seconds. This is too good, I dare say. Like, literally just flying vision and flying movement for 6 out of 25 is crazy. Oh, it is 150 mana? Okay, yeah, that is a lot of mana. You can't really spam it that much. But should be very easy, like, going through jungles to have, like, a massive advantage on clock, basically. Smoke breaks, instantly jetpack. Instant jetpack on when smoke breaks, at nighttime especially, in the jungle. You'll see them. If it's daytime, you see them instantly. Unless it's like a PA or something. Seems really good. Maybe the turn thing is going to be a big problem, but seems really, really good. Check how it turns. Nah, we're going to move on, sorry. I'm sure it's a little restrictive, and maybe it's a little bit, it'll be easy to make mistakes, because it does seem like he's having trouble turning, but let's move on. Frostbite damage interval change from 0.7 to 0.25. Same overall damage, but first instance is earlier. This probably means that if you get like Frostbit, and then you Lotus Orb it off right away, then you could still blink, because you don't take damage till 0.7 in. It also means that it could kill people earlier, if they have 1 HP, for example. So like if somebody throws their attack and then you Frostbite them, then they might actually die in time for you to get experience now. So kind of a weird, just like functionality, not a big deal. But, you know, who knows? Maybe CM gets a little bit more experience sometimes in trades. Frostbite DPS changed to a fixed 25 per tick rather than being defined by its total damage. Okay, so same overall damage to both heroes and creeps normally, but affects things that change spell duration. Like her talent and status resistance. Does this mean it was doing the wrong damage against people with status resistance or something? I mean, wasn't it doing more damage before? So I guess if you increase the Frostbite duration before, it wasn't increasing the damage. Most abilities work like that. I don't know, this is kind of confusing. It seems like it was just like a really specific bug instance, effectively. Oh, is this saying? I don't want to think about it too much. It's really not that important, I don't think. It's not worth me pondering over that for 10 minutes. We got a long ways to go. Reduces Frostbite cooldown by 1 second and allows it to be cast on yourself. Reducing income damage by 70% for the duration. Allows casting Frostbite while channeling as long as a valid target is in range. No Finger of Death once again. While channeling as well. Jeez. So you can cast Frostbite while you're teleporting away. That's pretty cool. Obviously, you can Frostbite yourself when you use aghs as well, or ulti as well. So stuns are obviously still a hard counter to your hero. But being able to protect yourself from even more physical damage is pretty cool. Or, of course, you can ulti and then Frostbite. So you don't have to Frostbite before ulting now. You could ulti, and if they come to kill you, then you can Frostbite them or yourself. So it gives you a lot more outplay potential, which is cool. Also gives you a way to spend money on a support item that could help keep you alive. That doesn't necessarily have to take up an item slot, like a Glimmer Cape or a Ghost Scepter. And also, if they get BKBs, then Frostbiting yourself is going to be better than Frostbiting them, because then you can reduce damage by 70%. It says all damage, so that probably means magic as well. So being able to use this to reduce magic is pretty incredible. This also could really justify getting the aghs shard and maxing out Frostbite really early. I guess by 20 minutes it doesn't matter, but the Frostbite cooldown goes down to 6 seconds by the time you get the 4th point. So, is that true? It has half uptime, I know. Yeah, cooldown goes from 9 to 6. So having this on a really low cooldown seems kind of busted with the shard, because you could just protect yourself so much better. As a support, it's really important to protect yourself. So being able to protect yourself for 3 out of 6 seconds is busted. It's basically like, it honestly just seems like a better version of the Winter's Cold Embrace. 70% damage is a shitload. It seems that it stops magic as well. So and you can cast it when you're casting your ulti or a TP. Seems really good. Doesn't heal. I don't care. 70% damage is insane. That's so much. Yeah, 1400 gold is not that much. You still should have like glimmer capes and 4 staffs and stuff like that, but could make core CM more viable too, maybe. Like, think of the initiation difference, right? Normally, if you have like, not that core CM is necessarily good, but let's say you're really farmed, you have like BKB blink. The way you do it is you blink in, you cast Nova, you frostbite a guy while BKB, then you cast your ulti, or you just like blink BKB ulti, and then you're like, well, too bad for my other skills. Now, the fact that you could cast frostbite while doing that, either protect yourself or to instantly get your ulti off while they're clumped, and then cast frostbite when they start to run, I think is really cool. It gives you more options. This is really interesting to me. I still won't buy it most games probably, but because using it with TPs is like really rare, I'm sure, and using it with ulti is going to be really rare too, maybe, but maybe better, maybe more viable. Force them to use a stun on you. They already kind of had to, but maybe a little bit easier now. That's cool. Meteor Hammer CM is legit. Oh, because you could cast Meteor Hammer and then cast Frostbite. That's true. I mean, Meteor Hammer is bad on the hero. You don't really need it. Nova is good enough for pushing. And Frostbite doesn't stop them from casting spells on you, but against some heroes it could potentially work. It's a 3-second route where they can't attack, so it could work. You could start channeling on top of them, then cast Frostbite and guarantee it hits, for sure. Assuming they don't have BKB or Force or whatever else. But it's not good. It's not going to be some meme shit maybe, but Iron Shell radius increased, level 15 talent changed to armor, no more max health, that was really good. Level 20 talent changed from armor to wall of replica slow, and scepter rework causes Iron Shell to have 2 charges, increases duration by 20 seconds, and provides 350 health. This is kind of cool. Could make Iron Shell more viable in to kind of like jump in with your allies, say like, here's your Iron Shell, and then walk away, or to like double Iron Shell your team really quick. It takes a lot of time to like Iron Shell everybody, you know, to make sure it's all on the right people. It's kind of like you cast it on one other guy and yourself, and that's about all you can keep up with. But having charges is not terrible. I don't necessarily think the duration going up by 20 seconds is pretty good. Duration is 25, so it lasts for 45 seconds. It's pretty long. So if you could cast an Iron Shell on somebody, obviously it's very dispellable. It's very easy to dispel, but 45-second Iron Shell that gives 350 health on a carry, you could use it to farm. It's kind of late though. Scepter is still a lot of gold to get it. I don't really see people buying this that much. At pro level, it doesn't seem much better. But you very easily could cast Iron Shell on your whole team, actually. If it lasts for 45 seconds and the cooldown's 9 seconds. 9-second cooldown, 45-second duration, that's like uptime on 4 people at least. So you could Iron Shell your whole team for health. So I guess there's good things about it. You'd make your team way tankier. Go like all melee heroes, rush aghs on Darkseer, and then just fight people. That could work, genuinely. 4,000 gold's a little bit, it's kind of a lot, but let's say if you have a really good early game and you rush aghs, and then you just start fighting the enemy team with Iron Shells, yeah, they lose. Kind of interesting. Normal Punch. Ooh. Grants a normal punch. Passive cooldown attack. Causes your next attack on a hero to knock an illusion out of them and stun them for up to 2 seconds. Knockback for 350 distance. And deal 250 damage based on how far you've moved in the past 3 seconds. What the fuck? Cooldown is 14. Max power is after 1500 distance move. Illusions last for 5 seconds. So Walrus Punch Beam, guys. So it does more damage. 2-second stun. That was pretty anime, I gotta say. Okay. Cooldown is 14. Illusions last for 5 seconds. 2-second stun. If you run farther, it does more damage. I mean, it's a stun. It's a basher. It's an abyssal blade or whatever. It's not terrible. 2-second stun every 14 seconds. Like, why wouldn't you? 2-second stun? Yeah, 1400 for a stun is pretty good. You gotta punch him, and he's got really bad agility, so and you're not gonna build attack speed items, but like, it's kind of cool. Does it work with blink? If it works with blink, it's kind of cool, yeah. I mean, either way, I don't really. Is 250 damage the max? If that's the max, I don't care how much damage it does. It's a stun. Dark Willow base int increased by 3. That's a 3 damage increase. Pretty big. More mana. Curse Crown cast range increased. Bramble Maze cast range increased 2. So makes cast range a little bit less important. Thanks for the sub. Red Leg. Terrorize cast range reduced from 1500 to 1300. So a little bit harder to cast your ulti from super far away. I think that's super fine. Super fair. Curse Crown Stun Duration get increased. This one, nobody grabs this typically. Everyone grabs the cast range talent. So increasing the cast range for all of these, I think, is nice. Except for Terrorize, obviously. Terrorize is going to be really noticeable. They put the Shadow Realm cooldown from 15 to 10. It goes from 14 to 12. So it's okay, but not that incredible. Curse Crown Stun Duration is kind of a big deal, though. I mean, 0.4 was a little appealing, but cast range was just better. But maybe now that the stun duration is so high, what does that put you up to? It's 3.25 regular. So adding 0.6 is like a 4-second stun. It's a long duration. Obviously very dispellable, but can be useful. Oh, and they put cast range at 15 instead. So Shadow Realm cooldown is a Bedlam damage. Yeah, Bedlam damage is the other 15 one. So cast range later. Way more cast range on Bramble Maze. It'll be a way better ability for initiating. 200 extra range is insane. Although it does scale up, and most people max Bramble Maze last, I think. Or do they do Bramble second? I can't remember. I feel like it's last, but I might be wrong. Okay. Change the Bramble Maze talent at 20 to make it worse. Because everybody got it, basically. So it would put your Bramble at 10 seconds. Now it's going to be down to 12. Still pretty good. The other one's 50 damage. Kind of a weird talent for Dark Willow. And then more Terrorized duration for the 25 talent that nobody gets because everybody gets 110 attack speed. Curse Crown now creates 4 brambles around the target after the counter ends, regardless of how it ends. Reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Of Curse Crown. Oh, that's really good. That looks really solid, I gotta say. Regardless of how it ends. Oh, that's great. So basically any dispel, it's still going to create Bramble Mazes. I think this is really good, actually. This looks really, really good. Because that's the issue with Bramble Maze. It ends up being less useful because, like, at a later stage in the game, there's always a dispel. Someone has a Lotus Orb, that kind of thing. Or BKB. It gets removed. But now if they pop BKB, it at least creates Bramble Maze. So it's going to create damage in the battle. I think this is really solid. So if it gets dispelled or if it gets popped, they're still in some trouble. It gets popped, you could force zap them through the Bramble Maze or something, you know. Use an ability to push them. This looks really good. And it reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. So it goes down to a 9-second cooldown on Curse Crown. Which is very low. Very, very low. Just spam that shit and make Brambles. Kind of cool. Definitely would make her a lot easier to do team fight stuff. Okay. Dazzle Scepter rework. That needed to happen. I was really jacked about it when I read through it last time, but there's been a couple times since I tried it, and it's like, it's just not, you don't need it to farm fast. Like, your abilities already make you farm quickly, and it's better just to go Necro anyways, unfortunately. So, Dazzle needs big changes to be more interesting to play, in my opinion. Shadow Grave cooldown is rescaled a little, okay. Make it a little bit less of a 1-point wonder skill. The cooldown from Shadow Grave cooldown from reduced from Jesus, Valve. How am I supposed to, how do you expect me to play this game? So it's a lower cooldown ability, but the duration is lower. I think this is totally fine. I'd rather have it be lower cooldown with lower duration early game. Makes it more usable as an early laning skill. It is actually a really good laning skill. It genuinely is. It's just like, it doesn't feel worth ever getting over your other 2 skills that you feel like you're going to use. But like, I used to like playing Dazzle in the laning stage because you would get Grave and Shadow Wave and Poison Touch a little bit, and you'd fight people, and then you'd use Grave and usually outtrade them a little bit. But they had to nerf all of his basic abilities because of the fucking change to his ulti that lowered the cooldowns. So they had to make the cooldowns much worse early game, and then he just wasn't a good laner anymore. And then it was like, what's the point of fucking playing this hero? I get cooldown reduction, that's cool, I guess, but like it's gonna be min-maxed by cores every time, because then you're amplifying the cooldown reduction of items. So it's like then he just becomes like a shitty support. Dazzle is just a shit support now. It's not worth playing. He has like no gank, his mobility's bad. Like all he is like a save, and there's just better save heroes than Grave. I guess you get more shallow Grave duration late game, which is kind of nice, but that's my rant. I used to like Dazzle a lot, but it's just, he's a weird hero now. Cast range is up for Grave, so Grave, they're just really trying to get people to skill Grave before like level 8. Level 15 talent change to attack speed, so you can get a damage and an attack speed talent on Dazzle now to really make him a right clicker. They're trying to make like core like right click Dazzle a thing or something. Scepter rework causes Shadow Wave to dispel allies, increases heal by 60, and increases damage by 80. So basically they changed Scepter back to what it used to be. Shadow Wave used to do an AoE dispel, which I thought was really cool. Can be used to AoE dispel allies. It doing more heal is great. Something like aghs Holy Locket could be better. Does this just increase your raw damage by 80? Oh no, the damage that it does. Oh, that's kind of crazy, actually. I assume it's all about Shadow Wave, because Dazzle's Shadow Wave does, what, 120 or something? 140? So it does 140. That would put it to a 200 heal, AoE, and AoE dispel. And it would do 210 damage. 220 damage per target. So if somebody gets in a creep wave, you could just fucking kill them. This is actually really cool. I like this. I think this is a better change to the hero. Because that effectively that was the issue with the past Scepter. It's like, why would I buy Aghanim Scepter on Dazzle when I can literally just walk into a creep wave and cast Shallow Grave or Shallow Wave and kill the whole thing anyways? It's like attacking everything once was not useful. So why not just make it a better version of Shadow Wave? It does more damage, so it'll push just as good, and it's going to heal more, and it dispels. So now it's just better. It like has more uses. It'll have the functionality of the previous aghs that could be used to counter people with AoE slows, like Venogale or something. I can counter that now and still heal better, but also use it to nuke. So it's just all around better. I think this is great. It's a more viable item for a support standpoint, or a core, maybe core as well. The core maybe less so, but in terms of like a heal bot Dazzle that goes like aghs Mech or something, or aghs Greaves, it has more potential to like offer something. AoE heals, basically. As support, it's still probably bad, though. Bad Juju upgrade launches an attack at 3 close enemies within 12 in range each time I cast ability. Yeah, so they're putting the old aghs into a 1400 gold shard because they realize it's kind of garbage. But this is mostly useful if you poison attack a lot of enemies to make sure that everybody keeps getting hit, so they keep taking poison attack damage. Or poison sting, what's it called? Poison touch damage. 20% slow, 52 damage per second for 8 seconds, or for 7 seconds. It's okay. I don't think I would buy this unless I was playing like core or Dazzle with right click items. Though, at this point, doesn't feel very useful. But I could be wrong. Could be a pocket pick. I guess, like, I don't know, you could use it to like break blink daggers and stuff. Break refraction charges or something. I don't know. I'd much rather buy other things instead. Yeah, you're still gonna have to buy Glimmer first as a support. So the cooldown reduction is good, keeps you and your allies alive, but maybe like a Scepter could be something you buy as a support now. I'm sure lower level people will buy it and it'll be really effective. So, all right, Death Prophet, base movement speed increased by 25. Yikes. Okay, so this is how they're offsetting it. Spirit Siphon no longer drains movement speed. The charge replenish time is reduced, especially early game. And Exorcism Ghost speed increased a little bit, baby bit. Turn rate improved. 25 talent change from Exorcism grants haste to minus 20 second Spirit Siphon replenish time. So this is one of the reasons that Spirit Siphon would slow people, so that you could catch up to them. So if you're just faster at all points in time, this is relatively good. You're going to be less effective offensively because you can't like apply slow to your allies. But if you have like a Yules, obviously you can get allies to follow up. But losing the slow is actually kind of a big deal. Spirit Siphon now drains 0.75 armor per second and gives it to you. Okay, cool. Armor gain and loss lasts for 14 seconds. So this is a nice solution to her. One of her problems is that sometimes you need to cover for a lot of different things. You need to buy Yules to set up or to cover yourself. Then you need to buy BKB. And then you need like an armor item so that you don't just die to heavy physical damage. So being able to like buy an Aghs shard if there's a lot of armor on the enemy team, it could really help. Keep in mind that Spirit Siphon lasts for, I think, 5 seconds. So that would mean that you are gaining 5 times 0.7, which is, it's probably like 3.5 or something. I think it's 3.5. So if you get a full Spirit Siphon, no, does it last for 6? I can't remember. Death Prophet lasts for 6 seconds. So you're getting 4.25 armor per hero that you siphon from, which is obviously going to just make staying alive easier. You're obviously healing from Spirit Siphon as well. So another thing that's kind of interesting about this change, this could lower her win rate. Just because, like, if there's a lot of heroes by you and you Spirit Siphon them all, they're going to run away a lot easier now. You can't, like, chase against 3 heroes going in different directions, right? But if it's just 1 hero, it's probably not that bad because 25 movement speed. You're going to be really fast now with Death Prophet. Yeah, gaining armor. Oh, and they lose armor, of course. I forgot about that too. So, and if they lose armor, then your ulti does more damage because it does physical. So, looks potentially really good. Definitely good against tanky heroes. Definitely good against right-click physical heroes. Steal more armor in combat. It's not just going to be heal. It'll still be same cooldown later on until you get 25, but kind of cool. It's not 1 egg shard per team, I don't think. I think it's like there's 5 shards available to buy. 1 shard per team would be stupid. People would fight way too much about it. A lot of people are going to buy aghs shards right at the start, and it's going to be bad. Pubs, when a new patch comes out, pubs are going to be like fucking crazy and weird for weeks until people like simmer down a little bit and realize what's actually good. Level 10 talent increased from -2 kinetic field cooldown to -3. Makes Disruptor potentially very good. The other talent is Thunderstrike damage. This would put kinetic field at a 7-second cooldown at the highest level. You would never take this kinetic field cooldown talent unless your kinetic field was already maxed out, because every kinetic field point already drops it by 3 seconds. So you're going to see some disruptors delay their talents probably, but I mean, having kinetic field at 4.4 out of 7 seconds is pretty good, I would say. You could have it perma then. Kinetic field duration at 25 is +3, so that would put it at 7.4 out of 7. So you can make your kinetic field permanent without an Octarine core now, which is kind of cool. Allows Thunderstrike to be cast on allies, follows the ally and deals damage around them. That's cool. Each strike gives a short 1-second buff that provides 50 movement speed, 50% movement speed. That's 150 movement speed, by the way, and 75 attack speed. Strike interval is every 2 seconds. So basically, if we multiply these numbers by 25%, that's what the on average increases. Increase the radius by 160 when used on allies. It's like a little zap on the butt. That's kind of cool. I like this. Basically makes Disruptor a better hero for amplifying your cores. Pretty much. I like it. Yeah, you don't get more Thunderstrike hits until 20, but it makes your 20 talent better, the +3 Thunderstrike hits. Because instead of doing 4 strikes, you do 7. So if you do get a shard, like buying a shard as a disruptor later in the game would be really valuable for sure. 1,400 gold to like amplify your core while they're pushing. That looks really good. And the Thunderstrike does still do damage, deals damage around them. So yeah, gives them a buff and could deal damage while they dive. So looks pretty good. 9-second cooldown for Thunderstrike at level 4, so not bad. Doom Scepter reworked, okay. Causes Doom to apply break and reduces the cooldown from 145 to 100. So basically would allow you to make Doom up more available more often, 100 seconds instead of 145. And but also apply break. So rather than it being on Inferno Blade. And then level 10 talent increased from +2 Doom duration to +3. That must be Dota. Yep, Dota client's out of date. It's finished updating. Inferno Blade stun duration is increased to 1.2 seconds. If the enemy level is a multiple of 3 or above, level 24, they'll be stunned for an additional 0.6 seconds and take 150 bonus damage. Animation looks really cool. So this is just a regular hero, 1.2 seconds, and here's the multiple of 3 guy. So in Dota 1, Doom's third skill was called Level Death. It was a ranged spell, and based on what level they were, it would do bonus damage. So it would go from like level 6 multiplier down to 3. So do bonus damage. So this is basically what it's a throwback. 0.6 to 1.2 seconds. So it's just more stun duration. And if they're a multiple of 3, it stuns for 1.8. It's a 4-second ability, 4-second cooldown ability. So that'll be pretty effective. I should have read this earlier. Got a message about Bat Rider aghs. Or sorry, Bat aghs with defensive capability. Let's jump back really quickly. Guys, use Flaming Lasso with aghs. You could use it on 2 heroes to grant them 80% damage reduction while griefing them and preventing them from attacking. Okay. Where were we? Doom? Oh, that's way too far. Okay, opening the game up. So, throwback, more stun duration could be useful no matter what, just because against wily heroes, it'll be easier to make sure that they're in place. And if you get lucky on their level matchups, then, or if it's like a really late game situation, if everyone's level 24 or 25, then you just add, basically, your Infernal Blade goes from a 0.6 second stun to a 1.8 second stun. So, in like ultra late game scenarios, this is insane, actually. It's like insanely good. And they take 150 bonus damage. So, this seems really good. Definitely an amazing late game shard, like incredibly good late game shard, and could be bought earlier potentially, but probably cheesy. But ultra late game, really, really good. And Doom Applying Break I think is good too. It's probably more usable than the Infernal Blade one. I liked the old aghs, I thought it was cool, but it's just kind of hard to use. So lowering Doom cooldown and making it apply break for the whole duration is just going to be better against your Spectre type heroes. Okay. It said about the Bat Rider, you can lasso your ally and the enemy attacking it with Scepter. Okay. So maybe it's not 2 allies, it would be an ally and an enemy. So you could basically grab your ally and pull him back to your team while pulling an enemy. Okay, that's kind of cool then. That would definitely make it a lot better, because then you're protecting while also attacking. You know how that goes. What did I want to check? That's it, nothing on Doom. Oh yeah, level Infernal Blade cooldown. I think it's 4. 4 or 5? I think it's 4. Yeah, 4 seconds. So if we're doing a 1.8 second stun every 4 seconds, that's stupidly good in late game. Dragonair Breathefire mana cost is reduced by 10. Dragon Tail damage increased by 25 each. Watch out, guys. The DPS is increasing. Elder Dragon Splash Form radius increased and 15 talent more health. Dragonite, a boring hero, and boring patch changes, I gotta say. Grants Elder Dragon Form the Fireball ability. Ignites a 450 AoE for 10 seconds, dealing 80 damage per second. It's basically like the Ancient Black Dragon. Lasts 10 seconds. 800 magic damage nuke. If they stand in it. Cast range is 1400. Cooldown is 20. Oh, that's big. Dragonite Void Spirit, guys. I mean, Faceless Void. Let's do it. 80 damage per second. It's kind of like a shitty macro power, but that's a lot. It's a lot of damage and it's a big AoE. It does feel like Jakiro ult, but I mean, it's dragon themes. It's huge. That's so much. And Dragon Tail stun is like 5 seconds, 3.5 to 5 seconds. So like, this looks to me at least like a much better way to like fix some of Dragonite's damage problems. Like one of the issues with DK is like it's really hard to transition into like being a DPS hero because he's strength. He's tanky. He has a lot of HP. He has armor and regen, but it's hard to buy damage items that make him like feel comparable to other true carries. Like he doesn't transition well. So if you could make him more of a spellcaster, that could work. Boom, spend 1400 gold, and now it's like every time you go in, you're dealing 400 magic damage with Fireball on some guy that's stunned for 5 seconds. That's decent. Or somebody else gets stunned, throw a Fireball down. or Mars ulti with Fireball. It's pretty reasonable. And it's not a big deal for Dragon Knight to spend like 1,400 gold on that in a later stage. Not to mention the fact that this is now your new way to farm creeps. This seems really good to me. Could really change Dragon Knight as a hero. He has farm issues. He's got Breathe Fire, obviously, but like, that's it. Breathe Fire, slap creeps, slap creeps, slap creeps. Now it's like, oh, here's a creep wave. Fireball from 1,400 range. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You have to use your ulti. My bad. Not that busted. If this was always there, it'd be insane. You just cast fireballs all the time. But still pretty good. Definitely good for team fights. Could justify using your ulti more often. I mean, the ulti cooldown is not bad these days. 60-second duration, 115 cooldown. Obviously, fighting without it up is dangerous. But you can get a 15% cooldown talent at 20. So that puts your ulti more along the lines of like 90 seconds, I think. It's like 100 seconds to 90 seconds. It's pretty high uptime. It's not bad. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool idea. Draw Ranger base damage. Actually, yeah, let's run ads. No spoilers. Be right back. Let's do... It's a farming shard. It is a farming shard, but it's also damage too. Fighting. Veiled Dragon Knight. I don't know about that one. It's probably not worth it. 80 damage per second is... It's okay, but it's not like incredible. It's only going to get worse as the game goes on. But against the right heroes, it's really good. Beastmasters, Broodmothers, sieging heroes. Like, look at this AoE. Just throw that shit down in front of your tower. Nobody wants to stand in that. It's 50% uptime. Like, you can cast this almost 3 times per ulti. You'd get 2 out of it. Did we go over the bounty shard? The bounty shard's good for the vision, mainly. The movement speed's okay. It's mostly the movement speed or the vision that'll be really good for high level players. I mean, you can still push high ground into this. It's just not easy. You'd have to go in for 10 seconds and back for 10 seconds and then go back in again. Or give magic resistance or something. Okay, let's go on. Dry Ranger base damage reduced by 2. Frost Arrow slow reduced a little bit. Makes the numbers look better. Marksmanship agility bonus rescaled. Just better looking. Worse at early game. But about the same. Marksmanship damage. Slightly better late game, but definitely worse. Like the 6 to 12 levels. Marksmanship damage bonus reduced. Okay, so she's like significantly worse at 12. It's kind of a big deal. Less agility. Less damage. It's probably kind of mild, but I'm sure you'll notice a little. And then level 20 talent change from Gust Silence Duration to -4 Gust Cooldown. That makes more sense. So then because if it's Gust Duration, it's like how long they're silenced, right? That's only useful against some circumstances, but having it be a lower cooldown to be able to cast them more often would be nice. That's the 20 talent. So it's either Gust cooldown or multi-shot damage. That would put the cooldown at 9 seconds. So you could push people away from you more often. Which is definitely more valuable than duration. I assume people will still ignore it because multi-shot damage is pretty good, but could be good. Frost Arrows apply a hypothermia stack to enemy heroes, reducing their regen by 10 per stack. More anti-regen here. Lasts 7 seconds. If an enemy hero dies with hypothermia stacks, they burst and deal 60 magic damage per stack and 25% slow for 2 seconds to enemies within 650 radius. Okay. So spamming the frost arrows on people is very good. It's only heroes though. 650 radius is huge, yeah. I think I like in theory this looks really cool, but I don't think it's going to be that straightforward because a lot of times what happens is like Drow is running for her life while fighting, and the people she's killing isn't necessarily near everybody else. But I mean, 7 stacks is what, 420 AoE magic damage. It's good, but it's not like bonkers. These are all range creeps. You see, if these are melee creeps, they wouldn't die. I think it's good, but not incredible. DK will Spore Prism Octarine and Radiance makes his ultimate cooldown 60 seconds. You're right, that is OP if you can farm a Spell Prism and an Octarine, and then you don't do any damage. I guess that's Octarine Radiance is your idea. That sounds crazy. Maybe it could work, but you have to get a Spell Prism. Radiance DK is kind of like just better tanky heroes. Not recommended you go that build. Spirit Remnants duration reduced from 2 minutes to 1 minute. Enchant Remnant can now also be cast on Remnants. Has a 5-second cooldown when used this way, as in Enchant Remnant. Are you talking about the aghs? Yeah. Okay, so basically the purpose is to explode the remnants for damage. Because the aghs are a spirit, you can turn yourself or allies into remnants and then punch them whichever way. And at the end of it, they explode, dealing damage, I believe, is how it works. So if you could potentially like put a remnant on the ground, enchant it, and then do damage. And then as a result, it'll be a 5-second cooldown. So aghs not only would allow you, it would be a defensive and an offensive item to help Earth Spirit deal more damage.
Legend begins. That spot there.
It does not say exactly. Okay, 300 damage. And then damaging, yes. So I could do, you know, we still have to be really close. Yeah. So, you know. Live, and then he would pop. So it gives you more damage, potentially.
A fool's first lesson is his last.
Which is good. 300 damage is a lot.
That's a good
Not that you get aghs often on Earth Spirit, but this certainly makes it a little bit cooler. And then also, this shard ability causes Earth Remnants, causes Earth Remnants to provide 4 underground vision, increases the charge count by 4, can use Alt to see the radius. That's really cool. I could definitely see pro players grabbing this, because it's going to just give a little bit of vision, potentially, for your Earth Spirits. Increasing the charge count by 4 could be useful in some circumstances. If somebody's low, like for example, if you're out of charges and you need to fight to defend or high ground or something, I could see people buying it as well. You could use it basically to find people in trees, like rolling boulder to run into the trees. You don't see the guy, start dropping remnants or Earth Remnants where you think they are. I could see people buying this. It's a little expensive, but for like walking to a high ground situation like that, put a stone down. Like so much simpler. It's a little indicative that somebody's there, obviously, but if you're worried about going high ground and dying, I could see somebody buying that. Earthshaker, no changes other than Fissure. Reduces Fissure cooldown by 2 seconds and allows you to walk on it. Whenever you cast a spell, an aftershock effect is replicated through the Fissure path. Okay, cool. So you'll Fissure, you can walk through your own Fissure, and then if you cast... Wow. That's really good. Oh, that's really cool. That is so cool. The reason this is so amazing is because normally you have to be in melee range for Earthshaker to do good stuff, but like you're still going to want to buy Blink Dagger to make Echo Slam really good, but like you do not have to buy Blink Dagger anymore to make your Chain Stun really good. Like your damage by far is way better in melee range, but like this is still good. He's only using Enchant Totem, but you could Echo Slam too. Like he could Echo Slam right now and Aftershock stun them. It just gives you more options, right? Like if there's like 3 grouped heroes and 2 heroes to the side, normally what you do is you blink and you Echo Slam, and then you Fissure towards the 2 heroes that are far away, and then everybody gets stunned. But now you can Enchant Totem after that and stun everybody again. So like this is potentially really good. Like you're just adding stun duration to your combo, which is one of the really busted things about Earthshaker, is that you're like stunning everybody for like 4 seconds or something. It's harder with status resistance these days, so maybe this isn't going to be as OP as it sounds. And Fissure cooldown is really long, so like, I mean, on paper, the passive benefits of this are not that extreme. Fissure's a 15-second ability, cooldown ability late game, so that goes down to 13. It's not that big, but walking on it is fine. Makes it easier for shitty players to play it, but most importantly, being able to like aftershock follow up on entire teams would be quite good. Don't forget the Fissure cast range ability is going to be way better with this. You can do a Fissure range of 1700 units, 1720 units, and everybody in that Fissure range can now be aftershock stunned. So if you ever Fissure from range, it's not just 1.75 stun, it's actually a 3-second stun. So that's ridiculously good. Like, as a support, you can do this. 4 points Fissure, 1 point Enchant Totem, 4 points Aftershock. Buy aghs shards. Every fight, Fissure, Enchant Totem. Boom. That's 3 seconds of AoE stun in the Fissure line. That's really good. I think this is really good. Can you pass through terrain by walking on Fissure? I would guess no. It probably just functions like it's normal ground for you. It's like Fissure walking. No more jumping? No, jumping's still there. Aghs is still there. But you don't have to get aghs to be more effective. Like this basically allows you to play farther away from Earthshaker safely. Because now you can just do Fissure and then Enchant Totem kind of stuff. I think this is really cool. If I'm having a good Earthshaker game, I'm definitely buying this. This just looks so excellent. And it's definitely going to encourage me to get the Fissure cast range now. Some pros get that. I would probably get it almost every time now if I'm having a good game. And I'm definitely buying the shard. 4.5 second stun on a giant line. That's crazy. Without having to blink in. Every Fissure, just 3 second stun. It's insane. And an extra, what was it, 125 damage or something? 150 damage. It's okay damage, but the stun duration is really the good thing. All right, Elder Titan, no changes. Allows you to turn Echo Stomp on autocast. When cast while on autocast, you'll take the place of the Astral Spirit as it completes a stomp. Okay. Kind of cool. So you could use it to teleport, basically. So basically, the autocast isn't actually autocast, is what it looks like. It just means that, like, if you autocast it, this is the mechanism that chooses when you want to teleport to it. So you would have to get used to you turning autocast on and off. But I mean, this is pretty powerful for the fact that, like, if you do get a really good stomp, or if you think you're going to get a really good stomp, you'd be in melee range. If you're in melee range, they have magic resistance aura reduction and armor aura reduction. If you're from range and you get the stomp, then they only have magic resistance reduction. So with this shard, potentially you could pick the right times to go in and do a buttload of damage. Also, if you have aghs, this is probably better too, because once you get the stomp off, you instantly teleport to it and your BKB is instant and you're already in position. So this would save you time. Like for core ET, this looks really good. Not that core ET is very common or anything, but like if you do have an aghs, I could definitely see aghs shard be something that you'd want to pick up. It can be dangerous though, because you could be getting out of position obviously, and you have to make that decision as you start the stomp, which is hard. But yeah, if there's like setup already, it could be really good. It's kind of cool. Use Spirit before you TP back to base. Oh, that's really sick. That is so right, dude. That is so right. You could put the Spirit down, TP back to base to heal, turn on autocast, channel Echo Stomp, teleport back to your Spirit. You're completely right. You could easily heal with this. Still would have to be 20 minutes in the game, and it's like, it's not like the most broken thing. And I still wouldn't buy it like first. But if you have like aghs or something, I could see this be very justifiable. I wouldn't necessarily buy it like on a support though. It has potential. I don't think it'll be like an always meta thing, but Ember Spirit and int gain increased. Activate Fire Remnant, Scepter mana cost increased. Okay, so making aghs a little bit worse. It's still cheap. Like Activate Fire Remnant is 150 normally. If you get Scepter, it went down to 25, which is it was like stupid low. 75 is more fair though. And then they increases int gain a little bit to not completely destroy his win rate. And then Fire Remnants deal 45 damage per second in a 600 AoE. Dying or killing an enemy hero leaves a Fire Remnant nearby. Kills within 400 range of you count. DPS from multiple Fire Remnants doesn't stack. That's cool. Basically, it has a flame guard. 45 damage per second is not incredible. You shouldn't probably use these for farming, for example, but you could put one on a small camp or something and it would die. You're not going to buy this right away. I don't really see you... When would you even bother buying this? Stops blink daggers. You get a fire remnant on the ground, which would allow you to jump later. So like, if you go on a rampage, it'd be pretty good, because rampage meaning like you're jumping and getting kills. There's going to be fire remnants on the ground. You could use those for extra damage. It's really mana expensive, so most people probably won't. But like, if you do a lot of gap closing to get to the fight, or use 3 remnants to burst a guy and then chase somewhere and realize you're out of position, you could use those older remnants to jump away. So it would give you a little bit more control to get in or out of the fight. So it's not a terrible upgrade. I'm not 100% if people will buy it. It still seems a little weird. I don't know. It's kind of good. I don't know if we'll see people buy it over other items, over other utility items, but maybe it'll be good because Magic Ember is the common build right now. You just kind of, you want to be around and still doing stuff, so it's kind of cool. Buyback reasons? I mean, yeah, I guess, but you can do that anyways with remnants. It's not that different than the normal circumstance. Enchantress, level 25 double acorn, Daedalus, one shot their whole team. Yeah, I'm sure that's good. But that shit's happening because people don't know how to play against her yet, so they're gonna play worse against her, and everyone's doing dumb shit and spending the money in weird ways. So like, saying the hero's probably strong, because most of new heroes are strong right at the start, but to encourage people to play them so they can get data. But like, I don't necessarily believe the hero's ultra busted just yet. A lot of it has to do, like, you probably farm really fast on the character for sure, but yeah. Anyways, I don't even know what you're at. Maybe you have 300 MMR. Who knows? I can't take your example as credit or as real. Enchant cooldown rescaled. Sprink upgrade no longer grants 150 attack rate passively. I just found this out like a week ago, so happy to see it got removed. Sprink now launches an impetus attack on the 3 furthest enemy units within your attack range. Plus 200. Cool. You could use this to farm. Sprint cooldown goes up to 5 seconds. This is really cool. So no longer gives you passive attack range, but it lets you hit units, and then adds 3 permanent nature attendants that follow you around. I like that. Very cool. Very pretty. It's like cosmetics. How much heal is that? Like 30 per second or something? We definitely need to sprunk, guys. If there's an opportunity to sprunk, we sprunk. 13 heal per second, so 39 per second. That seems kind of good. You can use it for pushing and stuff. The heal is at 25, so it won't ever be like that much incredible. But that's kind of cool. Get to 25, get the nature attendance heal talent with that. The little sprites. Is it time to buy a Holy Locket on Enchantress with aghs shard? Just 40 HP per second for you or allies. It should work with Holy Locket because it is a heal. So let's see how this works. Yeah, you can use this to farm. That was what I was wondering. Let's check it out with the next creep wave.
It's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Do I have to listen to that for the whole fucking game? I'm never buying this. Well, you can farm now, guys. Literally 50 mana to like nuke 3 creeps. This is extremely good. Alright, Enchantress back on the menu. She has a way to farm now. She's got AoE that isn't like... Her only way to like farm really fast before was either planting her butt in a lane and never leaving, or you level up Enchant a little bit, and then you take control of a range creep, and it would kill the whole enemy wave. Watch this shit. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. Oh good, I don't have to hear it anymore. Thank God it's done. Alright, watch this shit. It's gonna 3-shot these creeps. 4-shot, excuse me. 5-shot. You know what I mean. And then, so you basically just send this down a lane, and it gets like every last hit just about, except for that one, of course. You just A-click it down a lane, and you go do something else. Oh, we're getting heals!
Here I come.
How can you defend against this? Sprunk. Sprunk seems very good, guys. Like, Sprunk just seems really good. I don't know. Am I dropping frames? I'm surprised that it's dropping frames. Yeah, it is going a little slow. I don't know. Maybe I have too many windows open or something. Should I not be playing Cyberpunk at the same time that I do the patch stream, guys? It could be all the videos on the Dota website too. Maybe it's like sucking my resources up. Like only in Dota. I did not hit local recording. I'm not dropping frames. It's probably just my PC's capping out a little bit. It's probably like a lot of shit that's sucking up my performance. It's probably this website, honestly. Anyways, yeah, I think aghs on Enchantress is like mandatory for core enchant because it gives you farm and defense. It'll be useful in team fights. You're just gonna like sprunk, wait 5 seconds, sprunk again, just keep sprunking. Sprunk all day basically. Get a little bit of mana regen. Like literally just sprunk creep waves and try not to die. So Enchantress core is 100% back on the menu. Is it gonna be offlane? I'm not really sure. But maybe support enchant will become less good. Not sure. The downside though is like getting to sprunk is still 4,000 gold. So that part's not really easy, but... And do you want to transition straight into aghs? I feel like I can't help but think that you wouldn't just rush aghs right away. It gives you raw HP, a little bit of stats. Like maybe you'd buy some like... Buy a null talisman or something or some bracers, but... Can't help but think that rushing sprunk wouldn't be good. It's going to be slow though. Getting to it is a little bit slow. Not sure. Alright, Enigma Demonic Conversion. Attack point improved. So Eidolons attack faster. The duration goes up so they'll double quicker. Malefice cooldown reduced. Hasn't Enigma been getting picked a lot though? Malefice cooldown is resembling a real ability now, even at level 1. Level 10 talent. Wow, they put that Malefice stun duration 1 to 10. This talent is actually really good. I tried it once in Dire Tide. It's actually not bad. It goes from a 1 second Malefice stun. What are the numbers in game at the early levels? Because usually you just have like 1 point of Malefice really. 0.4 seconds up to 1 second is how it scales. So if you have a level 1 Malefice and you get that talent, it jumps up to 0.75. You'd probably just rather level the ability. It's actually a pretty good level 1 ability right now. 14-second cooldown, 100 mana. I'll show you guys. 14-second cooldown, 40 damage, it's fine. 100 mana, 0.4 second stun. That's not bad. And you can do the mana. Anyways, 1.35 second stun 3 times is a lot of stun duration. That's 4 seconds of stun. 30% more, 35% more stun duration. It's really good. So, and that's compared to... No, it's just, that's it. It's either that or Eidolon movement speed. Eidolon health. I can't help but think that you just get Malefice stun duration most of the time. Unless they had a lot of AoE, I mean, you could. Level 15 talent reduce the cooldown reduction, and level 15 talent is Midnight Pulse radius. Okay. Midnight Pulse itself has radius of 550, so this could be pretty big AoE. Quite good. Black Hole now does, with the Agham Shard, a non-interrupted pull. Interrupting pull towards its center at 12 and a 1200 AoE. So basically like old Black Hole. Oh. That's very cool. Oh, that is so cool. It looks so good. So basically if anybody's close but not close and they're not paying attention, then they will get sucked in. 175 units per second. Basically, you can black hole even if people aren't in the AoE when they're trying to run away, and they will still, it's effectively a slow. This is a lot. This is like a 50% slow, basically. So from the point where you're casting black hole to where they are, it's a 50% slow. Is that correct to say? I believe slows are based on base movement speed, not current. I might be wrong. But this is pretty cool. Does that also mean that if you run towards the black hole, you get there faster? Makes it hard to interrupt black holes while need a very low cast point. Like basically, yeah, that's probably true. It's harder to play around it. Probably it's easier to get sucked in. It probably doesn't pierce spell immunity, I would guess, but yeah, let's try it out. This is like too cool to not try it. It does pierce spell immunity. Oh. Yeah, you do run faster at him. That's one downside. If this guy has a Yules or something, and you're like over here. He's like, sure, I'll oh shit, it didn't work. Okay, let's try it again. Damn it, just cast the damn thing. You run at him a little bit faster, but what if they're running, yeah? This is like pretty significant. What? Was I limited? What was that? Okay, that one worked. That was weird. I'm spamming right click though. That was weird. It like stopped me from moving. It looked like I was running in place briefly. Yeah, right there. It's like some weird shit. I don't know if it's just because the map is different. It's like a custom map basically, but oh. Some weird shit going on, guys. If it pulled me into the tree. Let's make this a little easier. You can definitely get sucked into trees, and then he gets teleported out.
As you suggest.
No, it won't pull me over trees. It's actually blocking me. That was weird. It looks really weird around. That one pulled me up. It's like getting me stuck, some shit. It's weird, dude. There's some weird shit going on with this, guys. Refresh the web page, that's a good idea. Yep, still affects you. That's a pretty good change, I gotta say.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Okay, we refreshed. Seems quite good, I gotta say. Just makes it looks like it just makes it a lot easier for your ulti to feel effective if you don't catch the right people. So it'll make you less of like a BKB bot. Alright, Faces View Void. Base agility reduced by 4. Base damage is unchanged. So less armor, less attack speed. Make it a little bit easier to fight him. He won't attack as fast. Just small advantages to make it harder for him to trade. Time log bonus damage reduced by a little bit. 10 at all levels. Level 15 talent reduced by... Oh, just a little less time walk cast range. Void is very good, obviously. Time walk remains castable for 1.5 seconds after landing. If used in this period, you will reverse your time walk back to your previous cast location. Increases time walk cast range by 200. Does not change the health of second use. Okay. Basically it makes it so like making mistakes on time walk is not nearly as punishing. You can like outplay your opponents a little bit more. Jump into chrono. Oops, not a good chrono. Jump back. Jump in, get a kill on a guy that's retreating. Jump back. Is it proc aghs on return? Yeah, that's a good idea to check. If so, it sounds busted. Because then you could just do it in place and get a double aghs proc. Let us see.
I am the Elder One. Scepter.
The time for preparation. Use it wisely.
A path for
Oh.
seed. It's not time yet. My path unspoken.
Let's test it this way. Nope, it doesn't. Good. That would have been busted. Okay. Kind of weird. Has potential. Something to spend on late game as a carry. It also increases your cast range by 200, so it's very equivalent to like this talent. So definitely could be useful. You could also hypothetically buy this shit before you hit level 15 if you really want to, but it's probably a little YOLO. All right, we're on G. Thank you very much. Please, please, guys. Grimstroke base attack. Grimstroke has a terrible win rate right now, guys. So there needs to be some major buffs. Base attack range increased by 25. He has terrible base damage, so attack range is really nice to help him trade better. Inkswell max damage is reduced again. Inkswell max values now happen after 2.5 seconds of touching an enemy rather than 3 seconds. What does this mean? Thank you for the sub, Ping Dream. I appreciate it. I mean, it maxes faster, but I thought that you needed like 2 heroes to hit max damage before. Fem's Embrace. I'll have to test to see how much damage it does, but with just 1 hero versus 2. But Phantom Embrace mana cost reduced by a lot. Okay, this is good. Cheaper mana for Phantom's Embrace early game. Justifies casting a little bit more. Phantom's Embrace cooldown rescaled to be much worse at level 1 to compensate. A little bit better late game. The bounty is much better in your favor, so making Phantom's Embrace more usable as a level 1 skill. 37 gold. God, it was really that much. It's good, better justify getting it early game, like doing Phantom's Embracing Swell or something instead of Stroke of Fate, if you really wanted to. But I always skip Phantom's Embrace until a bit later. I always go Inkswell with the other one. Dark Portrait Illusion duration increased by 10 seconds. Phantom's Embrace now refreshes the cooldown if the target it was cast on dies before it reaches them. Okay, as it should have been. A level 10 talent change from Inkswell damage to -4 Inkswell cooldown. The cooldown itself was 15 seconds, so lowering the cooldown by 4 would put it down to 11, which is pretty good. And then Ink Over. Grants Ink Over, covers a target enemy in ink for 6 seconds, slowing attack speed by 50, movement speed by 20, and dealing a total of 240 damage over its duration. 700 cast range, cooldown is 14. Mana cost 125. So something else to use with your aghs without having to buy a Dark Portrait. And this will give you an option. Dark Portrait obviously good with illusion heroes, but this is just useful. 50 attack speed, 20% movement speed, 240 damage, just like more damage basically. So that's one of the issues with Grim is that like you very much have to rely on your allies to combo with you with your ulti. But now you can damage 240 each on top of what Phantom's Embrace does. And you slow attack speed, which is obviously very good because attack speed is what prevents them from killing Phantom's Embrace. And it slows their movement speed and deals damage. So this looks really good. I can't see why you wouldn't grab this often on Grim. It kind of depends what their neutral items or what their items are. If they have Glimmers or BKBs, then obviously it's not very good, but otherwise this looks really good. Ulti, Phantom's Embrace, Ink Over every time. It just does more damage. Huh. Ignoring the Agnum Shard ability, like I think the general buffs are okay. I'll have to check the Inkswell one, but the mana cost stuff for Phantom's Embrace is good. Like getting 1 point of Phantom's Embrace in lane is probably worthwhile. Let's go look at the numbers, and then we'll check the Inkswell damage. So 120 Rend damage, Deals 30 DPS. I mean, it's 150 magic damage to cast Phantom's Embrace. It's pretty high. You probably still are going to want to get one Stroke of Fate at least, so that you can secure range creeps. But like one Stroke of Fate alone is pretty solid generally as an ability. And I guess if you Phantom's Embrace your opponent, then they're attacking the Phantom's Embrace and not you. That part isn't terrible. So it being really long cooldown, I think is not that terrible. Because if you are trading hits with your opponent and you want to use both, thank you, I can do it. If you want to use Phantom's Embrace and Inkswell to trade hits with the enemy support, it's not as bad as it used to be. 200 mana is kind of a lot, but let's demo it.
Long have my people suffered for my fine.
So it does 75 damage from Ink Tendrils. Then the explosion does 90.
I insist.
I mean, it's a... I mean, it's a lot of damage for a 1-point ability. The cooldowns are really high, though, is the problem.
As befits my artistry.
So I think what it basically means... See, the way I thought this skill worked before was that I thought it hit half of its damage numbers with one hero. I thought it hit its damage numbers better with multiple heroes. But what this looks like now is that I was probably wrong before. In that rather than... Basically, like before, they'd have to be standing on you the entire time to get max damage. But now you can do something like this. Wait half a second, then get closer, and still do max damage. Is what it looks like. So it's a little bit more forgiving to do max damage, is what it seems like. And then I would probably... I mean, I'd probably still want to do, like, Stroke of Fate in lane. But if you're playing support, potentially, you could definitely also do, like, this. And then this. If they really want to attack you twice, then... there's a decent chance it rends back. I mean, it's a lot of damage. And it being only 80 mana makes it a lot more justifiable, the skill. For sure. Especially if you have an ally in lane who also has a stun. Like, you could definitely do a lot of damage with Phantom's Embrace. That could change the hero for sure. Because Stroke of Fate is still good, but it's like more of a lane harassment tool, obviously. Individually, it doesn't really do that much damage in comparison to something like Phantom's Embrace. And the fact that it's only 10 damage is less scary now. So maybe you do need to go more like these. Thanks for all the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, and then the thingy mabobber, of course. And then 2 heroes.
As I plan.
And then you just do... God, there's gonna be so many hotkeys actually if you do D and F. Okay, I see they keep it the same. I didn't want this. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of mana, too. I need to fucking Dark Portrait these guys.
Yes.
Restoration. Restoration 5. Oh, you could actually do it twice.
Okay.
That's really hard, actually. If they're in melee range, I think I could cast it twice. Need more duration. Oh, it's right. It's not gonna... Oops. Did it wrong. Never knew about this, that you could potentially cast it twice, but... You can't. Huh. It lasts till the end. I don't know if it was always like this. Let's go up to 18. See if you can cast it twice before it runs out. But technically this should rend back. It doesn't. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, so you can recast it. Okay. The numbers just must have been really close. Okay, so yeah, a little better. Maybe some skill build changes that can make it more viable. Phantom's Embrace being 80 mana looks really reasonable for what it does. So, a lot of damage. Yeah. Grimstroke may be back, we'll see. Gyrocopter attack animation backswing reduced. So, basically bad players are going to have less trouble with Gyrocopter. Backswing is after your attack already shoots, how long your hero stands still, moving but not really doing anything. So bad players, Basically, if you right click with gyrocopter on an enemy that's moving away from you, and you don't attack move every attack, your hero will follow much better than he used to. Because literally half of a second less will be wasted every time that your hero realizes, like, oh shit, I need to start moving. That kind of a thing. Is that a good example? Yeah, that works. Okay, base damage range rescale to be a little bit cleaner, so a little bit more reliable last hitting, and base agility increased by 7. That's a big difference. Same damage, obviously, but this is like an armor and more attack speed, so he should be a little bit better as a right-click hero. I mean, this is 7 attack speed for an entire game extra, so his ability to hard carry with right-click damage is going to be a little bit higher. So it's a problem solving some new problems, solving some lane last hitting problems that he has trouble with, and just solving some harass problems. I mean, it's like a little bit over an armor too. So 5% more estimated hit points against physical sources. So you'll be a little stronger against those like Death OPAs. Rocket Barrage now hits an extra target, increases barrage duration by 1 second. Ooh, that's really good. This is really, really good. 2 heroes. Rocket Barrage does a lot of damage. I mean, they removed the barrage damage though, didn't they? Where are you, Gyro? No, it's still there. It's at 20. Did it used to be at 15? I think it used to be at 15. They moved it up. The Rocket Barrage damage talent is a shitload of damage. Your damage goes from 22 to 36. But if you're hitting 2 people with Rocket Barrage, we're talking a lot of damage. I mean, you're doubling the damage, especially when jungling. You're going to jungle way faster with that if you buy that. But that's still level 20, so it's pretty late. But in terms of like Gyro being an AoE monster, it definitely encourages that even more. It's pretty cool. It's a 33% damage increase. Well, the reality is that Rocket Barrage does 600 damage against a single unit. It's a 600 damage nuke. So if now you're doing 1200 damage, or sorry, if you're increasing it by 30% or whatever, it does 900, and now you can double that again. So we're doing 1800. If you have that Rocket Barrage talent instead of the movement speed one, and you buy the shard, you're doing 1800 magic damage near you. Against 2 units, of course, but still, it's an insane amount of magic damage. 1800 magic damage on a 5.5 second cooldown. It's ridiculous. The Rocket Barrage talent was already really good, guys, but it hitting 2 people now, like E-Blade isn't necessarily going to make it amazing, and yeah, people are going to BKBs by 20 minutes. Well, not 20 minutes necessarily, but by the time you're level 20. But still, like, it hitting 2 people is pretty solid if you get on top of the enemy heroes. Like, it's not. I don't see that talent as being that bad. Oh, and you're right, and increases the seconds by 1. It's way more than that. Increases the seconds from 3 to 4. So it gives you 25% more damage, and then it also doubles. All right, it's calculator time. That's the only way to do this justice. Maybe we need a spreadsheet, actually. Yeah, this is probably better for a spreadsheet. It'll be easier to like keep track of everything we do. On paper, these numbers are going to be insane. Let's go like right here. Let's just grab a big old bunch of squares. Perfect, right where it needs to be. Okay. So, current damage, we'll just do level 4 levels to make this easier. 3 seconds. So equals 3 times 10 rockets per second times 22 damage. So regular rocket barrage with talent equals 3 times 10 rockets per second times more damage, which becomes 22 plus 16, so 38, right? Nope, that's got to be wrong. I did my math wrong for sure. 22 plus 16. It is 38. That is right. Oh, it's way better than it used to be. It used to be less damage. So 1140 damage with talent is what Rocket Barrage does. If we increase the seconds, we're doing 4 times 10 times 22, and then equals 4 times 10 times 38, and then obviously this is doubled, so This is fucking insane. Is this real? Doing 3,000 magic damage per rocket barrage at level 20 with the shard. 1,500 magic damage. 1,500 magic damage per guy with the talent. On a 5.5-second cooldown. Get the E-Blade, guys. Get the Veil. It's like actually insane.
Get your rotors running.
Dummy target. It's after reduction. And then... there we go. And then that was 855. After reduction.
Bearings.
1,140 damage to 2 targets. Like, here's some level 1 heroes, guys. Like, let's give these guys hearts. They have 1850 HP. It's so much fucking damage. Now, if they get a blade mail, I'm fucking dead. But it is so much damage. Like, you legitimately don't have to go aghs anymore. Actually, you do not have to go aghs right click to kill people anymore. You can legitimately do rocket barrage talents in the shard, 100%. You could possibly get away with spell stuff. Yeah, you probably can, because you increase the damage already just by getting level 20. Like, you could probably do some type of Veil Gyro, 100%. Offlane Gyro, guys? Is it here? Probably not. No, that's garbage. Because you still need time to ramp up your rocket barrage. But I don't know.
Ah, damn it.
2,400 damage. 2,400 damage, guys. Might as well buy these. It's going to do like 80 damage each or some shit.
Rotating.
Oops, I did it wrong. Alright, one more time. And then I'm done.
What?
It's actually insane how much damage that is. Would you Bloodstone? You probably could actually. It's not a bad idea. The problem is that like before you finish it, it'd be kind of slow. Like you could hypothetically do like disassemble. Like it doesn't actually farm that fast. Like yes, I could do Octarine would be really good too actually. It'd be insanely good too. Obviously this is all kind of extreme if it works out or whatever, but like I mean, it's kind of bonkers. Hypothetically, if you can get into like Bloodstone or really good mana regen, this could work because you would be pushing creepwise fast, right? I'm just drive-buying. That's all I'm doing. I'm like, oh, here's enemy heroes. Once it starts spreading, it's obviously less good, but like... Rocket Barrage deserved this glory, you guys. It really did. Yeah, I'm applying so much damage just by pressing a button. Anyways. Is this viable? Spell damage gyro. It's countered by BKBs. It's countered by blade mails. I would be fucking myself up really fast. Octarine would obviously be extreme, but I would probably buy... Octarine is different. Okay, we'll talk about that later. It has cast range and it does not have spell lifesteal. So I'm confused now. But I was thinking I would get that item that gives you spell lifesteal 12%. That would work pretty good with Rocket Barrage because you could get like close to 100 and some HP per Rocket Barrage, which would be kind of nice. Okay, let's move on. Very fun. Let's do a refresh here just in case we're getting slow. Run Huskar. Probably should run some ads actually. Let's do Huskar quick and then we'll do ads. Berserker's Blood max attack speed increased to be better at level 1. Life Break Scepter duration increase. This is the amount of time that they have to attack him. Life Break Scepter now also increases cast range by 300. That's nice. That was one of the nice things. There was a talent actually that increased your range. But having these both together is nice. 20 talent change from... Okay, they removed it from here to minus 3 second Life Break cooldown. Which I think puts it from like 12 to 9, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 16? Let's take a look. 12, yeah. So put from 12 to 9. Taunt duration would be 3. And the other talent is strength, I think. No, minus... Or sorry, it's 40% Berserker's Blood regen. So it's more regen. Is the trade-off here. 25 talent attack range to 200. So just better attack range if you need it. Would make it better to siege. These are fine. The Scepter is pretty good. With like Blade Mail especially, pull people in to attack you, but Huskar's still kind of in a bit of a weird place. We'll see if any changes like bracers or things like that will be different. Aghs Shard causes Inner Fire to reduce healing and regen by 50% and applies at 35% slow, lowers cooldown by 2 seconds. Inner Fire is a really good ability actually. This would certainly make support Huskar a little better. Not that it is good, but it's an 11-second ability, so lowering it by 2 would put it at 9. So 4 second out of 9 you could do this. Healing and regen by 50 could be really big against certain heroes, especially if they have like heal supports backing them up. So it could be really good. Applying a slow is nice though. I like that. It makes running away as Huskar a lot more viable. Not that you're probably going to want to buy Shard that often, because it doesn't give you that much more raw survivability, but maybe it's good. Alright, ad time. Let's be right back. Thanks for watching, guys, and thanks everybody who's subbed so far. It's been a very good day. Good old patch. I'm excited to play, gotta say. I'm gonna go grab a snack really quick so that my brain still works in 2 hours. Oh god, we have so far to go. 60 seconds for me to eat my yogurt. Alrighty, run ads. Ran ads 2 minutes ago. I did not forget. You're probably not getting them because you're a sub. Subs don't get ads, I think. You just subbed and got the ads. Thank you. Eating my favorite yogurt. 26 seconds to eat this. That's gonna hurt. Mouth noises. All right, speed ran the shit out of that. Let's continue. Invoker. Forge Spirit now spawns 2 units when both Quas and Exort have 4 points. Okay, this is what it used to be back in the day. When you get 4 of each, it would make double Forge Spirits easier. But they put it on the talent, and since then we haven't seen much Quas, Exort, Invoker, like almost none. It's almost always Quas Wex right now. Ever since they increased the base damage of Invoker so that you can get away with doing like Quas, Wex, and then transitioning. The armor reduction cap is increased from 10 to 20 to make Forged Spirits a little bit more viable to lower people's armor. So right click Invoker could be back potentially with this. I don't know enough about Invoker core to make a good judgment about this, but it would certainly help like your farm speed, pushing out lanes, that kind of thing. But typically Invoker that would go Quas Exort would go either like Sunstrike builds a little bit with like Yules, or you would do like right click builds where you have like Midas and you just do a shitload of right click damage and you lower people's armor, and then you farm lanes by pushing them out with like Forged Spirits and Meteors and stuff like that, and then you help your allies with Sunstrikes. But this is like old, this is like years ago, so it'll help, I guess, if you do want to push just to have 2 Forged Spirits. Not a bad idea without having it to get a talent. We'll see what the challenge. Oh, Ice Wall DPS, cool. Cataclysm cooldown is increased by 10 seconds. The level 10 talent changed from 30 Chaos Meteor damage to 40 Chaos Meteor. Here's the Forged Spirit extra. It will be a 40 DPS Ice Wall, which is actually pretty good. Ice Wall is not a terrible ability in terms of disable, but nobody really thinks about it often in terms of damage. Let's see what the numbers are. Oh god, I might have to demo the hero to check. I guess so. I mean, Cataclysm nerf is not too unexpected. Like, Cataclysm's a really good spell to follow up in team fights. So, damage max is 48 per second. So, I mean, what's that, 15? 100 damage per second is not terrible. Hypothetically, you could like push waves with this, you know? Wow, duration's really bad if your Quas is not good.
Of course.
See, watch that guy die. That's not terrible. And then Alacrity talent nerfed a little bit. Tornado cooldown nerfed a little bit too to make the 20 talents a little bit worse. Okay. Causes Ice Wall to become a 900 range of vector target ability. Oh. I keep doing this, dude. I like leave the demo mode right before going back to finish the shard thing, and then I have to like reload it again. I do this consistently.
Such tedium. A rich tradition.
Oh god, this is so much easier. Like, this is actually kind of incredible to be able to vector target like something like this. Like, so simple. So easy to execute.
So it is said.
25-second cooldown makes this ability just so much more effective.
I'll keep it in mind.
Definitely really good with Tornado. Catch people, come forward, you know.
Forthwith.
Block paths off easier. Like, pro players are good at placing it, but it's going to get disgusting now. It's like, oh, this guy's running this way. Well, you just run up and you just put him in a line, dude. Make him have to run to the right or something. Like, kill creep waves with it really, really easily now.
Rex Triumph.
I give my all.
Because normally you have to use stuff like Tornado, Forge Spirits, Meteor to kill creep waves. Alacrity, obviously. But if you get that talent, you definitely use Ice Wall to push side lanes. It's not terrible. Alright, IO no longer has instant turning before actions. Okay, attack point increased. So it'll be a little slower to attack. Base damage increased by a lot, actually. Tether slow increased. That's when people pass through tether. Tether movement bonus rescaled to be about the same, but a little bit worse later. The tether heal transfer reduced. What? What are these numbers? What? Oh, is it percent? So they just typed it in wrong. Oops. This is supposed to be 0.9 to 1.5, right? Or 0.6 to 1.5, correct? That's what it looks like, yeah. Okay, so basically way less heal. You're only getting, of the heal that you get, your allies only get 20% more, whereas before they were getting 50% more. So that's pretty significant. Keeping people alive, especially with overcharge, actually. Overcharge gives you percentage-based heal, so that's not increased by 50% anymore based on your hero. It's also, it's based on, it's 20%. So that'll be a pretty big difference. I'm sure IOs will certainly feel that and being able to keep people alive with overcharge for pumping heals out. And there's a lot more anti-healing now in abilities, so people have more options to try to counteract IO. Spirits have the in and out sub abilities again. Okay. Spirits damage increased, and the collision damage has increased as well. And overcharge attack speed reduced by 30, and overcharge now grants spell amp. Okay, cool. Relocate cooldown just straight up nerfed 80 seconds. IO plus Zeus, guys, it's here. Any tether now stuns enemies touching it for damage and stun duration. Increases movement speed by 5. And it increases your movement speed by 5? I guess because it helps offset the fact that you're losing tether. So you can use it to stun people if you really want to. Okay. It's kind of interesting. So spirits can go in and out. You are... With overcharge, excuse me, you're increasing your spell amp and your ally spell amp, I assume. So that's kind of cool. With the right heroes, it could be really fun, like Zeus or something, obviously. It basically means that IO can play more with spellcaster type heroes. It doesn't have to just be right clickers. 16% is pretty significant. 10% is significant too. So could be kind of cool. Leshrac or something like that. IO Gyro Barrage, you are so right, dude. IO plus Gyro. Increase that 2,000 damage by 16. That's like 300 extra damage. It's really good. Okay. Jakiro, level 15 talent increase from -1 to -1.5 ice path. That puts you from 9 seconds to 7.5. So a little bit better. Liquid Frost, auto cast attack ability. Causes your ice head to release a frost-based attack, slowing enemies by 30%. I assume just movement speed. It looks a little slower too. No, this is normal. And dealing 20+ percentage-based max health. That's pretty sick, actually. Does Jakiro still have that attack range talent? I can't even remember. I think he does. Yeah. Okay. So he's still got the attack range talent. He's got liquid fire, but obviously that ability is just kind of okay. But this is just a percentage-based damage ability, which could really help Jakiro scale a little bit better. Liquid fire's attack speed, but buying the shard. 2.5 their max for 4 seconds is that's 10% of their HP plus AD damage. It's kind of a lot against the right heroes, and a 30% movement speed slow. Against like really tanky people that are that have a lot of regen, for example, like this would definitely be useful. 4 out of 12 seconds. It's not like all the time, but it's decent. I don't know if you'd want to necessarily increase your attack range just for planning to get this, but 6% spell amp is still generally really good. But I mean, there's going to be other times too where you'd want to land it on people. But being able to throw this out for 1400 gold, it's like, it just feels like free damage kind of. It's slow too. Dual breath slow, and that could be pretty decent. But interesting. Can you double it? If you have both, which one gets thrown out? Do they both get thrown out? Oh, it's you have to click it. It is AoE. That's pretty good. I mean, I don't necessarily think that it's like busted or something, but oops, do one more. That's really good against buildings, guys. It works on buildings. %10 building damage. And you can do both at the same time too. I kind of like it. Like, make it easier for Jakiro to push buildings. Like, liquid fire is good, but like, it only does so much, you know? I wonder if this could make like core Jakiro more viable. It probably can, honestly. I mean, your ability to, like... I already have the attack range just right here. I kind of feel like core Jakiro is going to be viable-ish now. Because, like, with attack range, you can sit farther back. You're basically a siege engine, but, like, this just gives you another way to deal damage for free. Like, legitimately, just by attacking, it's like pretty good damage increase. And again, 1400 gold is it. 30% movement speed slow, like... Look at this shit. Pretty relatively low cooldown, kind of. I don't know. For like sieging, it's great with good attack range. You could genuinely just sit back and keep throwing this shit out. And buy like your aura items, like Greaves or something. Buy like Greaves arcane boots. Greaves, null talismans, like... You're squishy, obviously, and you're slow. That's one big downside of going like something like this. But like, if you get like a cloak and like some leftover wraith band or null talismans or something, like... This is a pretty capable Jakiro, actually. You are really slow though, and typically you want to go Yule Scepter too when you play this hero, but... I don't think you should necessarily do that if you're doing this like push thing, because when you push, you're forcing fights, and having mech and the armor would be nice. This doesn't have armor in it anymore, I forgot. So maybe this build is not very good, but definitely don't want to put that ability on autocast. There's like no way. Cool. Very interested in trying that out. 1400 gold to have that. 30% slow for 4 seconds. That's got to be useful. I love the low cost of this. It feels very easy to pay for it. Gotta say. If there isn't like a major item that's going to like change your world. If your opponents are buying really good items, then obviously it could make a big difference to lose that 1400 gold, but it just feels so inexpensive. Okay, Juggernaut Blade Fury radius increased by a little bit. Omni Slash no longer restricted from initially being cast on Ancients. Meaning you can now cast Omni Slash on Ancients if you want. And then it could obviously jump to other people. Or you could Omni Slash with Battle Fury, a giant Ancient stack. You could probably do that too, if you want. Probably doesn't, it's not needed. You could just auto attack it, pull it out a little bit. It wouldn't be that hard. Swift Slash is no longer restricted from casting on Ancients as well. So it gives you mobility options if you want to escape to Ancients, potentially. Blade Fury move speed removed. Healing Word cooldown is there. Let's check the initial cooldown really quick. Oops, that's not... Hoodwink. God, I forgot about this little rat. 60-second cooldown on Healing Wards, so this would put it at 40 seconds. Decent. And then the 20 talent, more buffs on Blade Fury DPS. I think the Healing Ward cooldown talent makes a lot of sense. The other one is 20 attack speed, which is generally really good, but if you are doing some kind of a push lineup, having lower cooldown on Healing Ward's busted. How long does that last for again? 25 seconds. So 25 out of 40 seconds, you'd have a Healing Ward up, which is pretty good. Obviously, killing the Healing Ward right now is not that hard, but Blade Fury increases your movement speed during Blade Fury by 100 and attacks a random nearby enemy once per second. Okay, so basically they're trying to say like, hey, come on, like we get why you don't use Blade Fury offensively. It's because you can't attack people unless they're also magic immune. So it's kind of bad. But now, if you really want to, you get a free attack every second. That's not bad. It's kind of like aghs on Gyro. Increases the DPS by 100 by 100. $500, 800. I mean, it's like 1300 magic damage in an AoE. Obviously, it's scary to use it to farm because then you can't use it to escape. So there's definitely negative things about it, but like hypothetically, this could certainly... Oh, it's right. It's only movement speed. It's not damage. Yeah, I heard you barking upstairs. Knock it off. I could certainly see this be... If it did damage, you could buy it as like a mid-game transition item after buying like fighting items like Yasha or something, but... Mask of Menace Yasha. I don't know. It's okay. It would certainly make spinning in fights feel a lot safer, damage-wise, because at least you're getting some damage in. It's like 5 attacks, right? You get 5 attacks in. Blade Fury and 5 attacks. It's really good for noobs. It's okay. I don't think it wouldn't like really farm that fast for you, but it's alright. Alright, Keeper of the Light. This is that hype novel that we heard about earlier in the hype train. Illuminate mana cost reduced by a lot, 100 at level 1. Chakra magic can no longer be cast on enemies. That was the mana drain, mana leak basically. Removed Blinding Light. New ability added Solar Bind as a new basic. Lowers the target's magic resistance by 15 to 30. Causes the target to become increasingly slowed the more the target moves. Each 100 units they move reduce their target's movement speed by up to this. Lasts 7 seconds. So basically like a non-annoying mana leak. It's probably still good, but... And it lowers their magic resistance a lot, which is kind of interesting. So the more they move... Basically they want to move enough that they can get out of Illuminate, but they don't want to move so far that they become completely immobile. Kind of interesting. Mana cost is pretty low, but that's because it's an Amper. It doesn't actually do damage itself. It's a slow and an Amper, so it's kind of like Sky's third skill too. Cooldown is relatively high. Okay, so playing like Coddle with other magic nukers would be really good. You can still Chakra Magic yourself to lower this cooldown, by the way, so it'd go down to 10 seconds with a duration of 7. So you can keep this on people pretty constantly. I like this. This is really cool how they designed it. The fact that the more they move, the more slowed they get. I think that's a really cool way to design it. Very smart. While lowering magic resistance. Very cool. Spirit Form is now an ultimate ability. What does that mean? Oh, they put Will-O-Wisp in Scepter. Okay. Transforms you here into Spirit Form, granting you bonus movement speed by a lot and more cast range, and grants Blinding Light. So basically old Spirit Form. 18 cooldown, 600 cast range, 40% miss, 400 knockback, 100 damage. So pretty similar to old Blinding Light back in the day. And Recall. So once again, old Coddle, which they will now use. They removed it from the Chen, so now it's back in Caudle. 15-second cooldown, 3-second delay, 150 mana cost. So people are going to be able to use Caudle again to do like split push shenanigans to get people around the map a little bit faster. Also causes Illuminate to no longer require channeling. So basically all around like old spirit form. Basically how it used to work. Transform, recall, blinding light, everything. Don't channel Illuminate. So spamming Illuminates can be easier. Cooldown 90 to 70, duration 40. Man, yeah, this is super normal. Basically all the old stuff. Oh, thanks. More food. And now the Scepter is going to give... Don't eat my food, Tango. That's mine. Scepter gains Will-O-Wisp. Instead of a stun on Flicker, applies a movement manipulation that pulls units inwards at a rate of 60 units per second, but does not prevent attacking or casting. Okay, so a less annoying Will-O-Wisp. It's basically sounds like the black hole, basically. Cooldown is 60. It seems pretty good. I mean, all of the abilities together are going to be really effective. Blinding Light you'll get out of transforming into ulti, so you can push people back into Will-O-Wisp. If you do farm an aghs, you get cast range from transforming, which is really cool too. I like that. Cast range was best with like Blinding Light, I guess. Which I guess is in the transform, so maybe the cast range is a little bit irrelevant, but this is cool. Laning, Caudle's gonna be kind of weird again, not having the blast, but level 10 talent plus 30% blinding light miss. Is that our movement speed, I think? Check really quick. Yep, 20 movement speed. Level 15 talent change from 2 Will Flicker to -6 blinding light cooldown, which would put it from 18 to 12. So you could get close to uptime, 4 out of 6 seconds if you get this talent with Chakra Magic. And then Will-O-Wisp AoE goes for 15 seconds Spirit Form to last for 55 out of 70. Very, very good. The other talent is Chakra Magic cooldown, -4 seconds, putting it at 10 instead of 14. So this talent's quite good, I think. And then Will-O-Wisp health count to Blinding Light stun, to make Blinding Light a stun, AoE stun. It's really good. 1.2 seconds. It's not like super high duration, but not bad. And then the other 25 talent changed. Doesn't do extra Illuminate heal, just does damage. That looks fair. Looks completely fine. Considering how often you can get the aghs up, I think this is just naturally, basically, without needing to buy an aghs. I think it not giving like a shitload of heal is fine. Not that hitting 25 is often on Caudle. Causes Illuminate to heal allied units for 40% of its damage during daytime. So the heal from Illuminate is now here rather than being an aghs, because obviously they removed that. 40%. So it looked like 263 there. Not terrible. Definitely, it's only during daytime, of course, but definitely could be something that you can buy to help push things out. This looks really a lot more fun to play, I think, than previous Caudle. Like previous Caudle, like Will-O-Wisp is good and all, but like everything in between just felt like not tactically, but button pressy, just really simple and boring. Illuminate, Blinding Light, Chakra Magic, ulti. That's it. It's all so simple. But now like you ulti to get Blinding Light and use Blinding Light, and your team fights worse. That part is gone. But you can easily just play the regular hero to farm aghs to team fight better, and that could allow the hero be easier to buff and nerf, because you don't have to rely on the Will-O-Wisp being busted to balance the hero. Not that it's really busted right now, but it is good. And buying an aghs and getting a 60-second cooldown Will-O-Wisp looks pretty good anyway, so cool. That looks really nice. Kunkka, intelligence gain increased. Ghost Ship run movement speed increased a little bit. Base health regen up. Level 10 talent, more cast range. Okay, trying to make Kunkka support more viable here. Most Kunkkas, pretty much all Kunkkas will get damage at 10, but a support Kunkka, which hasn't been played in a long time, having cast range at 10 is pretty useful to get a better chance of getting an X combo off. The 6 armor talent is generally seen as much weaker just because you farm so fast with the bonus damage, so it's just not worth it. But level 20 talent, more strength, and then this one a little bit more Tidebringer Cleave. So basically all like small support buffs, basically. The end game will definitely help there. A little bit more mana. Tidal Wave releases a wave towards the target. Direction that deals 225 damage and drags non-interrupting enemies along it for 600 range over 1.25 seconds. The wave spawns 6 units behind you. and travels 1400 distance in front of you. 700 speed, 750 radius, cooldown 16. So basically, like trying to go high ground is like being in the wave pool at your favorite water park. It's very difficult, and some people die. I mean, this is basically you can use it to get people away from you. That's one thing Kunkka's bad at. So having this is not terrible. You could possibly push people out of Roche Pit. The distance looks pretty far. That's like 300 or 400 units that it catches you. That's like 400 units, I think, that it pushed her. So you could definitely like push people away. Like initiate on a guy and then tidal wave behind him or something. I think it looks kind of useful. Can you farm 3 camps at once? Cooldown is 16. Don't eat my food. 16 cooldown. 225 damage. Like, yeah, you could definitely farm creep waves with this. Creep waves into neutral creeps or something like that. I mean, it's more AoE, right? Obviously, you're spending money on this, and there are some mana issues on Kunkka, especially 150 here. He's going to struggle a little bit, but I feel like for like a support Kunkka, this is like an obvious buy. Not that support Kunkka is good, I guess, but like maybe this would be more viable because this like 1400 gold, boom, you just got 225 damage. That's really good. Buy like Veil or something. Veil Kunkka, maybe get an Aether Lens. Buy the Tidal Wave at 20, and all of a sudden your combo just does more damage. It just seems good to me. I don't think you'd want to push them towards your allies necessarily, but yeah, I don't know. Support Kunkka, I used to like playing it sometimes, but it's been out of the meta for a long time. Legion Commander level 15 talent change for more overwhelming odds. I think overwhelming odds is like 15-second cooldown. So on -9 would put it at really low. Yeah, that puts you at a 6-second cooldown for overwhelming odds. It's permanently on then. Lasts for 7 seconds. So you just basically keep casting on people. That's the 15 talent. So if you want to be it's 9% per hero and 3% per creep. So casting on one hero, you got a 9% permanent movement speed. That's pretty good for like making your hero more valuable in terms of chasing people down. Because one of the issues is like once your duel is used, everybody just kind of runs away from you. But if you have a lot of damage and more movement speed, then yeah, maybe you can get them. And they also nerf the other 15 talent. They really want people to take this talent. Also, really good against illusions, right? So this is kind of a nerf for illusion heroes if you're playing Legion Commander. 9? They went from 4 to 9? 6 to 9, sorry. That was huge. 69. Nice. Illusion damage is 25%. So like for a lot of illusion heroes, it's going to shred them. 9-second cooldown against like PL or something. Or TB. That's really good. While dueling, every 1.5 seconds an overwhelming odds is cast centered on a random enemy unit within 900 radius. Does not center on the same target twice. Prioritizes heroes. I mean, it doesn't do the same hero twice, but if these guys are all grouped up, they keep getting hit by it every single time. This looks pretty sick, actually. Is it worth the gold? Probably not. Sometimes, maybe. Like, think of it this way. If you're playing like support Legion, a lot of these are like support. Very, very valuable for supports, in my opinion. Because it's just like, it's free money. It's free damage. It's a lot of supports, they like value that is pretty inexpensive, that just adds more to what they did before. Like, obviously having survivability items is great and all, but like, it's very difficult to increase the damage that you do by your skills. It costs a lot. Like, Veil is 20% or 16% or something. Buying spell amplification is really expensive for the percentage increase. Like, it takes a lot of money to increase your damage by like 20%. But if now when you duel people, you're just like shooting 3 overwhelming odds off, that's like, if there's not a lot of units by them, it doesn't do a lot of individual damage. This might be one of those things where it's like, it seems like it by visual looks good, but it does 100 base damage and 120 damage per hero. So you're basically throwing out minimum 220 extra damage per fight based on you dueling one guy. If there's more heroes around, you're doing more damage. So like, for the cost of 1400 gold, you are going to do More damage than the team fight, even if the duel doesn't work. If the duel ends early, then obviously it's less, but if you buy aghs, it's kind of cool, but it only could shoot max, like... Well, it only hit heroes once each, but it could hit creeps near heroes as well. I don't know, it looks kind of fun. And then as soon as your ulti is over, you're already fast, which is kind of nice. I assume you'll get the movement speed. Some duels do end fast, so maybe it isn't very viable, but I think it's cool. I don't think the movement speed will stack. It'll probably just... it says prioritizes heroes, so it'd probably hit heroes and illusions. It's a good question. Either way, it's going to shred illusions. Like this shit against like a PL or an AM or something. Just duel some guy. His illusions are shredded. Maybe it would cast once for every illusion. I just said 225 damage for a Kunkka was a no-brainer. I did, but Legion's a very different hero. Because, like, what if there's only one hero there in this fight? Then this shit's kind of mediocre. Because it's like, oh, well, getting one extra overwhelming odds is like 200 damage for 1400 gold. I'd rather you buy, like, a Blink Dagger, you know? Because then you could blink and get duel off, which is more important. Kunkka doesn't need a Blink Dagger to do his job. He just has to have, like, 4 points in X. Then his cast range is 1,000. And now he can guarantee that he does X into Torrent into Boat. And now he's got like a 600 damage nuke from safety without having to worry about dying. So yeah, maybe Kunkka can pretty easily say, I'm going to buy a shard to do an extra 225 damage in my combo. That's really effective at getting kills. Against supports especially. If I catch a support in X, they're dead. As long as they don't disable me while I'm comboing. So that's why that looks good. But Legion, it's like, okay, you're adding 200 damage, but you could just buy like a Blade Mail or a Blink Dagger and definitely kill people in your duel, you know? Like, maybe you buy this, and Legion typically does have item slot issues. It would certainly increase her team fight damage outcome, and maybe against like illusion heroes this is really valuable because you're just getting more overwhelming odds, which is going to help clear the illusions faster. That's great, but it's not. You can't think of it the same way because every hero is a little different. Hopefully that makes sense. Less accepted rework. No, Icefrog tried so hard to get people to buy this thing, and nobody bought it. Grants the ability. I'm so sad. Rest in peace. I never bought it that often either when I played Lesh. It's like if your game is close, it just doesn't. You can't buy it. You have to buy BKB and other shit like armor. Big bummer. Grants you a temporary aura that causes you and nearby enemies in 450 AoE to turn ethereal. Okay, preventing them from attacking, causes them to take 30% more magic damage and be slowed by 30% for 4 seconds. Increases your speed rather than reducing it. So it sounds like Ghost Shroud, but everybody. And you probably get 30% more movement speed. Cooldown is 25. I mean, it seems really good. Pulse Nova is magic. It's not going to work for your second skill. That does physical. So if they're ethereal, they won't take damage from that. But Lightning and Split Earth are all going to deal more damage. Then being slowed extra means Lightning and Split Earth is also easier. Let's see what the shard ability does. Cause Split Earth to repeat in the same location 2 additional times with a 5-second delay between each one. Each time the radius increases by 75. This looks fun. I mean, that's a big AoE. All right, we're testing this one out. That's for damn sure. Looks cool. There's also a Split Earth Radius talent, which means that if you do plan to buy a shard, that one looks even better. 5 seconds is a big delay, but you know, in the right circumstances. All right, let's test. Oop, buy the shard first. It's a little subtle. The cooldown is really long. It's so separated. You could definitely use it to jungle, potentially. Let's try it with the 10 talent. It probably will now increase the radius based on that. That looks like the level 3 one almost. This is fat. That's like all of Roche Pit. Like, that part is pretty cool about the Split Earth radius. If you're fighting like Roche Pit or something, this is really, really good. Contested Roche. That radius is quite good, actually. Some of these are a little bit hard to see, too. Ooh, Octarine. Let's try it. think I still know how to build it. 6.8. Oh yeah, we can definitely do multiples. It's just gonna last for 5 seconds. Can make a no-go zone. That's fun. Okay. And then obviously with aghs, let's see what it looks like. No sound. They'll work on that, guys. I mean, 30% movement speed's good. It's very good. It'll increase your Pulse Nova damage by a lot. Pulse Nova is a really high damaging skill, so. With Veil, this is insane. It'll stack really well. Coddle to reduce cooldown. Nah, guys, we'll do that. Go watch that video on Reddit later. That's too much work for us here. I like the shard increase. I don't see it as being like super viable, but I mean if you're like 6 slotted or something, getting the ag shard upgrade looks a little bit better than some other stuff, and it will do some area denial, which isn't terrible. The scepter purchase could certainly be useful in like games where you'd rather buy, like, why would you, well, Scepter's a lot more expensive than Ghost Scepter is, obviously, but if they do have a lot of physical damage, then buying Scepter instead would be better. You could buy Ghost Scepter and Scepter, and then have 8 seconds of Ethereal, which would be kind of cool. But amplifying the magic damage around you is not bad. It's definitely a more direct way to use this, whereas aghs was a very good single target damage increase. This is AoE and single. Covers both, so 30% damage increase of all magic damage is probably just straight up better. So this is going to be more useful rather than the other scepter. Lich level 10 talent increased, more Frost Nova AoE damage. I think that's good. This talent is barely touched. It's actually a pretty good talent in reality, because Frost Blast does base damage and area damage. So at level 4 it does 350 AoE. So if you grab that talent, you're just getting 90 more damage on your talent on Frost Blast, which puts it at 440. A 440 nuke every 7 seconds is pretty high. People don't usually max Frost Blast until like last, so part of the reason it's a little bit weaker. Everybody gets cast range, but maybe there could be some benefit to this actually. Think about it this way. Let's say, God forbid, I'm playing Core Lich. I can now do, with that level 10 talent, I could do a 440 damage nuke every 7 seconds, and I could do, of that, 240 AoE damage with Frost Blast, which is pretty close to a regular nuke, and it does an extra 200. So between like Frost Shield and Frost Blast, you could hit creeps a little bit better. With that said, let's see what Ice Spire does. Ice Spire creates an icicle at this target spot for 15 seconds, slowing enemies by 20%, then 500 range, just like Ice Vortex. It's a big range though. Chain Frost can bounce to the icicle if there's no other enemies in range. Can cast Frost Shield on it. Has 300 health. Cool. Core Lich. Yeah, Core Lich is here, guys. Because basically this is one of the issues with Lich as a core, is that you just don't transition because your ultimate is so based on enemies being nearby. You could do it before with Sacrifice, because you could like out-regen and outblast your opponent with killing creeps and having a level advantage and killing them, and it didn't matter as much that your Chain Frost was weak. Then you could buy, I used to buy Blink Dagger, then I would like Blink Chain Frost people when they're in creep waves. But with Ice Spire, now you can actually use Chain Frost on single targets, and you actually could gank. So I think Support Lich has, or Core Lich has more viability here with this, and obviously Chain Frost is just more likely to be a good skill to kill one guy. 20% slow, Chain Frost can bounce to it, and you can Frost Shield it to keep it alive. 300 health. Probably has no armor. So it probably dies pretty quick, but the frost shield would obviously elongate that a bit. And most of the time you just need like 2 or 3 bounces on it anyways. Cast range is massive, 750. Cooldown's 25. So worst case, you use it as a movement speed slow. 1400 gold. That's not too bad. I don't know if I'd want to buy this that early on like a core lich, but I mean, you could still push creep waves not too bad on this hero. You just go like 440 or something like that. Maybe you get 1 point in Sinister Gaze, so your chain frosts are better. You're really good int gain on this hero, I think. 4.1 per level. Your damage is really high, 48 plus 57. I'm going to try Core Lich. Add it to the list, guys. Lifestealer Scepter reworked. What do you even do? Eat somebody? No, that's Pudge. Oh, that's right. It was that thing that was really abusive when it came out. All right. Base attack speed reduced by 10. Feast increased to more lifesteal. Feast no longer grants attack speed. Okay. Replaced open wounds with Ghoul Frenzy. Passively cause the lifestealer's attacks to slow enemy movement speed. So it's basically like a strong orb of venom passively. And it also grants you attack speed. So basically you can perma-slow people with Ghoul Frenzy. And it grants you attack speed. Feast is just worse now, though. Definitely don't get much Feast. You just max Ghoul Frenzy now for attack speed. Rage mana cost increased by a lot, actually. Infest mana cost increased by a lot. So mana costs on this hero are going to be destroyed. But passively, I feel like this hero is going to just be it's going to wreck pub games at low levels or something. Because you're just going to slow people by 24%. That's like better than boots, right? So you just buy Orb of Venom, you hit people, and you feast them, and you slowly kill them. Your damage is, your damage is not that high. Your attack speed's good. I don't know. It's okay. It is going to be pretty straightforward. Is it just a passive? It's just a passive? Okay. The downside is that, like, when you get on top of people, you don't have as much opportunity to kill them. They're going to run away from you a bit more now, because Open Wounds was a strong slow. And 8% more Ghoul Frenzy slow at 20. This is the evasion talent. So if people skip the 15% evasion or whatever, they could get an extra 8% slow. Scepter Rework allows infesting enemy heroes for 4 seconds, attacking inside them every 1.25. Okay. Enemy heroes gain no bonus from infest, obviously. Doubles self-regenerate, increases cast range to 500, and reduces cooldown to 25 seconds. Okay. Very cool, actually. Is that good? In some ways, yes. Jump in on some support. If you go really strong right-click damage, because it's a static amount, if you have like Deso, Armlet, Daedalus or something, you could definitely buy aghs. Jump into some guy, attack him a couple times, jump out, cast Rage. Aghs also provides mana, so it'd help with the fact that the infest mana cost is so much higher. These are really expensive. 350 to cast Rage and Infest. It's like fucking insane how much mana that is. But this does seem good that there's just always slow. I mean, using it twice in one fight is unlikely, but it's like, what, 3 attacks? 4 attacks or something? 4 attacks maybe. Tops. It's not terrible. You get bonus regen. They're also slowed while you're in them, I assume. You get 4 hits in, so it seems kind of weird. Looks memey though. Open Wounds, new ability. Thank you for the air quotes. I appreciate that, Valve. Provides attackers with 50% lifesteal for all damage dealt to the target. Has 800 cast range. It's literally fucking Open Wounds. And then everybody heals. It's just how it works normally. You heal from spells as well, if you guys didn't know. Oh, here's that slow thing. I mean, he was pretty slowed. I saw it. That's all green stuff. I see it. Okay. Infest somebody that teleports away. That is a little scary for sure. Is that the counter? If they infest you, you just TP. Then hopefully the lifestealer doesn't pays attention. Lina gonna get some nerfs here. Lina's really popular right now as a support. 4 less max damage. It means 2 less damage on average. Base armor reduced by 1. Her armor was like really high. Fiery Soul attack speed increased. Okay. Light Strike Array cooldown scales now. So basically core Linas are going to be punished here because most cores will go 4-1-4. So now the Light Strike cooldown won't be as spammable. Supports, when I play support Lina, I usually go 4-4-1. I don't know if most pros do that. I don't know if they rely more on the attack speed, but the Light Strike scales really well stun-wise. So, and the damage is like mediocre. It's like 40 damage per level, but the stun duration is nice. Cooldown could justify maxing at second. With that said though, Fiery Soul is a lot of attack speed. Laguna Blade mana cost is also reduced. I guess this is a nerf. 1 armor, 2 damage. Fiery Soul is better though. Light Strike is worse. Can't use it as often. But less mana cost than Laguna Blade. Light Strike damage buff here. Health Talent buff. Is this a nerf? Like this mana cost reduction for Laguna Blade is really nice, in my opinion. Makes you like a better Skywrath mage, kind of. Obviously, the Light Strike Array cooldown here is pretty painful, I'd say, for like those early, like, you know, the 0 to 20-minute game. You're only stunning once every 10 seconds. That's pretty costly. So this is the biggest nerf by far. In common fights, like it's less powerful. But it's more like fights that are ongoing. I don't know. It's pretty big. Increases Laguna Blade cast range by 150. Laguna is also ground targeted. It'll travel its full cast length and then hit everybody along the line. Okay. That's very cool. Line them up. That's really cool. More skill shots coming into Dota 2, guys. Wind Ranger players rejoice. Pretty cool. For 1400 you could double your ulti, basically, which is quite valuable. And cast range by 150 makes it a little bit easier. I think this has cool potential. You could also miss it, ground target, and somebody dodges, you know. But interesting. Lion agility increase. All right, Lion is straight up a bad hero. Shit at trading. Has good disables, but is too vulnerable afterwards, is the problem. So agility increase is definitely needed. Attack speed, he has good right-click damage, so with talents, so more agi is good, even if it's only 3. Or spike cast range increase, hell yeah, let's do it. That'll be easier too. You can ground target to cast farther, but 575 is more like a normal spell, so this will make it a little bit easier to get those long-range Earth Spikes. Hex unit movement speed reduced by 20. Okay, very nice. Is that always for all heroes, or just Line Hex? Mana Drain multi-target now searches for units within your cast range, plus 300 rather than in a 400 radius around the target. Okay, so basically if there's people all around you, it'll more likely mana drain everybody rather than everybody having to be grouped to mana drain in there. Prioritizes heroes, of course. That could make this talent a lot better. The slow is not bad on mana drain, genuinely, but it does help if it's like, if you have 3 heroes ganking 1, it ends up, mana drain slow ends up being a lot better. Fixed Finger of Death Scepter, reducing mana cost by 25 at level 3. No wonder Line is so broken. Reduce the cast range talent at 15. The other one is the mana drain, I think. Just remembered Lich Core. Cannot wait to play Lich Core. Earth Spike cooldown is the other one at 15. The mana drain's at 20. 2-second Earth Spike cooldown. It's pretty good. Everybody gets cast range though, I think. Mana Drain grants True Sight over the enemy and reduces their attack speed by 90. Ooh, that makes it a lot better, actually. 90 attack speed is insane, actually. Slacks is going to buy this every game because you know him. He likes to throw stun, Mana Drain, nothing else. Want to buy this, though? Lions can have item slot issues for sure. Survivability is really important to the hero. I mean, most people are just going to BKB and kill you. So I don't know, this is kind of weird. But I guess if you go mana drain hitting multiple heroes, it's pretty solid. Because then you're just kind of like jumping and disabling casting mana drain. Like slowing movement speed, slowing attack speed. Movement speed is 35. Is there a talent for it still? Yeah, it's at 10. So if you get the 10 talent, the mana drain slow, we're talking 50% movement speed slow. And if you buy this, we're talking 90 attack speed slow. That's pretty extreme. Obviously, it's kind of garbage once they get BKB, but like you could genuinely get some survivability from this. It's not bad. Could be useful for support line. I don't know if core line would ever want to do this much, but so many things support line needs to buy. Blink daggers, maybe a force, glimmer, Aeon disc. He's still gonna be really squishy. He got 3 agility. Like, I assume he's still gonna be bad, but maybe this if he's gonna be if line's gonna be viable, it's only gonna be from this aghs shard. I think it's like the only way it's gonna be better. Okay, unfortunate. Lone Druid, level 20 talent. True form cooldown is better. 25 change for... Oh, you can get bonus health for your bear as well. That's really cool. To make the bear more viable in the late game. I think that's super fair. Take it as an option. Savage Roar now empowers allied units in 700 AoE with 20% movement speed and 60 attack speed for 4 seconds. Okay. Usually use Roar when some shit's going down, so giving movement speed is nice. You can lower this cooldown pretty low, down to like 10, so you could 100% use this to kill buildings faster. Also, you can give bear attack speed. Like, this is really good, actually. With that said, obviously, Lone Druid can always buy more items because you got 12 slots, but if you roar, you literally give your bear 20 movement speed and 60 attack speed. So that's like 60 movement speed and 60 attack speed. Better chance to get a root afterwards and catch up to the guy that's now faster. So this is cool. Very cool. It solves some problems. Don't know if we'll see it bought that often, but also works on summons. Yep, that's what I figured. Should work on everything. Very cool. All right. Luna base agility increased by 6. Base damage is unchanged. Okay, so extra armor, basically 6 attack speed. Lunar Blessing direct damage bonus changed to flat, so literally back to what it used to be. Okay. To 35 bonus. Lunar Blessing, night vision increased to be even higher. Moonglave's damage reduction reduced, so a little bit by 2%. So very small changes. Basically what this is going to do is getting Lunar Blessing earlier is going to mean that you do a lot more damage. In the late game, like ultra late game, it's going to be a little bit less effective, but generally just way better for you and your allies. Your supports that don't have a lot of raw base damage are going to benefit it way better from Lunar Blessing. Like way better. So lane wise, Luna should be stronger. Like 5 damage is about 10% in the laning stage. Once you get to 15, now it's way better. Because 18% damage is more like 8 damage, 10 damage on the laning stage. So hypothetically, you can get Lucent Beam or Lunar Blessing to make your laning stage go a lot better for you and your support. So this will definitely help Luna laning. Bonus night vision, like hypothetically playing like Luna in the safe lane at night wouldn't be the worst. And then yeah, just get Moonglaves later maybe. Allows Lucent Beam to be ground targeted, increases stun duration to 1.1 and grants you 30% bonus for 3 seconds. Three seconds, 30% bonus movement speed. It's a 6-second ability. 6-second cooldown on this shit. I mean, you're spending money on this, but like, the stun duration is fine. The movement speed is good. It being ground targeted is like, I mean, this is basically it. Like, it being ground targeted, it increasing stun duration. Ground target is like mostly not useful. Stun duration is okay, decent. Movement speed is really good, but it still costs 1,400 gold, so it's still not very good, I don't think. I mean, if you're playing like support Luna, obviously it's better. And support Luna is probably more viable now because you have flat damage. Not that much better. It was better when it gave you like 6 agility, 6 base attribute to you and your ally. But this is certainly a little better for support Luna. Not great. Their movement speed is like okay, but 3 Luna. Not really. She's still pretty low HP. She's still very killable in lane. Yeah, you can hit creeps or whatever, but like you don't have like the lane staying power that most offlaners do. Like you can get away with it against bad people or people that aren't playing the map right or also have weird heroes, but like it's not really that viable. It's still like it's either like support or carry. I don't think it's offlane. Should be a little better at fighting though, for sure. Like I don't know, you could probably player 3 in that you could win the lane at first, but once people start leaving you, they're just gonna come gank you and kill you a bunch, I feel like. Okay, Lycan Howl cooldown reduced. Howl mana cost is reduced to be better at level 1, except for the cooldown. And then Feral Impulse no longer has a radius. It affects your units anywhere. Oh, that's big actually. So split pushing with Lycan Wolves is gonna be so much better. This is a big deal because we're talking damage and regen. So Wolves out on the map scouting or whatever, it's like they're gonna be able to do a lot more damage. They could kill couriers pretty easily. I think so. I have to check their numbers. You could split push in towers and things like that. You don't have to be nearby. Your Necro units, all that stuff is going to be way stronger. Your Helm of the Dominator creeps. Does that still do that? I can't remember. God. Level 10 talent change from no armor to feral HP. They remove feral from 15. More shapeshift speed. It's fine. And then 20 buff the feral impulse damage up to 25. Thanks for the sub, Xfish. Summon wolves. Cause one of your creep waves to include an uncontrollable wolf that moves with each wave. So this is another reason that the feral impulse no longer is really good. Because now your wolf will have extra regen and bonus damage. And it's also summoning far behind the creep wave, it looks like. So it will help push in the lane. People are going to be able to farm this. And it will also push waves away from you a little bit, so you won't get as much gold necessarily, but the fact that they have feral regen will be nice. Is it a random creep wave every time? How does it work? I don't know. Is this good? Maybe. That's true. You could just purchase the minute the clock hits 20 and just continue jungling. That is one way to play. The wolves won't have a lifespan. They'll just live until they die. They act as a creep. When this came out originally for Lycan, it was not good. Lycan aghs right now is also weird. It only kind of works with another hard carry. Not that Lycan is necessarily a hard carry, but he's like kind of similar. So current Lycan aghs is kind of wacky. Even if it's cool that you can lifesteal to each other, but okay. I mean, it's 1400 gold. The Lycan does want to end the game, so pushing a wave in is kind of helpful, but people being on the map correctly is going to do more here than other things. Magnus Scepter reworked. Used to do Skewer, 0 mana or low mana and longer range, and power duration rescaled to 40 at all levels, so you can't necessarily give it to a carry and walk away as easily. It won't be as effective. 15 talent change to Skewer cooldown. 25 talent nerfed to 10. 25 talent more stun duration, and Scepter rework. Releases 3 shockwaves going outwards from you at 30-degree angles. Isn't it like this? Wasn't it like this in Aghs Lab? There's one like this, I think. Can only be hit by 1. After reaching the end, the shockwaves come back to the origin and deal 75% damage. So it's basically like old Aghs. I'm actually glad they're doing this. First of all, it makes Shockwave way better in ability draft, which is cool. Basically, you can hit everybody with shockwaves. Lots of slows. It's going to pull people a little bit, kind of. But also increases your shockwave damage by 75%, which is kind of cool. And it pulls towards the cast point a second time. So this with the shockwave slow is actually pretty extreme, because you're going to get hit by that 2 times. Game client's out of date again. Magnus. So shockwave slow is 0.9 normally, and the shockwave slow duration is 0.3 extra at 10. So we're talking 2.4 seconds of slow now every 10 seconds, which is pretty significant. 2.4 seconds out of 10. Pretty good. Hitting more heroes. It's not terrible. You can farm with it. You don't have to use Empower. Well, I guess it doesn't really increase your farm rate that much because you can't like hit multiple guys, but it does. It does 525 damage instead of 300, so not bad. Aghs shard, horn toss tosses enemies in front of you, launching them behind you. Okay. Enemies spend 0.6 seconds in the air and take 150 on damage and are stunned for 0.25 seconds. So you're basically going to be using this to do skewers. Easier skewers. You won't have to do like high skilled blink RPs. Blink, toss, turn, and skewer. Or blink, horn toss, turn, RP, skewer. Something like that. Cast range 100, cooldown 30. Okay, well, mag position 4. I mean, yeah, you could use this to better catch pro players, basically. Like, but the weird thing is that like, it looks like it's hard to use, because you'd have to be like careful where you're blinking to, because it says it throws it behind you, so that means that if you want them, it looks like you're gonna have to make sure you blink correctly, you know. Okay. I mean, it's easy, but it always does it behind you. So it's also a bit of a skill shot. So if I want to catch this guy correctly, I have to make sure I do it correctly. But it definitely makes it easier. It's like easy mode for mag. Are people still going to use it? You could already do the shockwave. Yeah, that's true. People would be like... Now you can do both though. Is that worth it? There's like so many different ways to do it now. I mean, it adds something. It's damage. It's 150 damage. That part's not bad. Alright, let's do some shit. Oh no, I'm blocked. I need some mana. I don't know what that does. I don't want to know. Let's get some mana. So many items. Alright, here we go. I mean, basically... I should do this differently. Turn off free spells. I mean, it's just kind of unnecessary. It just makes it easier. You don't have to worry about your hero position very much, basically. You just like blink and go for it. Or you just do it badly. I don't know. It's okay. They probably can't turn on BKP in air, and once they hit the ground, then they are stunned. That's probably how it goes. It's interesting. I don't feel like pro players are ever gonna buy this very often, but again, it is a small stun, and it is 150 damage, so it's not terrible. It groups people a little bit. Basically, the best thing about it, without a doubt, is the fact that if they are, look at the three people, see how spread out they are. It's hard to catch all three of those guys in your RP. You'd have to RP basically. So if you want to blink and skewer somebody back, you have a better chance of catching a lot of heroes this way with this ability, because it's a little mini vacuum. So that's probably the best thing about it. Like, for single targets, you don't need this. But if you're trying to catch lots of people without RP, or more people without RP, it gives you a better shot. So, and if you're bad at playing Magnus, if you're not a pro player, then this is just going to make it easier for you to do your combos, and maybe the average person will have more fun playing mag. So it's not bad, but it definitely took me some thinking to figure out the true value. Okay, Mars Scepter reworked. God's Rebuke mana cost increase. That's the second skill. Arena Blood mana cost is cheaper. Arena Blood damage is changed, so even worse at 6 to 12, so it's harder to get kills, but it is mana cost cheaper. Scepter creates invulnerable soldiers in front of you while Bulwark is toggled on. This is the same as Aghs Lab. There was a change, a talent like this. Soldiers move alongside your hero, deal your full damage with a bonus 75 damage. Applies procs as well. Okay, so it could apply Deso, Maelstrom, that kind of stuff. While Bulwark is toggled on. Enemies can only be attacked by one soldier at a time. Soldiers apply 20% slow for 1 second with their attacks. So basically it allows you to Bulwark while or deal damage while bulwarking.
Be grateful the fate of all mortal life rests with me. I hunt. I don't know why. For the main event.
Kind of goofy, but I like it. Deals more damage than you do. I mean, you can farm with this. Not that you need to, because your abilities already do this, but... Applies slow. I mean, it definitely makes Bulwark a more useful skill. It's definitely something that's a little bit underutilized for the average player. They can hit towers. It does increase my attack speed. You're right. Once my attack speed gets higher, then this won't be as necessary, but... Okay. Cool. And then I shouldn't have exited because I haven't even read the shard ability yet. 10 talent change to 15 movement speed. Probably needed the spear cooldown talent, was really good. 20 movement speed to God's Rebuke. That would be your second cooldown, which would put it at from 10 to 6. So you could get it down to 6-second cooldown. That's pretty good. Maybe playing carry Mars is more viable now, basically. That's what this looks like. Seems very clear. And then 25 talent, no more HP regen. Oh, sorry, more. So basically, if you play carry Mars, it's more viable. Because at 15, you could grab the talent. Obviously, there's a damage. I'm sorry, it's an armor talent at 15. They removed the damage talents at 10. I forgot about that. So you could go damage at 10. And then you could go God's Rebuke cooldown to lower it down to 6 from 10. And then you could buy Aghs to Bulwark to damage a little bit more, maybe. It's a 20% slow, so hypothetically you could like follow people. I guess you're slower though too. You're slowed by 20% bulwarking, so maybe it's not as viable. But I mean, you could just ulti catch people, turn on the bulwark, and like slap them. That's probably not terrible. And if you don't buy them much attack speed, it's not that big of a deal, because your Aghs will attack 1 second, which is faster than you do. So, and it's AoE technically. So feels like an Aghs could work on a Mars with right click items potentially. It's not going to be like really fancy, but feels like very chunky, like you're too slow. It's not super viable, but it could kind of work. You could transition maybe if you're trying to fuck around. And the Spear of Mars impales up to 2 units and leaves a fire trail. This is another Aghs thing behind it, which lasts for 10 seconds. Deals 35 DPS and slows by 20%. Debuff lingers for 2 seconds. It's pretty good. Impaling 2 units is pretty valuable actually, especially with your ulti. It's really, really good. Because a lot of times you're throwing a spear into like 3 heroes and you only get to stun 1. So being able to stun 2 heroes is really valuable, in my opinion. And it deals 35 DPS, like it's just going to increase your damage. This is definitely one of those shards where it's like a no-brainer in some cases for a core or for a support. Bulwark soldiers attack once every second. Every second. Actually, it doesn't explicitly say that. It doesn't actually say how often they attack. Not sure. Medusa 25 talent change from 800 mana to 75 intelligence. Okay. Cool. That's a smart snake woman. Grants cold-blooded passive when you're targeted with a spell. A single target mystic snake is sent back towards the enemy. Oh, this is very similar. What did this? What used to do this? Silencer used to have a aura where if you cast a spell, you'd get silenced. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Razor. It was Razor. Yeah. You'd cast a spell on Razor and you'd sap you for damage and dispel you. Kind of cool. Very good actually against supports. If you have single target Mystic Snake. I mean, you could do this with aghs. Does aghs still stone form? I think it does. So potentially against some heroes this would be really incredible. If they have a lot of single target abilities and you buy like aghs on Dusa, it'd be really good. Because you just throw out snakes constantly and they would get stunned all the time if they ever threw a spell at you. So it'd really discourage them from throwing spells at you. So that's pretty cool. Cool potential that would help make her more viable as a tanky person. 75 int, by the way, is 12 times 75 mana. So 900 mana. So it's more mana. And it also makes it so that your mana regen goes up. Because the more int that you have, the more mana regen you get. Yeah, so you get mana regen and int. 0.5 mana regen times 75. So this gives you 37.5 mana per second. Is that real? No, there's no fucking way. It's got to be 0.05. Yeah, okay. Divide that by 10. All right, so the talent for Dusa now gives you 900 mana and 3.75 mana per second. So makes your mana come back a little faster, which is good because obviously every bit of mana will work really good with mana shield. So kind of cool changes. If you're playing against Silencer, playing Medusa feels better at 25 now. Her damage will do less. Against OD, you'll have more mana. I guess you had a lot of mana pool before too, though. There's not that many int-based nukes right now. Nyx Assassin. Oh god, I didn't even think about Nyx Assassin. It's 300 extra magic damage and mana drain. Yikes. Okay. Meepo Scepter rework. Turn rate improved. More poof damage. Instead of 8% life steal, you get more 8's ransack health steal, which will help keep all the meeples alive instead of the ones that are attacking. 25 talent from poof cooldown to an extra clone, which is cool. So you get 25, you get an extra clone. Scepter rework grants a new skill, Dig. Clones also have this ability. Okay. Channels for 0.75 seconds and digs into the ground for 3.5 seconds, dispelling you and causing you to become invulnerable and untargetable. So basically, you can keep your individual meepos alive. That's pretty low cooldown. Oh, it's only for 3.5 seconds. Okay, restores a total of 25% of your max health over that duration. Can't be cast while rooted. Okay, so basically, you focus a meepo. If he's not silenced or stunned, you channel into the ground. You get 25% of the meepo's health back. He comes back up 3.5 seconds later and rejoins your army. Seems pretty good. I assume it's going to make Meepo a lot more viable in some of these fights. You don't have to like save him with just an E-Blade. You could be more viable against like magic nuke combos. Because if you buy the damn aghs, it's like, oh, you're doing a shitload of damage. That's fine. I'm just digging everybody to heal back up. It helps you like re-engage too. Whereas before, like if you get nuked a bunch on your clones, you basically have to teleport them back or poof them back to fountain to heal. Like if you need to heal a lot of health, it's hard. Cooldown's 40, so it's like long enough where like out of combat you can still abuse it. Sometimes in combat you can abuse it if they don't have stuns and silences or roots. So this looks like a good change to me, to make, considering there's a lot more damage flying around and stuff like that. Seems like a good way to help you keep the one meepo alive. For somebody bad at meepo like me, this looks really viable. I'm gonna like, oh, this one's dying. Okay, dig him. Continue playing, you know, that kind of a thing. If they're all dying, fuck, dig them all. Buy myself 3.5 seconds while my allies try to get save me. Ransack now has a 30% chance on hit to apply a Geostrike debuff, slowing enemies by 20% and dealing 20 DPS for 4 seconds. Okay. There's the slows that we all love. 4 seconds. Pretty big. 80 DPS. This looks pretty strong in the right circumstances against like melee heroes. Looks good. These look like nice changes to Meepo to me. You get an extra Meepo at 25. Benefits him accelerating. Yeah. This shit might be annoying to play against, but I mean it's one less. It is an item. So we're on a Scepter reworked. Level 10 talent increased. Oh god, we're not even halfway. Holy fuck, dude. We're 5 hours in. Uh-oh. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, well. Alright. Causes Sacred Arrow to release a Starfall on enemies within 500 AoE along the travel path. Only active on the primary arrow. Okay, so if the arrow goes by people, they'll get hit by Starfall. Drops a second Starfall that deals 50% damage on the impacted unit. Cool. So basically, it makes it so you don't have to go into melee range for Starfall to double hit people. You can just shoot an arrow. You can basically sit way in the back and just shoot arrows, which is definitely more safe. And if you land arrows on good people, then they do bonus damage. It looks pretty good. Well, that said, if you still want to do your regular Starfall damage, you still have to go into melee range. So it's not bad. The cooldown is reasonable. Arrows like, what, 14, 15 seconds or something? And then there's a talent to lower the cooldown as well. So you could potentially Starstorm more often. 16 seconds. The 3.5. So it can go down to like 12 and a half. So you can Starstorm more often. It's basically about where the other one was. The only downside is you can't nuke creep waves really easy without using your arrow, which is kind of bad. 500 AoE is really big though. You could literally just like launch an arrow into a chrono or something. You're gonna get Starstorm damage. I don't really see people buying this personally. The fact that it requires you to use arrow seems a little bad, but it looks easier to use. But maybe people will buy it just to farm faster. But it's gonna cost you more mana to double Starstorm. Stats are good. I don't know. This looks worse to me than old Starstorm. Old Starfall, or old aghs. Other than the fact that you can do it from farther away, but like... Can't spam it, it's worse. Yeah, you really can't. Definitely seems worse to me. Leap grants +1 charge. Attacks during the leap buff have critical strike. Okay. Right click Mirana, slightly more viable. Monkey King base armor increased by 1. Mischief cooldown reduced from 20 to 15, so you can turn into a banana more often. Level 20 talent change, more primal spring damage. You'll probably kill entire creep waves now, rather than them being like, I guess you did before, you're doing like 600 something. But it'll be better. This probably helps because it'll be easier to nuke entire creep waves with just primal spring. And then plus 200 armor now, in case it wasn't enough. Which is fine. They basically need to like say that Monkey King is physically invulnerable when he uses his talent like this. Against some heroes, it's gonna be viable, like Troll or something. Somebody that like actually beats you in 1v1 combat, like make them actually have to punish. Like I'm glad they haven't removed this talent yet, because I think it's a really cool idea. It's just it's never justified compared to the range one. It's like people get by using Monkey King with his normal range for most of the game, and all of a sudden that bigger one comes in. They're like, oh fuck that. There's no way I can rely on the old one. Obviously the game changes and it becomes like high ground circumstances that are harder to get directly on top of people before you cast it, but surely there's got to be circumstances where this is good. Lowers tree dance cooldown from 1 to 0.3 and cast point from 0.3 to 0.1. This is really sick actually. Can be way more wily, harder to catch him. Like he just jumps so much more often. All right, yeah, let's run some ads, and then we will be back for another 5 hours of patch notes while I eat food. 30 strength. Causes adaptive strike to have +1 multi-shot and removes the 3-second shared cooldown between the two different abilities. Okay. So this is fine. Being able to like stun 2 different guys would be really good. I mean, there's good value about this. You would increase your base survivability. That's not terrible. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying. 30 strength's a lot, 600 HP. It does allow you to further morph agility if you really want to. Like if you don't have as much farm potentially. It's maybe rare, but and then if you really want the multi-shot, you can get it here. This basically means you can also get this earlier than 25. If you really want to do adaptive multi-strike, then you can buy it earlier. That's probably the cool thing about this, is that rather than it being gate locked behind being 25, you can actually get it earlier in the game and actually enjoy the play style if you really feel like that's the way you want to play Morphling, which I think is a cool thing. Even if the stuns don't end up being very effective, like they're still stuns. So I think this is cool. Gives the hero more viability basically. And then what's the other 25 talent? I don't even know, dude. I do not play that hero often. It is 2 waveform charges, which is also really good. Okay. Interesting choice. Naga Siren, Scepter reworked. To mirror image cooldown reduced by a couple seconds. Ensnare cast point reduced a little. No more ensnare cooldown, which is probably for the best because it was really low cooldown. It's like from 15 to 6 or something crazy. 14 with a -6 cooldown is 8 seconds, so 5 out of 8 second ensnare duration. Instead, Song of the Siren is on a longer cooldown, which I think is actually fine these days. Like, Song was like the bane of the game for a while, but there's a lot of magic. There's like so many like things that do silence and give people magic immunity and prevent people from casting spells. There's neutral items that do silence, for example. Neutral items that give BKB, so this looks reasonable to me. Like, let the cooldown be lower again. Could really... Naga's support is not good, but maybe if you want to buy an aghs... Oh, that's right, they reworked it. I was like, the cooldown will be lower. Allows ensnare to target spell immune or sleeping units. Reduces the ensnare cooldown by 5 seconds. And includes increased cast range by 400. So basically you could buy aghs, use Song of the Siren, and ensnare people while they are caught. You know, back in the day, ensnare and other nets used to work through BKB targets, like Meepo net would go through BKB targets. Lowers the cooldown by 5. That puts it at 9 seconds. Ups the cast range. This isn't terrible. Against the right heroes, you could use it. Guarantee an ensnare on an anti-mage. Oh, anti-mage jumps in, you Song, you instantly net him, and then you turn off Song, and then he's ensnared. Then he'll use Manta. So it's not actually that good. But in certain circumstances, it could be good. Or it just allows you to like ulti when the enemy carry BKBs. Enemy team can't go in, then you ensnare the BKB guy and then your team kills him. So there's some circumstances where it could be good. He can't reflect if he's asleep. Can activate Riptide, releasing stronger Riptide that deals 100 extra damage and slows enemies by 30% for 3. So basically old Riptide. Applies around each illusion but can only be hit by 1 instance. Okay. Cooldown 50 mana cost. Literally old Riptide. Part of what made like support Naga cool was that you could do this. You'd send illusions somewhere and you would Riptide, and you could like push waves, damage heroes, that kind of thing. And it made the hero kind of fun to play. Obviously you can't do that here because this is a 20-minute blockade. You can't get this pre-20 minutes. But certainly some Nagas are going to want to do this in case they want to make it a little bit easier for them to kill heroes or guarantee disables without needing to always use ensnare on somebody. 30% slow for 3 seconds is good. It's fine. 100 extra damage. So it does like 160 or something. I think Riptide is pretty low. Yeah, it's 60 damage at level 4. So still lowers armor. It's good. Nature's Prophet, Scepter reworked. Nature's Call, tree movement speed is reduced. A little bit worse at level 1. Where's the level 1? Where's the level 1? Sprout backswing reduced for bad players. That's where like he sticks his hand out, and then he forgot that he remembers that he forgot to take the garbage out, and his wife's gonna yell at him, and he just stands there for like a whole second, like freaked out, like, oh fuck, I gotta teleport home right now, and then he gets killed by his wife. But now it's not gonna stress him out as much as it was last time, only for half the time. And Wrath of Nature damage increase per bounce reduced a little bit. Separate rework lowers the cooldown, entangles all enemies it hits. Ooh. Duration from 1.2 up to 3 seconds. That's cool. Add some utility in there. Lowers the cooldowns, use it more often. Still does damage bonus, doesn't bounce and deal as much damage, but if it entangles, that's obviously very good. This is cool. Roots are good. Rooting the whole enemy team. Pretty sick. More treants here and more treant damage here to get the numbers round again. I think this is a kind of a cool aghs. Will it be often used? I'm not sure about that, but could be useful. Who is Ice Frog? I refuse to tell you. Aghanim Sprout ability. Sprout. Cause the first 2 trees destroyed a sprout to summon greater treants. Oh, that's good. Can it only have, and it's a greater treant too. Buy Quelling Blade, I dare you. Yo, isn't this like busted? Isn't this like legitimately busted? Like against pros, this is fucking busted, guys. Greater treants? Like, obviously, if you have a Force Staff, that's not bad, right? Or a Glimmer, I guess. But, like, Sprout is bad because you just have a Quelling Blade on almost all cores for a long time, especially pros. And then they have Battle Furies. So they get sprouted, they cut it down, and they get out of their way. But, like, 2 trees? I mean, you're spending money on this, obviously, and it's only in these circumstances. It's a counter. It's a way to counter the Quelling. Or they have mobility of their own. So, do you have Quelling at 20 plus minutes? Yes, most pros do. Because it increases their farm efficiency. Not necessarily from the damage it deals, but certainly from the movements that they do. They can go cut paths to go places faster. So it increases their farming speed. It is not uncommon for pros to have Quellings on cores for more than 20 minutes. Oh, phase boots, that's a really good point. Phase boots is how you get out. Cut a tree in phase. Very good point. That's a perfect counter. So against phase heroes, you just got to cut the tree and then phase after. Yep, and Battle Fury builders have Quell, so they have it all game. What if you sprout and then cast or cast Nature's Call on the creeps? Do you get 2 extra? And you do get, okay, so you can basically buy this and then do this. So you could turn this into regular trees and 2 greater ones. That's pretty good. All right, we'll show you. Force Staff will be fine against it because you're gonna like it'll even if it spawns a tree, it doesn't matter. You'll just keep going through.
I guard the wooded ways. So I
Use it wisely.
with a wild spirit.
Would have been way too good. Like if you could spend 1,400 gold to just get 2 boss fucking treants or something, that would have been way too good. But they have to cut it themselves, I guess.
Nature calls.
The fuck? All right, there's got to be a bug.
In sylvan shade.
What is going on? Why did it summon 2? I had 2 already? No, I didn't. They're all right here.
Naturally.
It's broken. These do so much damage, dude. I do already have 2 already, but like... Is this supposed to work like this? Do you not just get this like really fast? Like these are gonna farm so quickly. Every sprout, I can just make these for 70 mana. I mean, obviously we're a little bit into the game when this happens, but like, look at these big bitches. 100 damage. Like they're actually so powerful. Obviously this guy's level 2 or whatever, he has no items, but like, oh god, I'm scared to try it. They would do 2 times damage, so they do twice as much. I don't know, that seems pretty good. Would certainly make your pushing with your dudes a little bit easier. The cost looks good, because you're going to be getting it back with more damage. I mean, you are a little limited on like how fast your trees can run, but like regular treants struggle a little bit on big camps. Like a regular large camp or something with AoE clapper or something. But these fuckers doing 100 damage a hit, they're going to like clear camps by themselves. Push towers, stuff like that. Like, it's going to be a lot. This looks pretty good to me. Not to mention the whole tree cut thing, which seemed bugged in the lobby. Maybe it was because it was my hero that I was controlling. I'm not sure. Necro unchanged except for aghs shard. Deathseeker grants Deathseeker. Spawns a fast moving large death pulse towards the target enemy or ally, not self, dealing 50% more damage and causing it to spread a normal death pulse towards nearby enemies and allies. Okay. Cool. Does it still damage them though? Because it looks like Tide is casting the Death Pulse, but I don't know if it's dealing damage to him as well. So effectively it's a Dagon. This is a shard, right? Yeah. I mean, if it does a Death Pulse on the guy you cast it on, and it does 50% more, this is just by far an insane Dagon. There's no reason Slacks should ever go Dagon Necro ever again until after he buys the shard. We'll see, okay? We'll see. We'll see if it works.
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
I run ransom. Plague spreader.
Just role-playing Slacks really quick, guys. No, don't mind me. Gotcha, bitch! Did I do it right?
A galloping infection.
I mean, you don't get stats for it, but like...
Yes.
Okay, so if the guy I click on takes more damage.
My tissues run.
I mean, it's still good though.
Infection.
20-second cooldown. These tooltips are going to get cleaned up in the next week or so, I'm sure. Is it good? I mean, it's 50% more damage. It's a 375 damage nuke. It genuinely is almost a Dagon. Dagon literally costs 120 mana for 400 damage. This is a better cast range. So 375 damage instead of 400. Almost the same. And then the cooldown is 35 on Dagon. On this, it's 20. It Costs slightly more mana at 150. So a little bit more mana, but better cast range, almost as much damage, and far better cooldown. And it does a death pulse around the target too. So it'll damage allies near him as well, which is kind of cool. And heal your allies too. The dummy cannot handle the Heartstopper. So yeah, this is a better Dagon for sure. It's a cool idea though. I like it. More damage. Did I get everything else on Necro? That's it, I think. Yeah, cast range 90, 900. Yeah, lots of things that just add more damage to the game. It's gonna get weird. And it heals. Yeah, it could heal you too if you're in melee range. Extra 120. Okay. Cool. Night Stalker level 10 talent changed from Hunter of the Night movement speed to 4 armor. That's fine. This one was kind of, his 10 talents were weird. It was like 7 movement speed or 35 void damage. 15 talent, no more lifesteal, changes instead to 10 Hunter in the night movement speed. I think that's good. During nighttime, you can cast Hunter in the Night. Consumes a lesser creature, instantly killing it, restoring 25% of your maximum HP and mana. Can only be cast on non-player units. Okay. Munch. Ugh. It opened. Well, that aspect is really good, actually. This isn't bad. Like, it basically makes roaming really viable. Not as viable. I mean, again, it's level 20. There's so many of these things that are like, would just be like incredible farming capable or farming items if you could buy them earlier. But 20-second cooldown, you can basically like do some like jungle farming. Like, it basically means that like you should be on the map, but you can get kills. Is it only at night? Oh, it's only during nighttime. I mean, we're basically talking like 500 HP. 500 HP heal, 150 mana or something like that. It's not bad. During a team fight, it's a lot of HP. Like, you could look at it as you're spending 1,400 gold to get 500 HP in a team fight when this comes out, which isn't terrible. Helps you stay on the map. You wouldn't feel like you ever need to go back to base, pretty much, because you would just, within like 2 of these, you'd be full HP with other trickle. But that's, again, only during nighttime, so rest of the time it's kind of bad. Nope, it doesn't work on player unit. Can only cast on non-player units. Yeah, it doesn't work. You can't use it against Chen or Beastmaster. So that's not viable. It'd have to be neutrals or lane creeps. So kind of cool, kind of bad. I mean, there's so much regen these days, you don't really need any kind of like upkeep like this. That's why it's best to use it during a team fight, I feel like. But it's only nighttime, and so that kind of restricts it. I don't know, it doesn't seem that great. Plus, siege cards at 20 minutes are not that big of a deal. So, and the range looks really small. You probably could use it on an ancient, yeah, that's true. Using it on an ancient would be decent for farming. It's not vague. Non-player units. Chain creeps are literally player units. Player-controlled units. Yeah, it worked during your ulti. You can ulti to use it during the day, for example. That's a cool idea. I just don't know if it's super viable. I mean, it's HP. You're going to be aggressive and stuff, but like even like a BKB is a huge item on Night Stalker, so delaying that by 1,400 gold is probably not worth it. Buying it immediately after BKB, maybe okay. More basement for Nyx. Vendetta damage increased by a decent amount. Impale cast point reduced. A little easier to cast that. More spike carapace damage at 20. Causes your Vendetta attack to reduce magic resistance by 20% for 4 seconds. Also increases Vendetta movement speed by 40%, unlocking max speed. This is pretty good. Another Dagon upgrade, basically. So Nyx with Dagon here. This person is really bad at right-clicking. So inefficient. Attack, impale, Dagon stun, attack, mana burn, attack. Look at all these. Look at all this extra time. Look at all this time they're just sitting around, and then they mana burned, and they're just waiting. Come on. Could get some pro to record this. Come on. 20% magic resistance reduction is good. I mean, it reduced it would increase all your spell damage by 20% afterwards. There isn't like a shitload unless you buy like Dagon or Meteor Hammer or something. Most people shouldn't buy Meteor Hammer. There is a Spell Amp talent on Nyx, which would stack really well with this, so hypothetically it could become more of a thing, but again, you're still spending a decent amount of money on this. Like, Nyx is always going to be a hybrid, like physical and magic, so I don't know. It's like kind of cool, but kind of bad. Did you know you can buy an ally shard? I did not know that. That sounds like it shouldn't be in the game. Sounds like a bug to me. Only like Alchemist can do that. Well, that's not true. You can buy moon shards and shit, but I don't feel like you should be able to just take 1400 gold and give it to an ally. That sounds weird. Ogre Magi base damage reduced. Ignite mana cost increased. Ignite first damage instance is now dealt immediate. That's really good. You could very easily like blink afterwards. Fire Blast mana cost is reduced by 5. Unrefined Fire Blast mana cost is even lower, down to 30%. Man, it's dropped so far. It used to be 60. 25 talent change from 60 movement speed to a 20% bash at 1.5 seconds. So Carry Ogre is online. I mean, grants Fire Shield, creates a shield around the target ally or building, absorbing 70% of the damage from the next 3 attacks. Launches fireballs at the attacker, dealing 125 damage. Sounds fun. Lasts 25 seconds. Can be multicast. Cast range 600. So you can cast on yourself. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That looks very fun. I mean, it's not a huge amount of damage, but if you use it against the right abilities, it's obviously incredible. But it is very specific. I mean, it seems pretty solid. We gotta check out Ogre Bashing now, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys. I do want to be here literally all night. I'm gonna have to just start drinking caffeine here soon or something. His crits did nothing on the skill. Yeah, 70% damage reduction is insane. It's massive. Does it have a cooldown is what I'm interested in. It does not. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Why would I buy Basher when I could just buy more attack speed? It's literally infinitely better than Basher. Literally so much better than Basher. Good question. Probably does. Yeah. Ogre's getting the buffs, guys. Is it the shard? That does the shield? Yeah. I mean, this is really inexpensive. And it can be multicast. Instant damage too. That's pretty good. Carry Ogre. maybe a thing. You could transition. Probably not. I mean, you're not going to have that much attack speed, obviously. And it's at level 25, which is pretty late. But it's cool that there's an option. Like, you could potentially have some fun build that transitions. I think Agham's shard ability is amazing. Like, any game you're losing on Ogre, even like an Ogre 5, I don't see why you wouldn't ever buy this, in my opinion. Like, Ogre's tanky. You want your allies to live. As a 5, you don't have that many items. Spend 1400 and boom, you have the shield that you could use to save yourself or allies. Like, 70% damage is a lot. It's only 3 attacks. Is it 3 attacks, not spells? I could have checked that, I suppose. It might just be attacks. In which case, it could be a little bit weaker, but it seems okay. If it's just attacks and not spells, it's definitely less good. But against right-click carries, free damage and free block. It's not free, it's 1400, but you know what I mean. Omni Knight Heavenly Grace duration is reduced. Oh, reduced, not the duration, not the cooldown. I was like, what? You're buffing Omni Knight? Hammer of Purity grants Hammer of Purity auto attack ability. Causes your next attack to deal bonus pure damage equal to 25 plus 150% of your base damage. You're healed for the amount of damage dealt. 6-second cooldown. It's basically like Holy Smite in D&D or something. So it's a crit. 25 plus... Oh, it's your base damage, though. So of your base damage, it just does extra. Will anybody get this? No. But if you're playing like a 3 Omni, I could see it being okay. I mean, it's a heal. How much heal does he get? Let's see if we can see. Can't see. Pure damage crit. Is it? Yeah, I guess it is pure damage crit, huh? Yeah. I mean, you have to be alive and you have to be near people. You slow them with your aura, but it's kind of a big mana cost, you know? So you'll probably mainly only want to use it against heroes. So it doesn't really make your farming ability better, but it would be nice to like buy aura items and then to be tanky and then buy Hammer of Purity. That way you just do more damage instead of just standing around. So it's kind of cool. Don't think we'll see it on any 5 Omnis. It's not worth the money to spend because it's more important that you have a survivability item and you stay alive. So Oracle Scepter reworked. It's probably for the best. The ability was kind of the stun with Fortune's End. Is that what it was? Fuck, I don't remember. With the first skill, it wasn't very good. It was kind of good late game in Dire Tide, but that was about it. Cause Fate's Edict to no longer disarm allies or make enemies magic damage immune. That's it. Pretty fucking boring. I mean, it's good. You'd basically just cast it on your carry all the time, and they'd have magic immunity, and then you'd cast it on your enemies all the time, and they would be disarmed constantly. So, and you wouldn't have to worry about messing around with magic damage. The uptime is pretty high. It's not permanent, obviously, but it is good. If I could find my homeboy Oracle, I found him. 4.5 out of 7 seconds. And there used to be a talent that increased the duration, I think, but it's not there anymore. Well, okay. Level 20 talent changed from False Promise Invisibility to minus 50% Purifying Flames ally damage. Oh, that's really good. You could spam it on your allies a lot more. Obviously, if you Fate's Edict them first, casting Purifying Flames on allies makes them take no damage. But if you want to cast it without Fate's Edict, this looks quite good. It's either that or False Promise cooldown. So that looks pretty good. If you're spamming it on somebody that's been ultied, then certainly this will give them a much better chance of living. So kind of cool. Cause False Promise to have a 0.3 second fade delay on invisibility. Yo, that's pretty low. This is a really good video. Good demonstration of the value. Cool. I think this is pretty solid. I mean, pro players are always going to dust and stuff like that, but this is going to certainly make Oracle a lot stronger at lower MMRs without a doubt. They're going to feel invincible when they ulti somebody. So, and also buying aghs would also make them more useful. With that said, Oracle farming aghs is not very easy. this is very unlikely to be justified. I think like pro players are not going to ever buy aghs and oracle. It's still going to be normal stuff, but the average player may be more justified in picking it up. Against the right lineups, like it'd be amazing, right? Some like carry, if their BKB runs out, it literally doesn't matter. You buy aghs and you just put Fate's Edict on them for almost all the time, and Zeus just does literally no damage, and it doesn't cause them any detriment. It's kind of sick. OD, they renamed him again. Outworld Devourer to Outworld Destroyer. Why? Why have you done this? Why would they do this to us? Techies is really far away, Slacks. It's like, oh god, there's so many heroes. Agility reduced. Minimum damage increased. Cast range is up at all levels. Okay. That's a big deal. The Scepter upgraded cast range bonus is reduced to be a little bit less. Duration. Okay, so that's why the duration scales. And kind of like how it used to. Astral Imprisonment no longer deals area damage. It deals damage to a single target. Is increased. The mana cost is reduced. Now steals a percentage of max mana from enemies for seconds. Doesn't increase your current mana values, and it doesn't reduce the enemy's current mana value directly. It's very vague. Arcane Orb mana cost changed to 20% of current mana. Okay. So it is more consistent. The cooldown will change though. The damage has been increased. Essence Flux no longer is an active component. Kind of reminds me of old changes to OD. They definitely are kind of balancing it back to where it used to be. No longer provides his other abilities with a mana capacity charge counter. Base damage is increased for Sanity's Eclipse. And the cooldown is reduced at different phases. So we can steal max mana from enemies. Doesn't increase your current mana values. So, but it does increase your max mana. Is that what that means? So it looks like stealing Astraling people increases your max mana, which therefore increases your Sanity's Eclipse, I think. Yeah, OD support is garbage because you can't farm, especially because the AoE on Astral is gone now. Support OD is not a thing. It's never been really a thing. Essence Flux becomes a 1.5 second channel ability, swaps your current life and mana totals. Only transfers 75% of the respective values. Okay, cool. I mean, this is like one of those, there's so much weird shit that you'd have to play to see how it works to get a feel for it. Pangolin Shield Crash damage increased a little bit. Shield Crash mana cost is reduced. Shield Crash cooldown is reduced. Level 10 talent increased. And 20 talent increase. Boring as hell. Wasted my time. Roll up. Turns you to Protective Ball for up to 4 seconds, gaining a magic immunity and allowing you to turn. Can be cast during Rolling Thunder to temporarily pause it. Can cast Rolling Thunder and Shield Crash during roll up. If enemies attack you during roll up, you will roll away from the attacker for 0.75 seconds. Applying Rolling Thunder, damage stun if there are enemies in the way. Whoa, let me see that again. Oh. If enemies attack you during roll up, you'll roll away from the attacker, applying Rolling Thunder damage stun. Okay, this is fucking weird. This part is the weirdest. This part makes sense. Transforming to get magic immunity basically means that as Pango, you aren't forced against certain heroes to channel ulti from far away and like blink in. Like against a puck, it sucks to play Pango. Because what ends up happening is if I see Pango, I blink and silence him, and when that ends, even if he has magic immune or whatever, I'm just going to ulti him. It's over. But now hypothetically, you can cast, if you're worried at all about him coming, you turn in the Protective Ball. Oh, thanks to the host, Dan. Turn in Protective Ball, and then you start your roll. And then you can Shield Crash as well, and then looks like you can transform pretty fast. And then, but they can also push you into allies, which are enemies, which they're not going to want to do, but it can happen, obviously. So kind of cool. I think in certain games this is going to be really necessary on Pango against certain disables. Like heroes like Puck that are hard counters. Heroes with roots. This would be really valuable. Especially if you can cast it while you're rooted. So let's check that really quick. Because if that's the case, then this is going to give Pango some very much needed stability against hard counters. I mean, we're only 6 hours in, guys. It's only 9 p.m. I got at least 3 to 4 hours left in me. At least. So, yeah. Oh, that was really fast. Beep, beep. So you can also use it to pivot. This looks really good, actually. Like, if you miss somebody. Let's say I miss this range creep. Like, see how much better that is? Rather than having to, like, do a full circle. Okay, select enemy hero. Let's make the arch nemesis. God, that's really fast. No! No! Puck players in shambles. Oh my god. Puck players. So sad, dude. This used to just destroy Pango. You'd be like, for 6 seconds, you can't use shield crash or your ulti. Get fucked, Pango. But now, you just gotta spend 1,400 gold and you're like, I'm here to party, baby. Let's do it. Look at this. Right out. Doesn't give a shit. Oh my god. What do you mean check aghs? It's the same thing as it used to be. Die, Puck. Wow. Try aghs, Puck? That's a good idea. That's what you meant about aghs. Okay. So, this could change things. It could force Puck to have Aghanim Scepter. It will probably... I imagine what's going to happen is I'm still going to be able to transform, but I'll get leash broken, if I had to guess. Yep. Oh, okay. So I can't cast it while rooted. So it prevents me from transitioning into Rolling Thunder, but it does still allow me to become magic resistant. Same thing. That was weird, but... But he can't move while in it, so he can't be forced back. So it's not that bad. So aghs is the solution, I guess. And then if he also has BKB, I assume it's exactly the same. Yep, still can't. Basically, this is how BKB worked before. So yeah, 1,400 gold. Okay, so if Puck doesn't have an aghs, it gives you a solution, which is a very fair thing that was needed to prevent some counterplay. Very cool. Okay. Phantom Assassin, blur fade time for non-scepter reduced. So it is... The fade time? What does that mean? How long it takes to go invis after you cast it? No. Basically, if you're close to Phantom Assassin, how long does it take for blur to go away? So basically, PA is going to be easier to find now when blurring. Blur evasion is reduced by 5% at all levels. I'm surprised they didn't nerf the 20 talent. Seems like everybody takes on less health, less Phantom Strike cast range. And rather than making your crit harder, they're increasing your crit chance, which I would assume is about the same amount of damage. I probably have to spreadsheet for this. Did I remove it? Here it is. So if memory serves, it's 0.15 times 250. Because her crit chance is 350. Or crit damage is 350 at max level, I believe. Yep, I had that right. So, oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 450 at max level. So it should be 350. 350. and then we're comparing this with a 7% chance of increase. So equals 0.225 times 350. Put that here, and then this equals, we'll do the other one, 0.15 times 450. So this is actually more damage. This is 15% times 350. This is 15% times 450. This was the old damage increase. But now it is a higher chance to crit. That is right. Oh, it's 7 actually. I did the math wrong. 22%. Okay, it's still higher though. So you actually deal more damage on average with this new talent change by about 10%. Yeah, more damage on average, but less one-shots. In some ways, you could argue this is worse for sure, because Major Burst is usually what creates outliers. Like, that's why it's kind of nice to add some Daedalus type stuff in, because pro players are good at like managing expected DPS. So if there are outliers, like if you get crit twice in a row, then obviously that is going to give a better chance to like blow somebody up before they can be Hibby. But this is a damage increase for PA, so it's not that bad. Okay, Fan of Knives releases sharp blades around you in 550 AoE, dealing 12% of enemies max health and impact, and applies break for 3 seconds. Just like Warcraft 3. 12% of their max health, and applies break for 3 seconds. Very cool. I could definitely see PAs buying this on some heroes. What would be a good example? Anybody with with a strong passive, you could use it against like aghs that you went on, or Legion commanders would be really good to remove their passive, or Tidehunters, Spectres obviously. It's incredible against Spectres. Gives you 3 seconds of break attacking. Looks really good. 20-second cooldown. Bristle, yeah. Bristle is really good. DK, yeah. There's quite a few heroes actually. Anybody with a tanky passive, even like a Veno, going on Veno, removing his passive briefly. Is this a buff to PA? It gives her more like options. She was nerfed a lot here though. Not like a lot, but nerf. Kind of a buff. This gives her more utility, but like PA is just good in the meta right now is the problem. But like average PA players is gonna really enjoy playing around with Phantom Knives. PL Scepter reworked, base int increased by 2, Spirit Lance mana cost rescaled. It's a little bit better to spam. Phantom Rush agility bonus is still provided if the dash is cancelled. That's needed. I'm glad they added that. Phantom Rush minimum proc distance reduced. Okay, so you can do it if people are a little bit closer. It'll charge a little earlier. More Spirit Lance cooldown. This will put you at 5 seconds, I think, if I remember correctly. Phantom. Should definitely use my keyboard more. Yeah, 7-second cooldown, so this will put it at a 5. Level 20 talent, less range, Scepter rework. Juxtapose can now be cast, destroying your other juxtaposed illusions and quickly creating the max illusions it allows, with a bonus 10-second durations. This is very good. Cooldown is 60. So basically, if you want to jump on somebody and instantly get all of your illusions, it's really good, rather than building them up. You could basically charge in, cast Juxtapose, then Doppelgang, and then there's instantly max illusions, and they're harder to deal with. It also makes that talent that nobody ever fucking gets a lot better. It's been removed last patch. They used to be like max Juxtapose illusions. They used to be there, but they changed it to 4% Juxtapose damage, which is kind of a big deal, because your illusions did 22, your Juxtapose did 22. It would basically allow you to resummon your illusions faster, which could be really good in certain situations against a lot of AoE, or when it's obvious, when you take a big AoE, which ones are real. So it could be useful in some circumstances. Spirit Lance bounces once towards an enemy up to 900 units away, prioritizing heroes. Just once. Increases the illusion damage by a little bit. They do 20% damage, so that's actually pretty good. It'd be a 40% illusion. It's pretty strong. Looks kind of fun. The other talent that we'd be giving up is 200 health, which is... Oh, I'm sorry, not... Oh yeah, it is. So if you want a low Spirit Lance of 5 seconds instead of 7, then you'd be giving up 200 HP, which is usually really bad there. That's usually when PL has like Manta plus Diffusal kind of around there. His raw HP is not very high. He really needs the 200 health, so it'd be hard to get the Spirit Lance talent there. But if you do, it'd be kind of good. Phoenix Supernova cooldown increased by 10. Mana cost is rescaled. Sunray mana cost increased. That's why the Supernova went down a little bit to compensate. And more slow on Icarus dive. So now it's like a 40, it's like a 50% slow almost. Changes Fire Spirits to become a passive ability every second. 7 seconds of Fire Spirit response. That looks really cool. This is really cool, actually. This would save you a lot of mana. You would be able to farm creeps a lot faster. Fire Spirits is a really long cooldown ability. 7 seconds? That's really nice. 7 seconds? Because the burn lasts for 4 seconds, so you're like half time up on that shit. What happens after you egg, though? Does it get refreshed? Do you have to start over from new? That's the only downside. That could be worse, for sure. Because when you duplicate, usually when you finish ulting, you come out and you resummon and get 4 new ones. So if that doesn't work, if you don't start with 4 upon coming out of the Supernova egg, this is definitely worse. I mean, it always refreshes normally. You use Supernova and it refreshes your cooldowns. But if it becomes a passive, then it's weird. We'll just level the max. So shards. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I had everything right. So here's 3. And there's the resummon. Yeah, see, it goes to 4 right away. Okay, so it's fine. So in some ways, it's pretty solid to get this. This is a 20% HP cost. That means after you Supernova, you no longer... Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. My bad, guys. So it works. Anyways, it works. Cast 4. Instantly goes to 4. And now when you come out, you still got 4. And this is just straight up better because now when you come out of Supernova, you have 1 less spell to cast. And when you cast a spell, it would cost you 20% HP. So we're talking 600 HP that you would lose right off the bat. And now you don't have to lose that anymore. So, not that like 20% HP is necessarily like the biggest game changer for a Phoenix right after after you die or something like that. Or after you come back from Supernova. It's usually like you're out of dive and they just kill you, you know? But the shard seems quite good. You can use them for vision too. Like, if I'm playing support Phoenix, I'm having a great time with this shit. I'm gonna deward every fucking cliff, dude. Buy this shard, just deward every single cliff. Because now you can very easily check. Anybody here? Nope. What did I lose? Literally almost nothing. Very cool. Yeah, no HP, no mana, so no mana cost when you buy that shard. Very cool. That's why they increased the spell cost a little bit. Sunray went up a little bit. Like you're gonna have very few mana problems on Phoenix now. Once you buy this, if you buy it, you don't necessarily have to buy it, but it seems pretty good to me. I don't know about a must buy, but and again, it's 20 minutes and on. But let's do a quick ad break. We will be back in 3 minutes. How many subs so far? We've gotten about 500. About 500 subs. Which is amazing. Patch days are very good. For yours truly. Thank you for the subs, guys. Anyways, we got about 6 more hours to go, so fingers crossed. 500 more. Hello, you are highlighting that message. I'm proud of you. Will I call Slacks if I passed him? What's Slacks at? I think I passed Slacks, didn't I? Shards and ability draft. It looks like when you hover it over on your mouse that it's based on the hero, but we'll have to see. Obviously, it'd be really cool if shards was another feature that you could think of in ability draft. All right, we got about 50 seconds left. Let's go for it. All right, puck agility gain increased, turn rate improved, orb damage up a bit. Winning Rift distance up a bit. Dream Coil Scepter Link Break stun duration rescaled to be more normal numbers. Okay. And then Dream Coil initial damage rescaled to be a little bit higher. Damage, pretty bunch of changes we can pretty much ignore. The turn rate improvement is probably the best one. So it's a little bit easier to like turn around, cast coil behind you, turn around again, use jaunt. Or Waning Rift or something. But the rest are like pretty mediocre. Some of the initial damage is okay. These stun numbers are close. Like most of these just aren't that big of a deal. Waning Rift now deals 70 bonus damage and knocks enemies back to 50 over 0.4 seconds, non-interrupting. Reveals invisible enemy units and wards in the area for 5 seconds. So obviously you're supposed to use this with Dream Coil to break people. This seems really good. Really, really good. It's a little anti-synergy, obviously, because you're pushing people away from a central point, so that's one of the negatives about it. It's one of the reasons Blinding Light and Flame Break are kind of bad in some ways, because they are anti-synergy. You want people to be closer, so your other allies' AoEs work better. But getting more damage and stun on a Dream Coil is not bad. Could be good. What would be better is blinking behind your allies and Dream Coiling them and then pushing them towards your allies. That would be the best way to use this, and which would definitely justify it. And Waning Rift dealing 70 bonus damage, not bad. It's a little bit of damage. I like that they added like small damage increases to the utility, because then it makes it not feel terrible if you don't get the certain circumstances. So kind of cool. Okay. Purge Scepter rework. Purge, give me them buffs. Base damage increased by 2. He's got already really big base damage. Base armor by 1 is huge. He's got a lot of HP. Agility gain is nerfed, so that'll basically offset his armor gain, but no big deal. Strength gain reduced slightly. Flesh Heap magic resistance increased. This is really needed, actually. At least 1 point of Flesh Heap is 12% magic resistance is huge for Rot. And other nukes that enemies do to him also. So this is really good. These numbers look solid. 10 talent change to Rot Slow instead of the 15-1. And meat hook damage. Okay. I actually like the Rot Slow. I've always wanted to take it, but I just never take it because I'm like, I can't not take the magic or the spell lifesteal of Rot. It feels like it just gives me a lot more survivability. So having Rot Slow at 10 instead looks like something that I would definitely take sometimes. It's kind of scary because the armor talent is really good too, but it's only like 4. It's 4 armor. So Rot Slow total, that would put you up to 46% movement slow from Rot. That's really solid. The meat hook damage would put your hook from 360 to 480 pure damage, which is pretty significant. Bill's gifting 10 subs. Thank you. Appreciate that. So pretty solid. And then spell work increases rot radius by 200, damage by 80, reduces health regen on affected enemies by 25. This is actually You don't need this to farm. You already farm really good. Getting like rot slow with this would be really solid. The other important thing is that you can still get spell lifesteal at 15. So increasing the radius by 200 and the damage and having more slow and having spell lifesteal, like having all of those together makes it really good if you get it on top of enemy heroes. Like, let's take a look at this. Like, ideally, one of the cool ways that you can play Pudge is to kind of get super tanky. If you can. Maybe it's a little bit more viable now to go like... So here's our AoE. It is 250 radius. That's pretty big, actually. And then if we buy aghs... Yo, that's big. That's fucking big. It's also 200 DPS. 46% slow. I mean, I'm taking 200 magic damage per second, of course, but like... If I like blink into the enemy team, they're taking a shitload of damage. And I'm getting 10 spell lifesteal, so I'm getting like 20 HP back per hero. A little bit less, like 15 after reduction. I mean, it's kind of cool. People are not going to get away from you in Rod anymore, ever. They're going to get like a foot away from you and you're just going to be like, well, I caught you. Look at this shit. I don't know. This is pretty sick, I gotta say. It's scary because it doesn't increase your survivability. Oh, it also reduces the health regen. I forgot about that. It's kind of cool. It has decent utility. I think it's better than the old aghs. Like, the old aghs was kind of good because you could have really low dismember cooldown, but in terms of like death ball pudge, this could be more viable for sure. Go like phase or something. I don't know. So you can get a lot of your life steal back. A lot of your life back with the spell life steal. Honestly, I feel like Voodoo Mask could be really good too in this circumstance. I mean, the 10% spell lifesteal genuinely changes the hero. If I'm getting another 10% from a pretty inexpensive item, that's even cheaper now, 700 gold. That's good they lowered it. It was garbage. 900 gold for that shit. Nobody ever bought it in the whole fucking game. But upping my spell lifesteal when my AoE's this big, I could easily be catching like 2 and 3 heroes with this. That's pretty cool. What am I missing? Egg shard ability. Allows target an ally with dismember to swallow them and heal them for 6 health per second. Has half cooldown when used on allies. So basically, they're taking all the aghs that just weren't that good and they're putting them in the shards. Oh, it's on fire. I need an ally actually, technically. Create hero axe. Puke him out. That's really good too, honestly. Like, I don't know, guys. This is really good. Like, even if you don't buy aghs, like having the shard on Pudge is excellent. It's really good. Like, it's very close range. This guy's dying. Fucking hook him to me and eat him. 6% HP. He's going to be re-healed in a second. It's literally a save. Like, Pudge is now like Shadow Demon or some shit, you know? And that's no matter your farm level. Like, I can't imagine that that isn't at least a little good. If you can gap close, of course. Like, you are going to have to get close. Maybe you don't want to buy a shard on, like, Core Pudge or something, because all it does is the ally, but if you do get really tanky, being able to save your ally is quite good. That's really solid. I think these Pudge buffs are pretty sick. actually. Again, I don't know if aghs is necessarily what you go for, but in terms of being like raid boss Pudge, who's a threat in fights, this is a really good way to fix it. Doubling your rot radius, lowering region of enemies, more damage, and like I said, buying a little, getting a voodoo mask with some tankiness. Like you could definitely lifesteal back up. Cool, very cool. Pugna aghs shard ability. For every 1.75 seconds of channel an enemy, another secondary life drain is created, targeting another random enemy here on the cast range plus 200. Continue to channel there until there's no enemies available on the or the duration runs out. Damn, dude, that's cool. I like this. You're gonna be able to get mana back so much easier now, because before it was a little hard to get your mana back with life drain, but now it's so simple. I mean, 2 seconds of channel is not, it's kind of a long time. Usually you don't channel for more than like 2 or 3 seconds, but getting like a little bit of extra suck on somebody else, even though it's not going to do bonus damage because they're not going to be decrept, it's probably still a little helpful. It might be a little underwhelming, but I think it's a nice little addition. Does it work when a hero walks in and out of range? Probably not. They would have to be another random enemy here in the cast range plus 200. So like it's gotta be, it's pretty small. This is probably kind of garbage, I feel like. Unless they're like chronosphered or something. Like I don't really see this as being very good. But it's extra damage. I mean, you gotta pay for it though. I don't know. This seems garbage to me. Unless you have like Aether Lens, you're just kind of casting on people. But I don't know, 2 seconds is a lot of time. So much time. This seems bad. Versus illusions? No, illusions would die right away, so it'd be like killing an extra illusion every 1.75 seconds. That's bad. This is really bad. I mean, yeah, you could do some like raid boss shit where everybody's attacking you, but like it just feels so random. Yeah, it's like a Reddit post. That's about it. Queen of Pain strength gain increased. More strength here. No more Scream of Pain Fear. I'm glad they removed this. It just felt like too good. You had to get it to Sonic Wave damage. So it's Sonic Wave damage or Lincoln Sphere. Her damage is, I think it's like 500 or something. I just want to see what the numbers get up to. So without Scepter, it's 560. So this would put it up to like 760 pure. With Scepter, it's 610. So I'd put up to 810 pure. Pretty good damage potentially. Lincoln's is very good too though. Releases a sonic boom when you blink at both your starting and ending location, dealing 150 damage and a 300 AoE, and silences for 1.5 seconds. You can be hit by both. Okay, another kind of remnant of aghs Lab, but basically 300 damage if you blink in place. So blinking in place plus using Scream of Pain would do 600 AoE magic. So you could attack each melee creep once and then blink in place and scream to kill a whole wave. With that said though, usually you're not going to want to do that. As part of the benefit of the AoE daggers that you can AoE dagger wave and scream and then blink forward and then the whole wave will die. So, but this could certainly be something you use in rare occasions as a support. Some more damage, not that your blink cooldown is very low. I mean, 1.5 second silence is not terrible. Initiating to silence for just a little bit is not bad. I think it's kind of cool. Much cheaper than a Orchid if you just need a little bit of silence. I could see this as being like a sometimes buy. Like it'd be so easy to buy this, right? You're playing a game and like you just can't buy an Orchid, or it's going to take for you a while for you to buy an Orchid. You can easily sneak 1400 gold and just instantly have this and have a silence to help set up your allies. Like it's kind of cool. I think this adds a lot of like interesting utility potential. The fact that it has a silence and it's not just damage. If it was just damage, I'd be like, eh. But the fact that it has a little silence, I think is really good. It's definitely better farming for Quap by a little bit, but only between like 20 and 35 minutes. It's okay. I mean, it's pretty good actually. If you think about Blink, 60 mana for 300 damage is really, really good. For an AoE, it's like insanely good. It does make you a little vulnerable, of course, because you're blinking in place, and then people are going to kill you, usually if they see you. But you definitely could use it, or you could just like scream, attack everything once, blink to the next wave. It looks pretty good actually. But I can't help but think that you're just better off buying like an Orchid or something. It's not 150 damage, it's 300 because you can be hit by both. That means if you blink in place, that's your starting and end point, you will deal 300 damage. Could be good if you need something to interrupt channeling. Yeah, that's true. Some Witch Doctor or Enigma or something. It'd be great against Enigma, actually. Blink right on top of him after he starts casting it. Instant interruption. Raise our movement speed up by 5. Base HP regen up by 1. Plasma field minimum increase, so it's a little bit better against people in melee range. Storm Surge. Causes Storm Surge to have 18% chance to release a forked lightning when attacked or always with targeted with a spell. So it's like old passive. Hitting the target and up to 2 other enemies deals 120 damage and slows them by 50% for 1.5 seconds. So against spells and sometimes from attacks. Okay. And it's forked. I mean, this is cool. Certainly really useful against some heroes. Zeus, Skywrath Mage. Who else casts a lot of single target? Maybe like a CM or something. Like, it's a slow. It was definitely a pretty important part of Razor at various points. It's quite good. Hurricane Pike type stuff. It won't dispel, but it's damage. And as Razor, you are a tanky guy that will be attacked and spells will be cast on you. So if you get hit by a magic missile and you're stunned for almost 2 seconds, you're also going to slow them for almost 2 seconds. So it's kind of cool. This definitely has some viability. Yeah, that's right. Spirit Breaker could get zapped from across the map. That was another cool thing. You could always tell when Spirit Breaker was charging you. Ricky's Smokescreen can now be cast during Tricks of the Trade. Okay, that's fair. Radius is going up. Smokescreen feels bad right now just because MKB is good, but we'll see later if it gets nerfed. I'm sure it will be. Mana cost reduced. Tricks of the Trade Scepter cast range is reduced, and the upgrade now hits 2 units instead of rather than just 1. Sleeping Dart. Fires a dart at the target enemy put him to sleep for 3 seconds. Target's invulnerable until the duration ends. When the target wakes up, they receive 150 damage and slowed by 25% for 4 seconds. Cooldown is 20. Would make it easier to gank like 2 heroes like this. I think this is cool. Break Lincolns. Take heroes out of fight briefly. A little bit of a slow. Cast range is huge, 1200. Mana cost is kind of high. Mana is pretty limited on Ricky, but could be useful. Could be better than buying an aghs or a BKB in some situations. It's part of the reason you have to buy BKB because there's always like 2 heroes, but it gives you more out options basically. About to get killed. Sleeping Dart 1 guy. Tricks of the Trade. Start running, that kind of thing. Rubik Arcane Supremacy no longer provides debuff amplification. Okay. Now provides cast range. Okay. So maybe we'll give Rubik more viability in items. I don't think the debuff amp being removed is a bad thing. It's like stuns would be increased as Rubik. It doing spell amp was important, I think. So the fact that it does spell amp and cast range is probably better. Because now spells that just do magic damage are just better. Because now they do more damage and they have better cast range than they used to. It also really justifies maxing this out faster. People are going to be really greedy about getting this cast range up just because it's going to better enhance their ability to cast their spells correctly and also from safe. Spell Steal also now provides bonus debuff amp to stolen spells. So basically he just gets free cast range. Although the debuff amp is more limited by what level you are as Rubik. Whereas before, like, you could be level 12 and have Arcane Supremacy maxed out already. Whereas now it's like you're only going to have like 20. Spell Steal cooldown rescaled to be longer. And the Scepter is different. And Fade Bolt steals hero damage at 10 now instead of at 15. And he gets 100 base damage at 15. Interesting. Okay. And Telekinesis allows you to use Telekinesis on yourself or an ally. Throw the range is 60% longer and cooldown is reduced by 30% when targeting allies. Jesus. That's so far. It's a save? This seems busted. How is this not busted? How is this not busted? How is this not busted? This looks really busted. All right, telekinesis is a 34 to 22 second cooldown. It's a long time. But it's reduced by 30% when cast on an ally. Which means 6.6 seconds. So it's like 14, 15 second. This seems busted. Oh, my carry is initiated on? I'm just going to throw him backwards by literally 600, 700 units in any direction? How is this not busted? For 1400 gold? Like, yeah, your telekinesis is used, but like, I mean, I guess there's a lot of circumstances where you're just not going to want to use it on an ally, but like the way that I look at it is like, you don't have to buy this, but in the games where it's really good, you're going to buy it and it's going to be insane for 1400 gold. This seems too good to me. You can use it to engage. How are you going to engage? When you throw yourself in and fade bolt some guy and be like, haha, I've engaged. You need to stun somebody to engage, guys. So using it to throw yourself in is not good. But using this as a save is insane. Some guy gets initiated on, you throw him back to your team. Yeah, you could throw an ally in. Not yourself, though. Maybe that's what you meant. If it is, I apologize. I don't give a shit about chrono, guys. If it works, it works. We don't... like, I'm sure removing somebody from chrono is really good, obviously. But...
I understand.
There's a couple of things I want to see, and that is... how long is the stun duration for? Like, for example... if this is maxed out, am I in the air longer? No. I sit in the air until I'm ready to throw back. I guess the distance is not that far. Throw range is 60% longer. This looks bugged then. Because this is not as far. This is like normal throw. Level passive? Oh, you're right. Does that increase the range? No, it's the same. I don't know why the frames are bad, guys. There's literally no explanation other than like the Dota 2 website is slowing me down or something. Genuinely.
Over there.
Telekinesis land distance looks like infinitely better though. This cast range isn't increasing the distance you throw. This will make a big difference. It could just be a bug. Obviously this is amazing, but... I just refreshed again. I'm sure it is eating up all my resources. Huh. So one nerf to the hero that just happened though is that telekinesis stun duration is going to be much less than it used to be. Because of the fact that before the stun duration was based on... Oops, we're not where we're supposed to be. The stun duration before on telekinesis was based on arcane supremacy, but now you don't get that anymore. So you lose like 30% stun duration from telekinesis. It got reduced to anticipate that, so that's one negative. That Rubik's stun duration with telekinesis is just straight up way worse. You still get it from stolen spells, which basically is going to mean that Rubik as a hero is more about stealing spells than your base kit, which is probably good for the hero. But you also have more cast range, so there's trade-offs. But in the right games, this seems really, really good. Pull an ally out of danger, basically. You can interrupt telekinesis with like force staffs or other movement-based abilities. There are ways to interrupt it. But yeah, with that extra telekinesis land distance. This clip's a little bit misleading based on that, because it looks like that circumstance, but... I don't give a shit about Chrono. It probably works, guys. Probably works at Black Hole and all that shit. It is. If it does, it's really good. Sand King Epicenter now uses cast time instead of channel time. Oh, okay. Big ass buff to Sand King. Basically using Epicenter whenever the fuck you want is now not going to be a big deal. What a huge difference. So no more interruption. It has a cast time. It can be interrupted probably. Epicenter radius increase. So it starts at a bigger AoE as well. And then the 15 talent, you get more caustic finale slow. So just straight up buff to Sand King. Every 700 units moved causes an epicenter pulse around you. Like, you're just going somewhere and you deal damage. That looks very fun. Surge me. Okay. So let's try this out. It's like one of those things that seems amazing. So because it got interrupted, it doesn't matter. So basically getting interrupted isn't going to matter anymore. Caustic Finale slow is kind of a big deal because this, it's a huge slow. 22, it could be up to 37% slow by right-clicking on Sand King. But that's a huge buff to Epicenter. It's going to make it way better at 6. I don't see a universe where Sand King doesn't get his ulti at 6 now. Like, instantly. Why would you not get it right away? It's going to be easy to use now. If they interrupt you, it literally doesn't matter. You just recast it later. So as long as you know you have the damage, why don't you just not go for it? Can you animation kit? Something we haven't been able to do for a decade, guys. Look at his mouth. Look at his eyes. I do not want Discord overlays. Why are you doing this to me, Discord? Please stop. Well, this seems really good. I feel like this could make Sand King support better. It's still probably bad, but way better. Yule Shard. Oh yeah, that's right. Because like if you can just hit 6 and have 600 AoE damage, that seems really good. Yeah, definitely. It's very clear that it's a much bigger AoE. And then the Shard. I mean, this is okay. To work with Blink. I mean, that part seems really cool. You just get a free 100 AoE damage with a 30% movement speed slow. No, you can't abuse it, it looks like. Well, yeah. Yeah, you can do this a little bit, wiggle in place. It's just slower. That's pretty good. And you just do some like... Interrupt me, you piece of shit. Aha! I don't know. The shard seems pretty good. It seems best with the whole blink. The fact that you blink and you instantly get a sandstorm proc or a epicenter proc. That seems the best, obviously, for the fact that it's going to interrupt blink daggers, make it harder for people to get away from you for the bro strike. Because sometimes you blink in and people blink out. So doing an instant epicenter pulse would be kind of cool. There's talents obviously for epicenter pulse, more damage per pulse. That seems the no-brainer right skill right now. Like making epicenter just a reliable ability seems incredible, I gotta say. You get instant proc with level 4 stun as well. Oh, I see. As you burrow strike in to get distance. That's a good point, actually. because you're moving with Burrow Strike. Kind of cool. A little bit of damage increase. Is it worth 1400? Maybe. Using Yule's Scepter and it had procs. Why? Because he's going up? Maybe. Maybe it works in the vertical too. It's one way to test it. Could try it. I'll try it really quick. So work with teleport? Probably not. It's probably the same as Rupture. When you teleport away from Rupture, if it's a long enough distance, it doesn't proc. No. I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe you're confused. No proc. If I do this, it'll work though. I didn't fucking buy. Oh, yeah, I did buy the shard actually. Oh, I don't have epicenter yet. My bad. Okay, let's try it again. Okay. So what exactly is happening? Is it the rotation? Okay. The rotation, I guess. I like that kind of idea to toss him in. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Strikes the perfect note. More than right.
I mean, I can literally walk with a hero and
Yes,
I can, like, this part's kind of cool. I can literally walk with a hero and I just keep slowing them, you know?
head for the quarry.
Like, this part's pretty sick. It's, like, insane slow, actually. If you think about it, like, these two together.
I shift like the sands. Tiny coming in.
Like, how do people get away from me now? This part is really sick, actually. And then you could also get the 15 caustic finale slow. Like, we're talking an insane amount of slow. It's like 70% slow. This, like, it seems good, but it's probably still bad, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sinking seems a lot better. The epicenter change seems huge. I mean, you still got to get in range of people and stuff, but... Running in circles on sinking gonna be more viable, that's for sure. Shadow Demon, Shadow Poison no longer dispellable. Okay, that's really nice actually. It makes Shadow Poison actually viable in the late game. Things like Flicker and Lotus Orbs basically render Shadow Poison a useless skill, mostly useless. It's good at killing creeps, but not at heroes. Also means against like BKBs, it's kind of okay as long as it doesn't proc while it's on them. Probably doesn't damage your BKB, but it doesn't get dispelled. Demonic Purge Scepter upgrade debuff now ends when a new one is cast. Okay, deals damage relative to how long it lasted. Okay, so before, if you would cast 3, they would all proc later, like 7 seconds later. But now if you cast like 3 in a row, then it would do a tiny percentage of damage for the first 2, and then the third one would do full length and deal damage. So hypothetically, you could break a Blink Dagger with this by casting 2. I think that's how it used to work, so these seem fine. Allows Demonic Purge cast on allies, continue dispelling them and healing them at the end instead of damaging. Okay, so basically turns Shadow Demon into Oracle. And it's continuous dispel. That's pretty sick. It's not a strong dispel, you're right, but like it's really good. This is really good. So I guess you're right. It's not like Batrider. It won't counter Batrider. Well, is that true? It probably is a light dispel, so it probably won't counter Batrider, but cast it on yourself right before they cast Global Silence or something. Combo it with Troll. That's true. That'd be a good use. The Batrider. Yep. But it will instantly remove that. I mean, it's kind of cool. Still very good against a lot of heroes. Against the right lineups, it could be really good. 7 seconds is a lot. It's still a really good ultimate no matter what right now, but they're definitely doing a lot to make heroes be viable in defensive situations as well as offensive ones, to give them more viability. It might make Dota look a little bit more like anything can work, kind of. Because it's changing a lot of like fundamentally defensive heroes like Shadow Demon into, well, Shadow Demon's defensive in the sense that Disruption is defensive, but like Disruption alone doesn't cut it as a defensive ability these days. It's like not good enough by itself. But now being able to also pivot into something like this, there's been a lot of heroes like this so far. Telekinesis, for example. Lasso on allies. What else? Dismember, but that was always kind of there. Ogre's ability. This is a lot of that stuff, which is, I think it's cool. I think it's a nice addition to make supports like feel more useful, because lately it's been more golds, more items to make supports feel useful, but now adjusting their skills to be able to do it, I think is a nice change. It'll be fun to figure out. Shadow Fiend, Shadow Raise, mana cost reduced. Make his laning a lot better. Level 10 talent increased attack speed wise. It's that or Spell Amp, so his right click will be better. Necromancy now provides Spell Amp per soul. This is a hard one to show. Why did you do 3 long raises in a row? I mean, not the best video, but how many souls do you get these days? Like 12 or something. Played Shadow Fiend and Ability Draft the other day. That's the only reason I know. 20 souls? Okay. So we're talking 15% spell amp at max. If you buy aghs, it would go up by an extra 5 souls, which would be another 3.75. So aghs gives you damage and more spell amp. 30 with aghs? No. It's 15. Am I crazy? He gets 20 souls. 20 souls at level 4. 10 souls is 10 times this. That's 7.5%. Times 2 is 15. 15% spell amp. If he buys aghs, he gets another 5 souls, which is like half of 7.5, which is 3.75. So it's like 18.75%. If he... And why is everybody saying different numbers? I'm confused. Yeah, it's 15. Yeah, he's got a spell up 10. That's probably, maybe that's what you guys are thinking about, which is 6. Anyways, Shadow Shaman. Mass Serpent Ward damage increased, which is by a tiny bit. Hex cooldown. The talent is buffed again. I really like this talent. It's actually really good if you can get away with it. The problem is that cast range is kind of king, so -5 hex cooldown puts us at a 8-second cooldown. 3.5 out of 8 seconds, which is really good. Creates 4 serpent wards that attack the target while you channel, increases your shackle range by 150. Wards last 8 seconds. This is actually pretty cool. This is like a nice alternative to Aether Lens, maybe. Because you shackle people pretty often. So creating serpent wards while you do it is pretty sick. And increasing the range by 150. Like, maybe this could actually allow you to get away from the other cast range stuff. Obviously, like, Hex range is better than shackle right off the bat, so you do still kind of want Aether Lens. But getting, like, Aether Lens and the aghs shard here could be a really good way to help keep Shaman alive. Because then his cast range is so far that you can be farther away from danger. Wards last 8 seconds no matter the shackle duration. That's pretty cool. The serpent probably blocks them. It looks pretty tight in there. If this is Dota 1, definitely. 100%. 4 people sitting at a table, there's no way anybody in the middle gets out. Yeah. Hi, yeah, I don't know why I clicked on that. I know what it looks like. Last word, scepter radius increased by a little. Upon cause the glaives to bounce once towards the closest enemy unit, dealing 50% of your attack damage. So the glaives will do the same damage, but the physical damage bounce is less. So basically, you could buy this on Silencer to get better AoE without having to buy aghs. Which is kind of cool. Obviously, you'd steal more int 2 against heroes. It doesn't prioritize heroes either, by the way. Closest enemy unit, so... sometimes useful, generally not, though. I don't really see people grabbing this. We've been streaming about 7 hours. Skywrath Mage, Aghs Shard, Ancient Seal debuff now causes other debuffs applied to last 40% longer. Grants vision over the target. Kind of cool. Vision is actually pretty important here. Why is that stunned so far? That is a long magic missile, actually. So it's basically like status amplification and vision. Because sometimes you silence people and they run into trees and it's a bad time. And then then when you lose vision, you can't cast your first skill, you can't cast your second skill correctly, you don't know where to put your ulti. So I think this is a nice change. If you wanted to use it. It's more for allies. That's not true. You could buy this with Atos to make your Atos last longer. Your Atos would last for 2.8 seconds instead of 2. This is actually pretty good. Hex, things like that. I mean, it's... With the right allies, this could be really, really effective. And Sky kind of has like item slot issues too, because you're buying lots of like small, inexpensive stat item stuff with null talismans in. So being able to just like make your hero better for low cost looks pretty good. Okay, let's read Slaughter and then we're gonna run ads again. Slaughter, sprint, movement speed. I swear to God, like I run ads and then I feel like I look up again. It's 30 minutes later. Time is going so fast. Sprint movement speed reduced from this to this, a little bit slower. Sprint reverse scaling is a little bit down, so basically just a little slower. And Slaughter Slither and Crush mana cost is increased a bit. HP Scepter reduced, basically just nerfs the Slaughter across the bat. Cause corrosive haze to be applied for 5 seconds to units hit with Slither and Crush. That's pretty good. It's really good actually. Definitely could be a sometimes buy. Just make it easier to apply corrosive haze to lots of enemies in battle. Oh, it's only for 5 seconds. I was gonna say if it applied all, I was like, that's really good. 5 seconds is not bad though. It would basically allow you to like blink stun and then apply corrosive haze manually afterwards, guaranteed, to ensure that they don't get invisible or something like that. Whereas normally you have to like blink ulti and then stun. Sometimes they run away, or you blink stun and sometimes they press invis before you cast ulti, and then if you don't have dust, you're screwed. So this could be like a nice solution for some players. Slark Shadow, I said I was going to add, so I'm going to do one more. Shadow Dance cooldown reduced. Pounce Scepter range increased. Level 10 talent slightly buffed. Fish Bait can throw on enemies to reduce their movement speed by 30. Grant you true sight over them for 4 seconds. If you pounce on an enemy during that time, you'll be rewarded with 50 attack speed for the duration of pounce. Cast range 1100. Mana cost 100. And then when this runs out, you're fucked anyways. I mean, it's fine. 30% slow is okay. Kind of gives you like a diffusal alternative to make it easier to chase people. The cooldown's 20. It's 50 attack speed. It's not terrible. Like, it has some decent things about it. Like, these are things you want. Slows on opponents. 50 attack speed. But it's not amazing. For the duration of pounce, it's like 3 or 4 seconds. It's kind of bad. All right, let's run some ads. BRB. Okay, we're getting there. Almost to techies. Yo, my brother needs to stop fucking laughing. What is wrong with him? Thanks for the sub. I'm gonna close the door. He's having way too much fun. Alright, partially close the door so the dogs don't freak out. I ran the ads. You can't see them? Why not? It's my brother's dog making a grunt. How do I think I'll be going? How late? Probably 2 to 3 more hours, I would guess. Items usually go a little bit faster than heroes, I feel like. But I might be wrong. Not everybody watches ads. It's fine. Five minutes of ads, that's a lie. It was 3 minutes of ads. How dare you lie? Yo, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you send me a Twitch sub, you don't watch ads either. You could just do that. Think about it. Am I going to call slacks for techies? I don't know if we have time for that. Remember when I felt guilty for doing a 15-second ad? That's true. Thanks for the subs, guys. Yo, I'm ready to sell out on patch days, dude. Give me the Amazon Prime money. Hell yeah. Okay, we are. Let's continue here. Snapfire. Fire Snap Cookie mana cost increased by 10. Mana cost for Little Shredder is better, so you can use it earlier. It's actually not a terrible ability to max out early. I did it the other day. Against like low armor heroes is actually a pretty good amount of damage. But that was an ability draft game, so it's weird. And generally you're better off just getting like Scatterblast and Cookie and stuff. But it felt kind of okay. My farm was obviously worse than if I'd gone Scatterblast Cookie. But who knows? Maybe there's more. Maybe there's some potential to play it. Gobble Up now has a 150 mana cost. It didn't before. Oh, the Spit Out no longer has a mana cost. So now if you Gobble Up and don't use it, it's a waste of mana. Okay. Gobble Up can now target. Also, it'd be kind of stupid to gobble somebody but not have mana. Yeah, that makes sense. Gobble Up can now target special units like Golems or Spirit Bear. Okay. Gobble Up impact damage change from 400 to match the current glob values on your ultimate. Okay. Much more fair. 400 AoE is insane. From like level 6 to 12. Wherever you buy the aghs in there. So this is much more fair. Aghanim's Shards, Scatterblast units in the point blank range of scatter of will be knocked back, take extra damage, and be stunned for 1.5 seconds. The point blank range, is that like really close? Point blank probably means like the amplified area. So they take even more damage than they used to, and you get stunned. So a better way to defend yourself, I guess. Sniper, more strength, less agility. Base agility increased a lot, so more armor and attack speed. This will be offset from the agility gain, so basically his early game trading will be better. Shrapnel charge replenish time is better, and that's it. Concussive Grenade knocks enemies back for 25 units, slowing them 50%, disarming them for 3 seconds. That's very needed, actually. Cast range is decent, But most importantly, like this is kind of like a Hurricane Pike. It's a Hurricane Pike for much less gold. 50% slow, knocks them back, and disarms them. That's really good. Obviously, when they get BKB, it's not very useful, but there's just so many heroes that have mobility right now. He needed a way to like cheaply protect himself from all those heroes. He's just like outmatched by like almost all of those guys right now. 20-second cooldown, 75 mana cost. Does no damage, but against players, it's pretty darn good. Definitely something I'm going to consider buying in the ultra late game. Spectre base attack speed is reduced. Dispersion's rescaled. Max is now 20. Spectral Dagger cooldown increase. You can't farm with it as much in the early game. Or cast it multiple times in a team fight. Or in a skirmish. Mana cost is also going up a lot. This is going to hurt Spectre a lot. Like being able to use Dagger to get last hits and slap people is going to be just straight up worse. And Shadow Step Scepter ability now also casts a Spectral Dagger on its target. So buff to that, but other than that, just straight up nerfs that are going to hurt. Late game, obvious nerf. And laning stage, pretty big nerf. Laning stage, pretty big nerf. These are pretty costly. Can activate Dispersion to spawn a Haunt Illusion to attack the most recent hero that damaged you in the last 5 seconds. Last 5 seconds. Okay. Last 5 seconds, cooldown's 25. And you could jump to these, obviously. So it's like a way to gap close against like range heroes that are messing you up. I think this is kind of cool. Against like heroes that push you away, like Hurricane Pike type heroes, it could be really good. But Spectre's already really good gap closing, so this seems a little strong. It's a lot of money though. It is a little weird in team fights, like, but I mean, it's a free illusion, so it's not free. You're spending money on it, but I don't. There's probably gonna be like some specific hero interactions where this ends up being really good, like when heroes end up pushing you away from them or something like that. But there's also circumstances where like a Snapfire Glob could hit me from super far away, and I could just instantly jump onto their hero, or Sniper. If I just run into Shrapnel, press this, and then just jump on him without having to use Haunt. Like there's actually some really good potential usages. Zeus ult? Yeah, you could legitimately wait for Zeus ult and jump on him. Like actually. Will it work on illusions? Probably not. Spirit Breaker, Nether Strike cooldown reduced. Okay. Scepter nerfed by 1 second. It was pretty good. But the movement speed is going to be increased to compensate. There's a lot more actually. Plus 75 extra. Nether Strike causes it to have a cast delay rather than a cast time. Deals 200 extra damage and applies break for 4 seconds. You're spell immune during the cast delay. What does this mean? Cast delay rather than a cast time. Spell immune during the cast delay. What does a cast delay mean exactly? Does that mean it goes through no matter what? You can move and do stuff? Oh. He charged there while doing it. It's like he casts it and then he casts charge. Maybe that's just to demonstrate that you could do this, but this seems bad. Because it probably interrupts the charge. It having spell immunity is fine. There would be some games where this would be nice to do, but generally probably not a big deal. Actually, this is pretty good. I mean, it's a really cheap break. Pick Spirit Breaker. You have break problems. You spend 1,400 gold. Boom, you have a solution. You do not have to buy Silver Edge. You don't have to go complicated. So this is pretty cool. 200 extra damage on top of Nether Strike too. Like, harder to get interrupted by fog. Didn't they change that anyways? And this seems quite good situationally. Cool. Storm Spirit, 4 seconds, yeah. Against like a Tide or something, the break would be really good too. Buff to his talent. 25 talent change from Overload Pierce Immunity, which nobody ever gets, to +2 Overload Bounce. Cause your attack to bounce up to 2 times at random enemies. You can bounce back if there's only 2 enemies. That looks potentially really good, actually. Because if there's like a guy in a creep wave or something, you're getting like 2 overload procs. So minimum the overload damage, the AoE damage would be dealt more. Up to 2 times too. So if there's only 2 enemies, it's going to bounce back and forth. That'd be a lot of single target damage. The the ball lightning remnant is really good, obviously, for various reasons. Farming, pushing, that kind of thing. But, you know, this could be a lot of damage. Electric Rave gives you and allied heroes within 715 AoE of you 3 overload charges. Also passively provides 40 attack speed to Storm Spirit. 40 attack speed for 1400 gold. It's not bad. Get him, Lena. I mean, it's kind of cool. This looks semi-good. This looks quite good. It's like old Chilling Touch on AA. You just cast it and everybody just does a shitload of damage all of a sudden. I mean, it's a little expensive at 1400 gold, but 750 AoE is generally a lot of your team, but I mean, this does like, what, 100 magic damage or something per proc? It's literally Chilling Touch. If I could find Storm Spirit.
Stormy weather.
Yeah, 100 damage. If you get the overload damage proc, it's obviously more, but it seems pretty good. I think storms are not going to want to buy it sometimes, but it could give you some oomph power. Kind of cool. Sven, oh, here it comes. Less damage from God's Strength. Stormhammer Scepter no longer applies attacks on impact. That's actually really needed, because you would hit it, they'd take the stun damage, and you'd instantly attack. The Scepter bonus range is reduced, needed, and no more Stormhammer Dispels. Unless you want to spend more money, but this is more fair. Because now it's like, oh, you want to dispel my Glimmer Cape that I spent 2,000 gold on? Now you got to spend 1,400, you piece of shit. Like, this is fair. It's completely fair. Now, oh, he's flying at you. You cast Glimmer Cape. He doesn't dispel you, and you even get stunned. Probably still. You can still disjoint it. Work Hydration, or what is the other one? Work Hydration or Lifesteal. So his 15 talents are pretty ass now. Work Hydration is 8 seconds, so that'd put it up to 12. It's 20% movement speed, 15 armor. It's decent. People probably get that maybe over the Lifesteal. It would certainly help for chasing. But yeah, so Sven can still be Sven, but the aghs benefit is going to be more removed. And the auto dispel, which prevents counterplay, is basically gone. He's still going to be strong. It's just there's going to be a little bit less front-loaded damage, which obviously between that and the dispel thing is going to help you catch up a little bit. And it's not hard for a support to have at least one survivability item before he has aghs and whatever else his other normal stuff. So I think this is good. Like, the dispel is still something he's probably going to want to spend money on, but at least I know that I'm offsetting his gold advantage instead of like it just being a talent that he gets every fucking game because it's so good. Yeah, I mean, the God Strength, yeah, you're right. You get 50 damage between these two, but here you only get 30. That's a good point. It's definitely quite a bit less. 30% less damage. He's definitely going to be worse. Like, this is definitely the most like boring hero changes in the entire patch. Less damage, less range, worse talent. You got to pay for this now. It's like literally nothing different. This patch so far is cool shit for every hero. Not Sven. Sven's straight up worse. And everybody's happy about it. Hey, can somebody wake up Slacks? We're finally at Techies. Oh, Slacks is already here. Okay, he's watching. Techies. No changes. Aghanim's Shard ability. Blast Off. Increases Blast Off cast range by 600. And applies a 1.5 second stun to enemies within 200 AoE. Half the primary radius. Well, I mean, it's only 1,400 gold. I mean, it's a second and a half stun. Techies. There you are. Cast range for blast off is.
Except no substitute.
It doesn't say how far it is. I mean, you can use the stasis field after it. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. I mean, you could definitely cast spells right after. I didn't actually demo it here. I'll do it quick. We'll see if it combos with some of the other common spells. I mean, again, it's a stun. You can interrupt channeling, that kind of stuff. That, I guess silence does that too, but does the range stay the same? Yeah. Enemy hero. Oh god, that range is not good. Okay. Let's get that shard. Now, though, this is actually kind of good, because that was difficult, right? Now I can do some, like, shit where I'm like, oh, you think you're fucking getting away from me? He must have been too far away. He was getting away from me. Alright, let's try it again. Bought the one, right one, right? Yeah, I did. Well, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. It just doesn't work. But on the bright side, it does increase the cast range. All right, here we go. Here's our selling point. Get this. You get literally every blast off talent and magic resistance. And now it's gonna be good. Look at this shit. Look at that. Look at that shit.
I only see a crater.
Let's go.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Interesting. Now it appears that
It's magic.
yes.
Don't double tap. That one's bad. If you manually cook, it's decent. That part is kind of good, honestly. Like, you can genuinely do that every 13 seconds for 840 damage. I mean, it definitely is a gank item. I could genuinely see, like, even if you don't get the blast off damage at 15, which is definitely uncommon, everybody gets mana regen to support mines. But skip the movement speed, get blast off cooldown at 20, and then grab the shard. I think that sounds decent. Aether Lens is uncommon, for sure. So you're in reality you're doing more like this. But like, if you justify like a blink dagger or something, like that is not at all dangerous, in my opinion. Assuming you have magic resistance, I guess. Like, you're still losing HP, but if you can get out afterwards, it doesn't seem that bad. But even like stunning people like that is still pretty good. It's not incredible, but it's still better than what techies had before. At the minimum, what you can do is like do this, and then you can probably do that. Let's try it again.
Off we go.
It's close. Takes a little time for that to come out. It's really close. I mean, I think for level 20 on, it's okay. With the when the cooldown on Blast Off goes down, I think it increases your viability of using it. It doesn't force you to have to get a Blink Dagger. It increases the cast range a shitload. It basically makes Blast Off a lot easier for you to jump in on and follow up on you or allies, and then follow up with mines, which I think is fine. It's still a really powerful silence. It's still a good nuke. Obviously, you're vulnerable, but if they don't have BKBs, you can follow up with green mines. Not that you couldn't before, of course, but I actually think it's okay. Based on Techie's other 20 talent being movement speed, I think that's what makes this kind of okay. 1400 gold to be able to follow up on allies should make it easier to go high ground. To basically, like, an Ember Spirit jumps in like 1400 units to initiate on a guy. It's easier for you as a Techies to follow up on that than it was before. And then followed up with a green mine as well. So, I don't know. It doesn't seem like all bad to me. I gotta shut my door again. Fuck my brother for having fun in his off time. At the end of the night, he is loud as fuck, dude. He's so loud. Okay. Anyways, thanks for tuning in, Slacks. I really appreciate that. Okay, Templar Assassin, Slacks' second favorite hero. Base strength increased, attack range increased. Psyblades, attack range bonus rescaled. Okay, a little bit less good range, but better at level 1. That's fair. Psyblade spell range is now 2 times your attack range, so you can actually... Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Basically, all boring shit, but most importantly, Psyblade's spell range is now 2 times your attack range, so you can actually amplify this with like Hurricane Pike or Grove Bow, that kind of thing, to make your spell range better. So it allows you more build viability to be able to splash faster or farther. And then 10 talent, more movement speed. Psionic Trap causes traps to silence enemies for up to 2.5 seconds based on how long the trap has been charged. Okay. I think that's cool. You could use it to interrupt channeling spells. If there's an Enigma on the team, on the enemy team, you could very easily place down like a trap during the fight to interrupt Black Hole, assuming you're not the one that's Black Holed. Or you can prep them ahead of time. But it has cool implications. Interrupting channeling is not everything, obviously, but still like small interruptions like this could be good. I'll sometimes purchase. Terrorblade Reflection is better early on by a little bit. Terror Wave ability now gained when equipped Scepter, rather than after Metamorphosis cast. Okay, so now you can do the Terror Wave ability all the time. The fear duration is reduced because it's not just on meta, and the Fear Wave now sends units away from you rather than towards the fountain. And it also grants you meta for 10 seconds. Ooh, that's really good. If meta's already active, it extends it by 10 seconds instead. This is really good, actually. It's like a refresher for TB in a lot of cases. Some fights do not require you to fully commit meta. It could be like getting a kill or something. Or you use Terror Wave to engage the fight, and they can choose to stay or not. Like, you don't necessarily have to commit your full Metamorphosis. So, tactically, in pro games, this is a really nice advantage. You're still spending 4,000 gold to get this, but I can't help but think that this would be potentially useful, especially if you can choose when the Terror Fear comes out. It's a stun, effectively. And you don't have to decide it based on when meta gets cast. But it's still 4,000 gold, which is expensive. There's a lot of other stuff that you have to buy in that progress, but at the very least, aghs Scepter Shards on TB would be much more preferable to pick up now if you're a Terrorblade player. I'd be very happy to get this now. Demon Zeal to cost 25% of your current HP to cast, providing you 25% movement and 50 attack speed for 6 seconds. Provides 50% more bonus while melee. Okay, cooldown is 14. Let me see that Demon Zeal. Is the cast animation that awful, or cost you 25% of current HP? I mean, it's fine. Like, you would meta Demon Zeal and right click a bunch. Do you buy this? No. The movement speed's kind of nice because TV's kind of slow. The attack speed's okay. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, it would give you some high ground push capabilities, and obviously it helps you sunder a little bit, but like, you don't really need help sundering. Tidehunter Kraken Shell damage block is increased. More movement speed buff. That's the talent I usually take, actually. I think most pros would take gush damage, though. So they're changing it. Mana regen at 10. That's going to be hard to pass up. Especially if you go non-arcane builds. You could better do that now that the mana regen is here. The 15 talent, no more mana regen there. They added gush damage. And this is, I think, Anchor Smash damage, if I remember correctly. Anchor Smash damage reduction at 15. Yeah, 20% Anchor Smash damage reduction or 120 gush damage. It's a lot of gush damage, actually. Turns gush into a 380 damage nuke. Mana regen looks pretty good, though, at 10. That's going to be hard to pass up. But I usually go Greaves builds. We'll see when we get to items someday. Get to items on Saturday, I think. Anchor Smash upgrade. Increases Anchor Smash damage by 90 and causes it to affect buildings. Reduces cooldown by 1 second. That seems extremely good. Lowers the damage. Yo, that's a fast Anchor Smash. What? What? That puts it down to 3 seconds. 90 damage is a lot. It adds 180 bonus damage already. I mean, obviously, if you could buy this instantly, you would. Is that true? 90 damage to farm faster. I mean, killing towers is definitely one place where Tide is kind of weak. But the percentage damage reduction on towers is going to make sieging like cakewalk. Good with Deso. I mean, it's already been good with Deso and all, but maybe it's more viable now that there's like a mana. I mean, people would still buy like Soul Ring and stuff and get by, but it still seem quite good. If you go right-click builds, though, then you end up being way too squishy in like the mid and late game, generally. So I don't know. I'll try it out, but it's not 50 of current. It's just 50 more attack speed. It's okay. It's not incredible. Level 15 in Shard, you take 0 damage from tier 4. Yeah, the tower damage reduction would be really good for sure. Like, you could definitely buy this and slap towers. Absolutely. And then all there is heroes to stop you. So it's definitely quite good for sieging. And you could still like go tanky items and then buy this. You just have to worry about enemy heroes. Like, but basically, like going high ground would be less of an issue with this, which is kind of cool. Kind of like synergizes with Tide's typical purpose. Timbersaw level 10 talent increased. Whirling Death base damage is up, down but up. Whirling Death range increased. Timber Chain speed up. Chakram's Scepter slow and now stacks independently from the primary Chakram. So if you throw 2 Chakrams on the same spot, you can slow even more now. Chakram cast animation reduced. This is actually really nice because it was a little bit difficult to throw those out fast. Getting an aghs never really felt that incredible. Flamethrower new ability. Release the flame in the direction you are facing. It looks like Dragonite Fire, kind of. At least in Warcraft 3. Lasts 7 seconds. Applies a debuff that deals 75 DPS and slows by 20%. Sets trees on fire that eventually die after 5 seconds. Very in the theme. It's good. It's weird. 75 DPS for 3 seconds. That's pretty high. That's a lot of damage, actually. Does it do magic? Probably does magic, right? Gives you some slow as well to make it so you don't necessarily have to run like Yule Scepters to do setups. I think it's kind of cool. I could definitely see this as a buy. Like it's a little bit hard to do more damage on Timber. Like aghs kind of works, but this looks pretty useful as a way to deal good damage. 7 seconds, like potentially 10 seconds of damage. You could do like 750 magic damage at max. Okay. Tinker Scepter reworked. Upgrades your laser into a shrink ray, causing it to have more cast range, and reduces enemy model size and current health values by 20%. Stacks. Laser bounces once on the furthest target, up to 700 range from the primary target. So it still bounces, but it has more cast range and lowers their current health value by 20%, which is massive. Once you refresh this a few times, it's kind of like taking candy in Dire Tide. Your HP goes down really quick. Seems good with the hero, just because it is amplifying, making burst damage easier, basically, like doing like laser, Dagon type stuff. And it bounces once on the target furthest away from the primary, but prioritizes heroes. And then aghs shard defensive matrix targets an allied unit, applying a barrier to them, blocks the next 200 damage, and provides 40% status resistance. Barrier lasts up to 10 seconds. Or until the damage shield is consumed. Isn't this busted for being able to like stop damage and blink out? Seems really good. Mana costs 100, cooldowns 30, but it's relevant because you're rearming. Cast range is pretty low, so that's good. So it's a little bit hard to use defensively on allies, but like you would definitely just cast this on yourself, and that way when you go into battle, normally it's like if somebody damages Tinker, he's fucked because then he has to rearm to blink away. But you just ideally put a DOT ability on him. But now if you can block 200 damage, you just like Matrix, rearm, blink away. With that said, it's still money to buy this, but it does seem pretty useful. Status resistance as well. If you know you're about to get gone on, just limit the stun duration or the silence duration. Seems really good against the right heroes. Against like a Storm or something, it would give you some counterplay for sure. Because then he's not going to disable you for as long, and then you can get a laser off and then blink away. Potentially, because he won't be able to hit you. So should make Tinker potentially more useful. Maybe broken. Tiny tree grab cooldown reduced. Okay, Avalanche deals 2.5 damage to toss units rather than 3 times. Grow damage increased. They're trying to make tree right click better again. Tiny right click. It's a lot of tree grab charges. Yeah, they're really trying to make tiny right click better. And then nerfing Avalanche. But tiny's kind of been really good for a while. Aghs shard, Craig exterior. Oh, it's back. Passive provides a 20% chance to stun the enemy for 1 second and deal 100 damage when a physical attack impacts you. Works against enemies within 400 range. Procs after an attack impacts and does not affect spell immune enemies. So they'll still get their hit in, but they'll get stunned afterwards. You would buy this against Wind Rangers. It'd be really good against Wind Rangers. As long as you can stay within 400 units of her. But I think Wind Ranger attacks like 500, so. Ursa? Yeah, pretty good against Ursa too. It's an anti-basher basically. Huh. Treant Protector Overgrowth now interrupts targets again. Okay. Does that mean prevents them from casting whatever spell they're casting, basically? Nature's Guise upgrade causes Nature's Guise to root enemies upon attacking. Roots, does it upgrade? Like, does it change your invis basically to actual Nature's Guise? Roots them for 1 second and deals total 200 damage. Lasts an extra second when attacking your tree. That's really good. So basically adds more disable. He's not super close to the tree, so it only lasts. Maybe that did. Seems pretty good. I mean, it's a long cooldown, but still, you're talking about adding 200 damage for 1400 gold as a support. That's still really good. And makes sitting in a tree make more sense. It also gives you a setup for Nature's Guise that'll be better, because you're always going to put Nature's Guise directly where they're standing. You could punch them, not Nature's Guise, the first skill. God, I don't remember what it's called. Tree Ant Protector. Nature's Grasp. Very similar words. Punch, Nature's Grasp, Ulti, Meteor Hammer, that kind of thing. Troll Warlord, Scepter reworked. Yeah, nobody ever bought that. Berserker's Rage movement bonus increased. That's in your melee form. So 5 movement speed there. Level 25 talent change from Whirling Axis cooldown to +2 battle trance duration. That's pretty good. There's obviously issues with battle trance, but increasing the duration would be one small solution. Scepter rework causes ranged axes to dispel enemies, and melee axes to dispel yourself. Ooh, that's very good. Oh, that's really good actually. Reduces cooldown from 9 to 4 and mana cost by half. So basically, the problem is that like when you ulti as troll, people will use you. They will Glimmer Cape, and you can't do anything to solve the problem unless you already handled it before you ultied. But now if you buy Scepter, it's all tied to the axes, which you can still use while you're ulting. So now you can use range axes to dispel enemies, remove their Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, things like that. So Ghost Scepters. It's basically like a on-use nullifier. And then melee axes dispel yourself. If you get Yules, maybe you can axe out of it. If you get disarmed or rooted or whatever else, you can dispel. So a nice change. Not a very good damage item on troll, but if it makes your ulti more useful, then it could be really useful. And it lowers the cooldown down to 4 seconds, so you can throw axes constantly. And now aghs shard casting battle trance now gives you a global aura that gives allied heroes 60 attack speed. They really are thrown back here. Plus 60 attack speed is pretty good, I gotta say. Could definitely do some like old cheese builds. It used to be like drow strats basically with troll. Warless Kick. Wind Waker? What? It's not AoE dispel, it's a dispel on you. Oh, you mean the ranged one. Yeah, that one's good. I don't think it won't like one-shot illusions probably, but it's definitely pretty good. Now you can't compare TB's one because TB's is a unique ability that uses it by itself. Battle Trance, you have to literally cast Battle Trance. So you can't just like use it and give your whole team attack speed. You have to use your ulti. So yeah, it might be the right time for you, but it might not be the right time for your allies. You know, having less control makes it harder. Tusk Walrus Kick now targets a direction. That's good. It kicks the closest enemy unit to you within 250 radius. Prioritizes heroes. So basically, Walrus Kick will be easier to use now. Is it like vector targeting or something? Or you probably click on the map where you want to kick somebody, and then it'll grab somebody and kick them. So this will make Tusk much better with Chrono type situations or Cliff type situations. 25 talent, more snowball. Frozen Sigil. Hey, it's back. Summons a flying sigil that slows enemy attack by 30 and movement speed by 20. God, I forgot about this spell. Within 650 radius, last 25 seconds, cooldown is 30. So basically permanently up. This is really good. Frozen Sigil was definitely one of the best things about Tusk in the game in the past. Primarily because you could use it to scout for you. Spot where enemies are, slow them, just lower movement speed and attack speed almost consistently. So it's quite good. It being almost permanently up is really, really good. This looks like something that supports would genuinely buy pretty early in the game as support Tusk to me. Just to have this vision and stuff. It did have a lot of cosmetics, yeah. There's a lot of cosmetics for it that you could change what it looked like. Underlord, level 10 talent change to +2 Firestorm wave count. That's really good. The magic resistance talent was the best one. I almost always got it. So removing that to more Firestorm wave, it's bittersweet. 2 more Firestorm is good. You'll kill creep waves, really guaranteed with it. I bet you can get pretty close to almost permanent Firestorm between +2 Firestorm and the Firestorm count removal or reduction talent, but almost everybody goes for Pit of Malice AoE because that's just way better to have a bigger AoE. Scepter Rework Dark Rift can now be cast on allied heroes. Reduces the cast delay by 1 second and cooldown by 50 seconds. Oh, it means you could rift to an ally hero instead of a creep wave or a tower. Okay. I was like, can you rift somebody to you? No. You can just rift to somebody that's ganking, for example. Quite good. You could do like a Bat Rider or an Invis ganking hero, that kind of thing. Kind of like Tinker with Beastmaster. Pretty good. Or Tinker with BOT upgrades to go back up your ally. And also it lowers the cooldown by 1. Puts it down to 2 seconds, I believe. And then the cooldown by 50. That's huge, actually. This is really good. Make it really easy to split push against the right heroes. Huh. Firestorm can now be self-targeted. Ooh, and then it follows you around. Also causes it to heal you for 15% of the damage values. Reduces cast point by half. Kind of cool. Kind of weird. Is this good? I mean, it gives you heal, but it's only 15%. Does it heal a percentage of your max HP? Probably. I think that's what that 2 is. The heal looks kind of weak. Without +2, it sucks. I mean, it kind of looks like it sucks no matter what, but I mean, it is percentage-based damage, but it only does, what, 3%? %4 per tick. So it's 15% of 4%. 10% is 0.4. So 15 is 0.6% max HP per second. That's okay. I mean, a hard is 1. But it's not a lot. Early game, it's going to be weak too. Well, you won't get it early. The other problem is that typically Underlord doesn't buy a lot of it doesn't buy a lot of raw HP items. He buys a lot of resistance items. So it just kind of feels like overkill to me. Like, it being self-targeted is maybe the best thing about it, because then you don't have to rely as much on disable. You can just stand near enemies and therefore deal damage. Like, you could walk with them and say like, hey, I'm making you take 6 ticks of damage or 8 ticks of damage or whatever. That part is kind of cool. But I don't feel like the heal portion is like, I mean, it's fine, I guess. It's a little bit of heal, but it feels a little bit redundant. It's just 1,400 gold. Why not? I don't necessarily agree with that. Yeah, the fact that it follows you is pretty good. Because if you get the +2 wave count with it, you're talking like a buttload of damage. It's 8 waves at 4%. So we're talking like 8 to 10 seconds at 4%. Doing like 40% of their max HP. That part's kind of good. There's definitely some good things about it. Undying decay mana cost increase, make him worse at laning stage. Soul Rip is going to be nerfed. Decay duration is now at 10 instead of health regen. Nobody gets health regen. 15 talent, change from decay to Soul Rip damage per heal. So this will make Soul Rip even better, but at 15. And then 20, instead of Tombstone attacks destroy its decay cooldown, and then Tombstone attacks to destroy at 25. So no more OP strong tombs. Increases decay radius by 100 and spawns a zombie around each target. That's kind of cool. Is that good? It's okay. I don't know. It's fine. Like, I don't know if a support Undyne would ever want to buy this. It's kind of nice to have the zombie. Like, the slow is there. The damage is not going to be incredible, but the slow and utility is okay. It gives them like one auto attack to do, but I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. I'm not surprised that Undyne is not gonna be changed that much here, because he's a relatively strong hero. But yeah, the cast range is definitely better than decay duration. I agree. These aren't like that significant, but Undyne's in a pretty strong place. So you'd probably get a zombie for each PL illusion, but it doesn't matter because when the illusions go away, the zombies die too. Undyne zombies are always tied to the guy that they're chasing. So overpower cooldown reduced. Overpower mana cost reduced. Earthshock slow increased. And HP talent. So overpower buffs to Ursa. And then every 6 Furious Swipes on a single target cause Ursa to get enraged for 1 second. That's really good. It's a dispel. That's obviously the first incredible thing that it does. Status resistance, damage reduction. It's pretty good. Maybe it's not that busted. It's okay. It buys you like a little bit of time, basically. That's okay. I don't know if I'd buy it, though. Maybe later. It doesn't actually help you kill Roche, though, is the thing. Well, it does a little, I guess, because you get like a second of the damage resistance. But like Fierce Swipes are Enrage doesn't actually give you more damage anymore. So it's not that important. Would I build attack speed for this? I mean, you just build Ursa normally. Overpower gives you attack speed anyway, so I mean, having some attack speed on Ursa is built into the kit, and you'll usually get a little bit naturally from the other items you buy. So I don't think it's that weird. Alright, I heard somebody say that Venge looks OP, so let's check it out. Base int increased. Magic Missile cast range increased. This is why the Magic Missile was so far before. Projectile speed is up. Vengeance Sword no longer increases attack range or primary attribute, thank God. It no longer has illusion death mechanics. It now increases the base attack damage by a percentage. Upon death. Hey, it's back, thank God. I was really sad about this when they changed it. I really liked the spell casting Venge. I thought it was fun. My vocal cords are making weird noise. So, Strong Illusion that can't be instantly one-shot, casts all your spells and deals 100% damage and takes 100% damage. So, basically just your hero respawned. It has a 30% movement speed bonus, wow. If the illusion is alive when you respawn, you will take its place. Oh, this is so good. Just straight up better version of what it was before. If it's alive, you just come back, no TP, you're just there. XP earned by your illusion is given to your hero. Core Venge is back, guys. 3-position Venge, that was the shit. Used to get like cast range and then buy an aghs with like a Vlad's. It was fun. And now you just have to get aghs. Because you've got a 30% movement speed bonus. You don't really need cast range that much. And the Magic Missile cast range scales up now. And the projectile speed is up too. So you don't give attack range or primary attribute anymore, but like you can cast again. Another swap no longer has charges. Oh, they're reducing it back to a cooldown. Okay. And then the cast range is buffed up a little bit. So just switching it back to the old Venge, I guess. Her win rate's going to tank right now. Like instantly it'll tank really bad because primary attribute is just better than percentage based damage. But so I'm sure she'll be worse on paper for sure. But temporarily I'm excited because going like an aghs build is going to be more viable for sure. And like delaying your passive doesn't feel as bad either because it's just like percentage based damage. So you could maybe max out stun, wave of terror more. Not that this is terrible damage, but you can maybe forego it a little bit more. Where are we at? Cast range here at 20. 25 talent change from Vengeance Aura Illusion cast spells to 16% Vengeance Aura. So cool. And now Wave of Terror now steals 25% of enemy hero base damage and grants you as base damage for the debuff duration. What an incredible video. This is pretty big actually. It's actually really good. This seems really disgustingly good. Like insanely good. It lowers their base damage. It's only 25%, so I guess in some ways like that's still pretty good. Wave of Terror used to lower damage like this. Lowers 25% of their base damage. You get it as base damage. And then that base damage you just stole gets increased by 32%. So, and that's per hero hit. So if you hit a lot of heroes, you're just doing a shitload of damage. That seems really good. I mean, yeah, this is just going to be a lot of damage, surely. Your agility gain is really good, so you'd still attack fast. You could get this with aghs, be really effective. Can't help but think that aghs wouldn't be really good. Your stun can still go through BKB, right? That's a talent, I believe. It wasn't related to aghs. They switched so much of that shit nowadays. It's hard to remember it all. Yeah, it's 25 pierces immunity. Okay, so we can play Venge again like we used to. Magic missile cooldown, magic missile damage. Get it up there. Pierces spell immunity. Hell yeah. Alright. Definitely doing that. With her aghs being like this and the shard, maybe she will still be really good, but I don't know. I don't want to go that many right-click items, but you could definitely justify like treads with a windlace or something and then go aghs, or treads drum aghs. Maybe Vlad still. Venomancer, Veno Gale damage increased just a little bit, and 15 plus 1 under attack range. I think I'm fine. I didn't really like this talent that much. The wards just do really shit damage. They put it on the over here, but I like that they put it on the shard because there are some times that I wanted to have it, but I generally don't want to have to pay for it with a talent because the other talents were just so good. The other one was Poison Sting slow. I felt really bad to give that up almost always. Under attack range is really good though. You could use that to just apply more Poison Stings successfully in fights. But maybe I go Venomous Gale cooldown and I get Poison Sting slow, and then later I go back and get the Plague Wards on Gale. That could look better. But generally Plague Ward damage is awful against heroes. It just really doesn't do very much damage. It's not very good. Viper Nether Toxin mana cost is rescaled. It's fine. It's a little bit worse early. Like in the early game it's worse because usually you leave Nether Toxin at like level 1 because you get a lot of value from just 1 point. So this will hurt his mana gain, or his mana pool in the early game, but it's fine. And then level 25 talent change to minus 11 cooldown. So it'll be more like the old skill. It'll basically be the old skill. What is the cooldown of it? 14. Yikes. Yeah, so it'll basically be old Nether Toxin. That's pretty sick, actually. And then Poison Attack now also lowers armor by 1.5 per stack. Increases max stacks by 2. This is really good. Because if you can do stack higher, keep in mind this is all magic resistance, so getting an extra 2 stacks is massive. That can lower magic resistance by an extra 18%. So 9 times 6. Which is 54. Magic resistance reduction. It's pretty sick. And this is... I mean, you have to attack a lot to get to this, but it's not just that also. It's even more slow, too. An extra 24% slow. You go from like 48 to like literally no slow. 72%. It's quite good. And you just got to keep the stacks up. Really good versus Roche. That's true. Yeah, it'd be really good against Roche. You definitely Roche with this. I mean, it's decent. It's not like insane. It's not like Slardar or something, but because it's only 6 times this, which is 9. It's minus 9 armor. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's like worth buying just for Roche, but it definitely helps. It's probably pretty good against Roche, genuinely. Because we're doing, what, 112 magic damage per second? That's probably good. Yeah, Grobo on that would be really good. That's true. Visage Scepter reworked. Attack projectile speed increased. Familiar's base stack time increased. This makes it worse. Thanks for the sub, Swirly. Summon Familiar's damage increased. So a little bit more... Moderately more damage late game. Scepter rework grants you the ability Silent as the Grave, turns you and the Familiars invisible, and plus 20% movement speed, as well as upgrading your movement type to flying, which makes sense. You are flying. When your Familiars exit, you deal 30% bonus damage for 4 seconds. Lasts 35 seconds. Cooldown's 45. So basically it turns you into a gank hero, actually. Visage is like a slow sieger, but this genuinely turns you into a ganker. It's like Shadowblade for you and your birds, which that was part of the issue before, right? If you wanted to gank on Visage, you couldn't because your birds, you'd have to like initiate and then summon birds, which sucks because then you're limited by your cooldowns. It's like not something you want to do. But this literally gives you an out for that. 20% movement speed. And you're flying, so you can just fly anywhere. You might not have flying vision, but when you exit Invis, you're just dealing 30% bonus damage. Grave Chill and start attacking. It does seem quite good. This is so long. Seems pretty darn good. And then aghs shard allows you to cast Gravekeeper's Cloak to turn into a stone form. Restores up to 25% of your health. So if you do get focused, you can potentially stay alive. That's a huge mana cost, but... Oh, and you can also stomp. Okay, cool. That's kind of cool. You're invulnerable when this happens. I assume, I don't know what the seconds is, 3 or 4. You could get some Gravekeeper's Cloak back. Heal some of your health. Obviously really good at certain circumstances. Definitely looks pretty valuable. I mean, invulnerability for a couple seconds with a heal in the right circumstances absolutely gives players more things to play around that isn't necessarily item based. It's technically a skill, but I mean, you're spending money to buy it, I guess, so. Damage amp also charges the nuke faster. Yeah, of course, because then you're dealing more damage, and therefore you would get nukes more rapidly. Yep. And also, your nuke probably does 30% more damage when you actually do throw it. So, yeah, it seems like pretty sick. Still 4,000 gold item, but I mean, realistically, you could probably get away with like going like medallion into aghs if you really wanted to play the map as a ganker. Genuinely, really feasible. Go invis, go somewhere, kill a guy, walk away. Like that's basically the big thing that's hurting a lot of like common mids that aren't common anymore. They don't have mobility. They don't have a way to like get on the map and like make shit happen because they're competing with void spirits and ember spirits and quaps and storm spirits and stuff like that. Heroes that are very mobile. It's like easy to gank side lanes with those. Supports like Earth Spirit are really good because like you can just roll across the whole map and like hit a guy. And it's like you don't need any items for that. You just need like 2 levels or 1 level. So giving people options to do that without completely changing their heroes to try to make them busted is like a good way to solve the problem. If you do pick Visage and you need a way to pressure the map because your team picked like a semi carry in the off lane and a carry in the safe lane, then you can grab this. Is the stream dead? No. The stream is fine, isn't it? It's still up. What are we talking about? Drop for a second? Okay. Let's try refreshing this just in case. We have dropped a little bit of bits here. Oh, Mage Slayer, I saw a word. Oh god, there's a lot of W's. Okay. It is ad time. You guys are completely right. All right, let's run some ads and be right back. Gonna pee. All right, we got about a minute left. Hello, little doggy. Hello. I had to shut the door. I'm sorry. You were laughing too much. Okay, let us continue. Hi, dog. Sorry, Tango. This is a day to stream. Void Spirit, level 20 talent nerfed a tiny baby bit. Dissimulate adds a partial outer ring. Oh, cool. Increases damage by 125. Oh, that's actually a really big deal. Huge distance. You could definitely escape better with this. This is actually a pretty nice change to the hero, I think. In terms of escaping from Dissimulate. It's pretty good already, but yeah, they had to zoom out the camera. I feel like you're going to use this and you're going to have to like move your camera afterwards to figure out where to go. It's not necessarily a buff, it's just like another item option. I like it though. I think it's a nice change. Thank you, General So, for watching the ads. I appreciate it. Am I muted? I'm not muted, no. Is the audio out of sync? It's possible. There could have been many transcoding issues in this 8 hours of stream. Warlock, level 20 talent increased from 300 AoE to 500. That's good. I actually like that talent a lot. I think it's quite good sometimes. You can cast it on creep waves. You can cast it on heroes and creep waves. It's quite good for keeping your allies alive. Aghanim's Shard. Shadow Word now provides plus 20 or minus 20 movement speed on all enemies. So it's kind of like Fatal Bonds. Or not Fatal Bonds. Battle Hunger used to be kind of like this. Could you cast it on allies? I can't remember. But is this good? It actually is kind of good. There's certainly some circumstances where casting this on a core would be good for movement speed bonuses. I don't know if I'd buy it often, but certainly casting this on like your carry when they're running in or escaping could be good. I don't know if you want to spend the money typically, but it could be useful. Weaver, aghs shard ability, the Swarm. Causes the Swarm to latch onto and reveal invisible units. Causes a Geminate attack to also launch an extra attack onto other enemies within 12 in range of that attack target that have beetles attached to them. It reduces the Swarm cooldown. So it basically makes the Swarm better, makes Geminate better to do an extra attack onto somebody else that also has beetles on them. And it reduces the Swarm cooldown by 4, which I think is about a 20-second or less ability. It's like 16 or 18 or something. It's 20 at level 4. So would lower the cooldown down by 4 seconds, which would put the duration at about 100% uptime. So kind of cool. Let's watch the video. Wow. Oh, everybody? Any other enemy that has Swarm. Oh, that's quite good. I thought it was just one extra. That looks kind of nice. For like a core weaver, that looks pretty good. For a support weaver, I don't know. Like this would really increase your farm rate actually as a weaver. Like to buy this item in mid game, swarm a creep wave, start auto attacking. That shit's dead fast. Not that it doesn't die fast already, I guess, but I feel like even in a team fight, this looks really good. Looks pretty good, genuinely. Because Weaver does have a little bit of farm issues. He also has like damage issues in team fights as a carry. So this could make him a little bit more viable. It's a little expensive for sure. It also latches onto and reveals invisible units. This part is really huge actually. This is really impactful. Because the best counter to the Swarm and other like latch on baby abilities like Phantom's Embrace is to go invis. Use Glimmer Cape and it's gone. It runs out. So now, instead of having to dust, you could legitimately buy this. Say, like, they've got Glimmer Capes. They're going to buy Glimmer Capes. You buy this shard, and now the bugs don't go away. It gives you free detection until they attack it 4 times, and you get these other bonuses. So this actually seems incredibly good, actually. It could really help Weaver offset the fact that your opponents will have Glimmer Capes to hard counter him and just make his hero useless. Or at least much less useful. Because having vision of your opponents is like a huge advantage to the hero. So I actually think this is really good. The fact that it latches onto and reveals invisible units is really good. To help you chase those people down and kill the supports, which is mainly your goal as a weaver. So I think this is great. This is really, really good. Wind Ranger. Wind Run Scepter movement speed reduced by 5%. Power Shot upgrade. Power Shot now becomes global, but after reaching its default range, it only affects heroes, max 1 hero. Impacted heroes will be killed if they're under 13% health after taking the impact damage. Kill threshold scales based on Power Shot channel duration. It's a fucking Omni Knight. Oh, that's pretty good. Under 13% health. So it's basically like legitimately AA. This is fucking stupid, but also amazing. It's actually amazing. This is actually busted in pro games. For fucking vision, dude. You can just power shot globally for vision all the time. How is this not just busted? 9-second cooldown global for 1400 gold. That's insane. They're definitely going to reduce the vision of power shot if this becomes like popular. Roche vision? Yeah, literally like Roche vision constantly. That seems really good. Okay. Winter Wyvern. Base damage increased by 2. Somebody invited me. Who even is this? I don't even know who this is. Client is out of date. Who are you? I have no idea who this is. I have 3 friends in common. Okay. Never mind. Sorry, guys. It was you. How did you know? Winter Wyvern. Base damage increased by 2. Her damage is pretty bad. Cold Embrace base heal per second increased. Pretty significant. 30. It's like 40 extra HP. Would justify getting it earlier. Arctic Burn Scepter mana cost reduced. That's pretty cool. Makes Core Winter Wyvern a little bit more viable. And the Scepter upgrade also increases your movement speed by 25%. Huge buffs to Aghs Scepter on Wyvern. 25 talent is more Winter Curse duration. When Cold Embrace ends, a Splinter Blast goes off at that location, hitting enemies within 1200 range. That's okay. Is it good? It's kind of good for pushing. It's actually quite good for pushing. You could buy this, Splinter Blast the wave, and then Cold Embrace one of your creeps. The whole creep wave is dead. That part's really good. It does kind of seem like a talent, but this is like the purpose of the shards, right? It's like good ideas coming from Aghs Lab, basically, that they can use for hero abilities that enhance them a little bit, you know? A lot of times you use Cold Embrace, somebody's there slapping that guy, you know? So at least punishing them with like a little bit more Splinter Blast damage for 0 mana is kind of cool. It only costs you gold. So I like these changes. These ones look pretty fun on Wyvern. Aghs is not bad on this hero, frankly. But it's just a very expensive item. The fact that it gives you movement speed is nice because that can help offset the fact that it doesn't give you survivability, and that's something Wyvern really needs. 25 movement speed on flying is kind of busted. It's like 70 movement speed or something. It is 45 plus 30. Yeah, 75 movement speed. It's really good. Get a little movement speed, get an Aghs on Wyvern, dude, you're going to zip around like crazy. 12 on a Splinter Crate. Oh, that's true. That's a huge Splinter Blast. That's a really good point. This just looks like a regular Splinter Blast, but 1200 is massive. Yeah, that's quite good. I like that. You can disjoint it pretty easy, but... Witch Doctor with the Voodoo Switcheroo. Grants Voodoo Switcheroo, turns you into Death Ward for 2 seconds. Death Ward is minus 30 attack speed, so it's not as good, but you're hidden and invulnerable during this time. Cooldown is 70, mana cost 250. Okay. This is pretty nice because you don't necessarily, if you get this, you don't necessarily have to use aghs to get a kill. You could use yourself. You could also, it would give you a second option if your stun gets interrupted, your ulti gets interrupted. You could just still transform and try to kill a guy. So I like this. It's again, it's a weaker attack speed, so it is less damage. But 250 mana is insane. That's a lot, but it also makes you hidden and invulnerable. So all around multi-use, 1,400 gold for a 2-second invulnerable, 2-second in hidden. You could still be AoE silenced probably, and it's a 70-second cooldown. But like, you could absolutely dodge spells with this. Magic missile flies out, cast this shit, destroying it, instantly start doing damage. Seems really good for multi-purpose. Wraith King removed Mortal Strike. It's now a passive cooldown critical strike ability with a cooldown. Excuse me? Alright, we're gonna have to, I don't think this is very well worded. Wraith King.
Have you come to surrender? Very well then.
Passively deals bonus damage on an attack with a cooldown. Every 4 seconds you can crit if you want. Okay. Interesting. So it's kind of like, it's going to play kind of like how Slaughter does in lane. Interesting. Reworked Vampora, now called Vampiric Spirit, provides you with 10 to 34 lifesteal. Can be activated to summon skeletons. Same numbers as when it was on Mortal Strike. Skeletons also have the Vampiric Spirit ability. So Skelly's is based on Vamp Aura now. So if you do want to do Skelly stuff, you get Vamp Spirit. You don't get as much Mortal Strike. It's probably still good. You just don't get damage from crit and damage from lifesteal. So, but it would make jungling a little bit easier for sure. Because the skeletons are still like a large part of the damage. If you can keep them alive, then you can definitely still power farm. So I could definitely see that working out just fine. The crit changes is cool. I like it. That's a cool idea. It's not like an insane crit number. It was pretty close to what it was before. I think it was 300%, somewhere around there. So kind of cool. Obviously in the ultra late game, it's a little weak. It's also kind of good. Because you could activate it, blink and get a crit right away, guaranteed. So it could make Wraith King a better burst hero. Better gank burst hero, because you could guarantee a crit right at the start. Get a lot of raw damage, go like some Raker type shit. Scepter upgrade now buffs Wraith units with 75 attack speed and 25 movement speed. That's kind of cool for carry type stuff. Level 20 talent change from no reincarnation mana cost to plus 30 movement speed. So it's just gone. Oh, I see. I like this. 30 movement speed is huge on Wraith King. Limit his kite, him getting kited. And 25 talent, no more vamp or a percentage. It changed to -2 Mortal Strike cooldown. Okay, so that's a good way to make your Mortal Strike more valuable in the 25 ultra late game scenario. And then adding reincarnation on mana cost is now gold cost, and it spawns 3 skeletons to attack each nearby enemy hero when reincarnation is triggered. Each enemy hero. Okay, so if there's a lot of heroes, you get more skellies. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I would bother to buy this if I didn't need to worry about the mana cost thing. But spawning skeletons, it depends on the enemy heroes. If there's a lot of like low HP, low armor heroes, like, you know, Lion, Crystal Maiden type stuff, then this could be really good. Because sending skeletons of them is actually a big pain in the ass. But, I mean, it doesn't increase anything else for your hero. This is definitely like a late game buy, mid game buy, tops, if they really do have a lot of mana burn. It definitely seems like a Wraith King buff. I think Mortal Strike being here is a really nice lane increase. Because basically, like, if you really wanted to, you could max out your stun and this. You run in, stun a guy, slap him with a huge crit. Then you hit him a second time, and then you disengage. And then when your stun's off cooldown, you do it again. You throw the stun, you get the crit, slap him a second or third time, and you run away. Like, Wraith King could be a more viable 3 with this. Not having to delay your skellies would be a bit rough, but I could definitely see myself going like 2 stun, 2 crit, and then getting like vamp at 5, 5, 6, 7, or 5, 7, 8, depending on when I need my ulti. It will slow you down a little bit, but I could definitely see you fighting in the laning stage. Like, your crit not being super reliable definitely puts some issues in the hero. Stops people from blinking out from my ulti too. Oh, because damage will be dealt after your ulti goes on. I guess so, yeah. But I kind of like this. I really liked fighting Wraith King. It was really fun. When stun was 8-second cooldown, you could just go like stun and crit. You just fight people. It was really fun. It's a little bit less good now, at least from the last patch, but with the Vamp War change happening, I think this could work out. 50% crit is on a 4-second control cooldown is quite good. Did you hear what I said? A 50% damage increase on a controlled cooldown is quite good. You'll trade well with your opponents if you just pop in once in a while and slap. Pop in, slap, go back to last hitting. Support's probably not good. You could probably trade pretty well as a Wraith King support, but it doesn't scale well, obviously. So you shouldn't do it support, I don't think. But everything else would be okay. Zeus. Thunder God's Wrath mana cost increased. Cooldown is increased. 10 talent is nerfed. 20 talent is changed to more Thunder God's Wrath damage. This is actually so much damage. 600 damage plus static field on people. It's insane. And then 25 talent slightly nerfed. And no more cooldown reductions, so a little bit less abuse in terms of like Nimbus type stuff. So static field can be cast to perform a heavenly jump, shocking the closest visible enemy hero priority within 2,000 range, dealing static field damage to them, and reducing their movement speed by 100% for 2.5 seconds. If you're moving forward, you'll jump towards that direction 450 distance. What? Oh. So if you're not moving, then you stand still. Literally just repurpose the animation from the taunt, but that's okay. Or at least the, whatever thingy. Added some lightning. I don't care. So basically, it allows you to do a slow and damage to the closest visible enemy hero. So it's kind of like second skill on Skyreth Mage, but you can also use it as a mobility skill. It's a force staff and a slow. So it helps solve some mobility issues for Zeus while also dealing static field damage, which is not a shitload, but could be up to like 12 to 14%, which is not terrible. And the fact that it slows for 2.5 seconds is really good, especially if you use it to jump away from your opponent while zapping them. And the cooldown is 14 and it has a mana cost. I think this is cool. It's definitely a very good force staff-like ability for sure. It's definitely very solid while also slowing your opponent. But as we all know, when Valve makes new heroes, they understandably want to make interesting heroes and new heroes. Like if you think of almost all the heroes that have come out recently, they all have mobility. The weakest is maybe Snapfire maybe. But everybody else is like insane mobility because it's just more fun. And they're trying to make cool hero designs. So there is, you're going to need to compensate that for some heroes, and this is where we're at. This is for chasing. It's good for chasing too. Definitely good for both. I mean, the range is 2,000, so you're basically keeping them within cast range for you, but outside of attack or cast range for them, ideally. Yep, puts blinks on cooldown. True. Looks pretty instant too, yeah. You could just press it right away. The scary part though is if you are moving, you have to press S first and then cast it. Otherwise, you will launch forward and probably die. So we will see that a lot, I'm sure, in pub games. All right, we're done. Oh, shit. Swords based on rare items. That looks like an Aghanim Scepter with a Mystic Staff. That's an Eagle Song Reaver. Item changes. Fluffy Hat. 250 gold, 125 health. This is very good. This is basically a bracer in terms of raw HP. I don't understand. All you guys keep writing is he doesn't know. And you're right, I don't know. I'm just going to keep reading. And you'll find out. Just keep going. Okay. All right, just going to read. This is a better version of Bracer for supports because you don't really need the stats that bad. And it's a little bit of raw HP to help you stay alive. Kind of similar. I'm trying really hard not to read chat right now. Falcon Blade new item. Requires a fluffy hat, Sage's Mask, Blades of Attack, and a 225 gold recipe. So health, mana regen, and damage. It's pretty expensive. It's like 1,000 gold, right? 250. It's like what, 160 or something right now? It's 400. Another 430. It's basically like a 1,000 gold item. 1,000 gold, 100 health, mana regen, damage. It's kind of like a carries early game item. Gives mana regen, HP, and damage. So like carry items. Orb of Corrosion. Requires Blightstone, Orb of Venom, and a fluffy hat. Okay, Blightstone and Orb of Venom on the same hero. Don't see it too often, but you run into item slot issues. There's the slow, magic DPS. There's the health, 3 armor reduction, last 3 seconds. So basically just like literally all those early game items that you want to buy on a lot of these heroes. And a fluffy hat. So basically these are all new items. It's part of the weird things about the game. All the early game items like bracers, wraithbands, nulls, they've been like tweaked a lot in the last couple of years. Last like 2 years. So adding new items I think is a really good thing. New early game items to create more diversity in itemization, and so that they don't have to like balance everything around those like those 3 items. So I think this is all really good. Big fan of new stuff in the early game. Witchblade, Blitz Knuckles, that's 1,000. Chainmail, it's 550. Robe of the Magi, and a 600 gold recipe. So 1,000, about 2,000, 2,600 gold item. 35 attack speed, 12 int, 6 armor. Okay, so this is like and 300 projectile speed. This is a damage item for int carries. Basically, this solves all of int. This is like literally all of these are all of the things that int carries have trouble with. Is they have bad attack speed from their low agi. It gives you 12 int, which is damage and mana pool, and it gives you armor, which is something they really lack from low attack speed. 300 projectile speed is helpful too. This would be a great item for a silencer, for example. Armor, attack speed, int, projectile speed, perfect. Has a 9-second passive cooldown that procs on attacks. Applying a curse for 3 seconds, it slows by 25% and deals your int as damage every second. Literally silencer's weapon, but still very good on other int potential carries. Very good on OD, obviously. Wind Ranger could do okay with this. The armor is kind of nice. Projectile speed, but the slow's kind of good too. Any other int right clickers? Yeah, a lot of if you ever want to play an int hero as a core, an item like this would fit in really nicely to solving your problems. That's why I used to like bind veil a lot on a lot of int cores, because it gave you armor and amplification. So this is pretty cool. I like this. Lion core right here. A lion core item maybe. Glipnir, Maelstrom, Rod of Atos, and a 700 gold recipe. Interesting. 26 2,700 gold. Rod of Atos is about 2,700. So we're at 5,400 and a 700 gold recipe. This kind of looks like Viper to me actually, but pretty expensive. 30 damage, 20 int, 12 strength. These are basically the passives of the 3 items. There's the Chain Lightning proc. Active, targets a 450 area, releasing a lightning strike onto each enemy unit. Okay, ensnaring them for 2 seconds and dealing a chain lightning damage proc of 220 damage. So it's a AoE Atos with chain lightning. And the proc is higher when you use it. Does not say what the cooldown is, but mana cost 200, cast range is 1100. Kind of cool. 18-second cooldown. Yeah, it's a pretty good Viper item. You don't really need Maelstrom on Viper though, because you have AoE from Nether Toxin, but it would be hypothetically a cool Viper item because he does lower magic resistance from your opponent. So hypothetically, having a Maelstrom isn't bad. It doesn't give very much attack speed, which is one negative, but AoE root is pretty cool. A hero like Underlord would love this item, but he doesn't want it because of Maelstrom. But kind of pretty expensive. The passive benefits are kind of weak. Kind of reminds me of Meteor Hammer. The initial offering was kind of weak, but maybe there's some heroes that this fits for. Rod of Atos Maelstrom. You need to be a right clicker, but you also want more disable. It's weird. Night Stalker? Ugh. No. Way too expensive. Wind Ranger? Yeah, Wind Ranger looks okay. Lots of int. It's still a really expensive item. And Maelstrom is a little bit shitty on Wind Ranger compared to MKB, but maybe depending on MKB's nerf ratio, it could be different. Razor? Nah. It's not really enough stats that he wants. A lot of mana that he doesn't need. Pangolier. AA core, yeah. It definitely looks better for like int cores than others. I don't think you really want to buy a Maelstrom. It's really expensive for what AA wants to do. Visage, Monkey King, definitely not Monkey King. Visage, maybe, but Silencer, maybe. Marana. Atos is pretty good on Marana. You could maybe do Marana. It's kind of weird though. I guess it'd be kind of nice to AoE Rod of Atos. That way nobody moves. You could land your arrow. Bloodseeker. A lot of these are weird. This is kind of a weird item. It's going to be hard to find fits, I think. Hoodwink? Maybe Hoodwink. Hoodwink likes Maelstrom. Atos is probably not terrible on Hoodwink. Could be Hoodwink. I think it's Hoodwink, guys. Weaver? I don't know about that. Hoodwink, Wind Ranger, and Viper maybe. Granny could potentially work, yeah. It's kind of, yeah, Granny's pretty good. I like that one. Mage Slayer, like a really like him item. Mage Slayer, new item, requires Cloak, Blade of Alacrity, Claymore, and a 6-1. What a weird item. 20 magic resistance, 20 agility, 20 damage, and causes your attacks to place a minus 35% spell amp debuff on enemy heroes lasting 4 seconds. Any of your attacks? So like you just attack people and they just deal less damage? And you have magic resistance? This seems quite good. Gap close on Zeus kind of a thing. No wonder he needs a new item. I mean, 20% magic resistance. How expensive is this? 1450. Claymore's like 1400, I think. It's pretty expensive. It's just over 3k. And the damage is kind of weird. I mean, 20 attack speed, 40 damage for agi heroes is not bad. Like there is a lacking sometimes for like heroes where you're like, I don't want to buy a hood, but like I need magic resistance and an item like, and there's no Nether Shawl. So an item like Mage Slayer could be genuinely really good. If you are a gap close hero, but they just have so much fucking magic damage, you're going to have issues. So like if you're playing like a Ricky or something against some of these heroes, it could be really useful to like help you delay your BKB a bit. Even against like a Wind Ranger or something, it reduce the MKB proc damage by 35%. Some shit like that would be pretty solid actually. I assume that's affected by spell amp. Void Spirit item? Yeah, something like that. Some like gap closing hero. It could be pretty good on, well, Void Spirit is int though, so the agility is kind of wasted. It's kind of an agility hero only thing. It's not going to be very useful on other heroes, in my opinion. So it kind of has to be agility heroes, which is kind of fair. That's why the stats are so weird. Because like if you don't get 20 agility damage out of this, then it's kind of bad. And therefore, agility heroes who usually have the most trouble against big damage spell nukers, they're going to benefit the most from this. So Hoodwink, 40 damage, spell amp debuff. It's pretty good. She has HP issues, so yeah, it could be good on Hoodwink. The problem though is it doesn't really increase your damage that much. It's only like 40, so I'd still rather have a Maelstrom probably, but there could be games where it'd be okay. I mean, especially if this bounces, it's actually pretty good. I think it's pretty good on Hoodwink actually, because if it bounces to multiple spellcasters and they're all doing 35% less damage for the first bit of the fight, it could be amazing. Really lower their output. So yeah, I like Hoodwink. Every new item is good on Hoodwink. Hoodwink, maybe like a Ricky. Ricky, it's pretty good because of backstab damage too. Yeah, some heroes like that. Maybe like a bounty hunter type hero too. Gap close, run for your life kind of thing. Very cool item. I'll have to think about that one more. Eternal Shroud. I'm having a lot of fun with these items. These items are really cool. Definitely a lot more theory crafty than some of the hero shards. Eternal Shroud requires a Hood of Defiance, Voodoo Mask, and 1,000 gold recipe. Hood of Defiance is about 1650, I think. Voodoo Mask is 700. We know that now. So this is like a... Well, it's pretty expensive actually. It's like a 3,200 gold item. Here's the hood. 20% spell hero lifesteal. And 4% creep spell lifesteal. Can be activated to create a shield that absorbs 400 magic damage and converts it to mana. Interesting. So you don't get magic resistance from it at all. It's gone. But you get 20% hero spell lifesteal. A little bit of creep spell lifesteal. You get regen. And you can activate it to gain mana back, basically. Absorb magic damage, you get mana. Last 12 seconds. Cooldown 60. Mana cost 50. So it does still give you a barrier. 400 is pretty good for a barrier. It'll block like 1.5 spells from that. But it not having magic resistance is a little weird. I was thinking like when I started seeing like the Voodoo Mask and the hood, I was like pudge. But now I'm a little unsure. Who would this be really good on? Something like this for like Storm is kind of cool, but it's probably not good. You don't really need that much HP regen. There's like spell lifesteal's bad. This is like all HP. It's basically like a heal item. DP. Yeah, pretty good on DP. Here, this much spell lifesteal with Spirit Siphon is quite good. HP regen is good. Definitely like tanky type heroes. The barrier that gives you mana back is kind of interesting. Viper. Spell lifesteal is good on Viper. Regen is good. Getting mana back is kind of good. Yeah, it could work on Viper. Again, it's really expensive though. 3,000. Like something like Pudge could be good genuinely. Bristleback maybe. That's kind of weird too. Necro. It still has magic resist. Okay, let me see. Okay. All right. Well, this makes it a lot easier to think about then. Still gives magic resist. So, Pudge for sure. Because it's basically a hood with extra spell lifesteal. I was already talking about getting a Voodoo Mask anyways. You're always going to buy at least a hood on Pudge, in my opinion. So, seems very good for Pudge for 20% spell lifesteal. You could go like Eternal Shroud into aghs, or even like Hood into aghs into Eternal Shroud. Is probably what you do. And then you get mana back with the shield. Seems quite good. Yeah, I would definitely buy this on Pudge. It's less magic resistance. Is it 20? So many neutral items I'm looking at. 20% magic resistance. So it's less magic resistance than a hood. Hood is 20. I'm sorry. It used to be 25. Yeah. So it's a hood plus better spell lifesteal, and the barrier gives you mana. And the barrier is better because it's 400 instead of 325. Same cooldown, less mana. So it's a pretty expensive upgrade from hood. You're more than doubling the cost, and all you're getting is like a really good Voodoo Mask. You're doubling your Voodoo Mask. It's like a doubled Voodoo. I don't know, it's kind of weird. And you get mana back, but it seems expensive for what it gives, honestly. Unless like your hero really, really, really benefits from spell lifesteal. Thank you, Exploding Marshmallow. It seems expensive for what it gives. The getting mana back is cool, but seems overkill. It's like kind of weird to use. Like, why not just solve these mana problems in other ways that your build naturally solves, you know? Like, it's good. Medusa mana gain. You literally want to spend, I don't even know if that technically works. Do you really want to spend 3,200 gold on fucking Medusa to buy magic resistance, HP regen, and spell lifesteal? You guys fucking stupid? That's not good. Why everyone's spamming Medusa? Yeah, okay, you can get your mana back. Why don't you just not spend 3,000 gold on this and buy literally anything else? Like, I'm sorry, but this is dumb. Yes, Dusa needs magic, needs a mana gain. That's cool. But, like, you can get that from stats. Like, come on, guys. What about Snake? You're right. Snake is there. You'd get a little bit of lifesteal, but that's not good. You don't need lifesteal from Snake. You need mana gain. I mean, it would kind of work, but... The Snake on Heroes part is a little tempting because you'd get mana back and HP, but, like... The Shroud aspect of giving you... converting damage into mana, just like... I don't know, man. So many better items. Just buy more damage instead. Like, this is legitimately like a Pudge item or something like that. Pudge, Bristleback, Sand King maybe from like Sandstorm stuff. It could be good on like Tide, Timbersaw. It'd be great on Timbersaw. Really, really good on Timbersaw. Magic resistance, spell lifesteal from pure damage. You do a lot of pure damage. You get mana back. Excellent Timbersaw item if you need magic resistance. I'd rather buy this hood thing than buy a pipe on Timber, for sure. Very comparable costs. But the getting mana back part is really good on him. So very good on... Yeah, pipe is like similar cost, right? Pipe is actually more expensive than Eternal Shroud. Obviously, it gives you a lot more magic resistance, but the spell lifesteal could offset this a bit. DP. I could see DP. Definitely could see Death Prophet. Which doesn't quite need mana as bad, but it's good. Tiny? Nah. You need to be some like tanky guy that does damage, has slight mana needs. Wouldn't just rather buy a pipe. Maybe Mars. I don't know. Doom maybe. I don't know. Underlord? Underlord could work, yeah. 20% spell lifesteal on him is pretty sick. I could see this item on Enigma too. Spell lifesteal on Enigma is insane, actually. I got Octarine once when I was playing Dire Tide, and I just slapped that shit down and I just wouldn't die. That was also throwing it on giant creeps too, but still. Midnight Pulse with Eternal Shroud could be really good, for sure. But probably not him. Undying? No. No, you don't have... The spell lifesteal is mostly useless. And getting the mana back's okay. I'd rather just buy a hood in his case. It's overkill. Ogre Magi? That could be okay actually. I like the ogre idea. You do enough magic damage, the spell lifesteal would be okay, the magic resistance, the HP regen's good, and getting mana back from Eternal Shroud could be solid. Yeah. There's definitely some like semi-tanky int nukers that it could work okay on. Who else? Semi-tanky int nukers. Maybe like a Leshrac. Heroes that don't necessarily want to buy BKB type stuff. Centaur? Maybe Centaur. The mana gain back is kind of weird. I'd rather just buy like Hood and then buy more strength items, I feel like. Techies. Techies is not a terrible idea. It's kind of expensive though. Necrophos. Necrophos could be good. It's okay. The spell lifesteal part is a little weird. Not really that needed with him. So there's some heroes that this could be good on, but maybe not a huge amount. Okay, Helm of the Dominator, new item, looks much better. Can now be upgraded to level 2 by buying an ultimate orb and a 1600 recipe. Allows converting ancients. Minimum health increase to 1800, increases the stat, armor, HP regen bonuses from 666 to 288. 20 to all stats, 6 to armor, 6 to HP regen. I need to reread what Helm of the Dominator does. There are so many hats in this game. So, 6 all attributes, 6 armor, 6 HP regen, 25 base damage, 12 regen, 4 mana regen, 4 armor for the creep. This will be more HP. This could be, it's really expensive. Attribute, like this is really expensive. 1600 recipe to get an ancient. The ancient abilities are really good. The best one is probably the Thunder Lizard. You can give a frenzy buff of I think 50 attack speed, and the aura gives you 15 attack and damage. So the frenzy buff would be really sick for sieging. It would also have 4 armor, 12 health regen, 25 damage. So that one would be really good. The golem would give you 15% increased estimated hit points, or 15 extra HP aura. Black dragons are okay. I think that's it. Would Beastmaster buy this? It'd be okay. I think it might be. It's not a great core item. I mean, it gives you more armor too. I mean, 20 all attributes. It's really expensive. But you can get some more buffs out of it. Like, it would definitely help you push and end the game. The other problem is that, like, nobody buys Helm of the Dominator right now. So it wouldn't feel like a natural transition is the other issue. Maybe if you bought it as some, like, offlane hero. I haven't seen anybody buy a Helm of the Dominator in, like, 6 months, I feel like. NP? Nah, it's, like, overkill. You need somebody that really needs armor and regen. Who wants a creep. Like maybe Lycan or something. It'd probably be good on Lycan actually. I like Lycan maybe. The stats aren't really what Lycan needs. I think it's better on Lycan than Beast. No, it's probably good on Beast too, because you're giving your Ancient more attack speed too. It's probably pretty good. It's just really expensive. I think I like it better on Lycan though, because the Helm early is pretty decent. Not to mention that your Feral Impulse applies globally now. So if your Helm creep is somewhere else on the map, he still gets the damage and the regen. So I feel like Helm of the Dominator is probably a lot better on Lycan now. I like that idea. Lycan Helm. Even if it doesn't increase your damage, I mean, you get 6 all attributes and you get armor and regen, which is pretty good. Necro is definitely better on Lycan. And maybe it's overkill to go Helm and Necro. I'm not sure. You could gank globally with them though. And if Feral Impulse applies on everybody, does that mean your Lycan ult does too? You probably get crits globally too. So they're like you can probably like literally split push with your units, Helm included. It's just so expensive. Why is it 1600 for the recipe? I guess that's what you're paying for, is to go to an ancient instead of a regular creep. But it just seems really expensive to me. Yeah, Chen's not going to get 6k gold. There's no way. Not to spend on that. Overwhelming Blink requires a Blink Dagger, a Reaver. Okay, so these are all Blink Dagger upgrades. So Blink Dagger, Reaver, and 17, 15, 50 gold recipe. 25 strength, and when you land, all enemies in an 800 AoE have 50% movement slow and 50 attack slow for 6 seconds. Take damage. So it's basically Havoc Hammer. So adding 25 strength to your Blink makes your Blink Dagger less of a waste of a slot. Is pretty expensive though. But 500 HP, Havoc Hammer. Pretty good. Swift Blink, Blink Dagger, Eagle Song. 25 agi when you land, 30% phased movement speed, and 40 damage and 40 attack speed. So it would be Blink Daggers and right click heroes. This is going to be Blink Daggers for initiators, Blinks for right click heroes, and Arcane Blink, 25% ability cooldown reduction. So cast spellcasters, 25 int, and lowers the cast point too. It's a hard choice. I think feels safe to say that Swift Blink is going to be the least used, because there's not that many agi heroes that rely on Blink Dagger to initiate, and of the ones that do, they want to spend way less than like Eagle Song. This is so much money. This is 5,000 gold to get what, 30 movement speed after a blink and 40 damage and 40 attack speed. Like, who's gonna spend this on an agi hero? Feels like nobody. TA and Clinks, like, yeah, this one doesn't seem very good. Overwhelming Blink is pretty solid, obviously. Damage, movement and attack speed slow. Again, damage. This could be justified for your like Earthshaker type heroes and some other initiators. It's still really expensive, so I don't think we'll see it often, but could be good. Like some Sand King or something, jump in and do all this damage. But like you guys are pointing out, Arcane Blink is the best for most initiators. Less cast point, 25% ability cooldown reduction. Somebody said Black Hole. Does this mean that, I'm going to test it quick. Does this mean that your cooldowns are lower does it basically give you like an arcane rune for 6 seconds, or does the cooldown of your abilities go faster for, it's probably like a 6-second arcane rune, I would assume. So 200 seconds, and then why is that so much? Oh, the numbers are right. I was looking at the 300 and getting confused. 200 versus 150. Yeah, okay. So lowers your cooldowns by 25 seconds if you have it, which is pretty nice. It's effectively like an Octarine Core. You still can buy Octarine Core, I believe, right? Yeah, and it does also lower cooldown. So if you're insanely farmed, you can lower that shit farther. Lower cast point is actually really good for heroes like Enigma, actually, because you can do this faster. It's way faster. I mean, you can cancel it. You can classically cancel that one pretty fast, but that's so fast. Here, let's see if I can notice the difference. Yeah, see that? See that difference? It's huge. He has to like pull his arms back. That's really big. I'm turning slightly, so I'm doing it bad, but so much slower. Oh man, he moves his arms so fast. Wow. So much faster. Max 10 level doesn't do anything. Isn't this busted on Tinker? Yeah, it would be really good on Tinker, actually. Because now he's going to be able to laser and stuff faster. With that said, it's a really expensive item, guys. And Tinker has a lot of stuff that he wants to buy. So, like, yeah, if you get this on Tinker, it's going to be amazing. But level to max. I'm really bad at Tinker, so. Oh, that's really fast. That's really fast, dude. Oops. That is so fast, actually. That was really slow. I am not fast at this. It's like, actually, you like legit have to use quick cast. Legitimately have to use quick cast. There's like so many buttons to press. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. I feel so inadequate without quick cast.
Into the fray.
Holy shit. So, Arcane Blink, obviously the cast point stuff is actually pretty insane. Definitely could see some crazy shit going on with that. LC can get Swift Blink. No. Spending 5,000 gold for 25 agility, which only gives you attack speed and armor, and then movement speed, which isn't needed because you have a blink. Like, that's what's so stupid about this, is it's like I don't blame Valve for making this because they needed to make a agility one, but like you have a blink dagger. Why do you need more movement speed after you blink? Unless you're running away from enemies, you know? It's really not that needed. And then it gives you 40 damage and 40 attack speed, which is fine. But for 5,000 gold, you're spending 5,000 gold for 40 damage and 65 attack speed. It's literally like, it's like a shittier butterfly. You could have a butterfly and a blink dagger for almost the same price. TA. I guess TA is fair. TA does buy blink often. Ursa does not buy blink very often right now. TA, yes. Movement speed is good for TA damage and attack speed, but like I can't imagine that you wouldn't just be like, I'd rather get a Bloodthorn or some other like really expensive damage item. Could be good TV. Not really. This item is going to be like extremely rarely bought. It's like, oh, I already have 7 items and I might as well upgrade my blink. That's what's going to happen, I think. This one could be earlier because movement slow for 6 seconds could be good, and the damage is like potentially incredible. 300 AoE after you blink in, you know. It's still really expensive though. These are all still really expensive. Arcane Blink, sure, people are going to buy this because lowering cooldowns on big teamfight ultimates is great. Ravage, Black Hole, stuff like that. Wind Waker, the item that I've been reading about in chat all day. Yule's Mystic Staff and a 1,600 gold recipe. This is really expensive. 2750, 2,700. It's 54. Is a 7,000 gold item. 50 movement speed, 6 mana regen, 35 int. Extends the Cyclone functionality to all casting on allies. It's finally here. When cast on yourself, you can move the tornado anywhere at a speed of 360. Okay. So, understandable why it's so expensive. People talked about this item from Han. In Han, you could use your allies, which was fucking stupid probably. I don't know. Maybe it was balanced in the context of the game, but using your allies is basically removes the... I mean, it's a very expensive item, so obviously like it's not cheap to do this, but being able to use an ally means that you can save them from stuff. So if it was tied to just Yules by itself, busted. 2750 to like disrupt an ally, it's like it just breaks a lot of defensive heroes back when that was more of an argument. Nowadays, it being this expensive for like 7k gold, I don't care if you can use it on allies. I actually like it as like a late game Yule's core item for those like death prophets that are 6 slotted basically, because you still want to keep Yule's to dispel, but now you could potentially use it to save an ally as well, save a support that gets caught or a core to buy them time. Somebody gets stunned, blink Yule's them, or just Yule's them, and then by the time they come down, the stun duration is probably gone, and then that guy can pop his BKB. So it's definitely really, really good in the late game. With that said though, the only really good parts are the movement speed. Actually, isn't this what Yule's gives you anyways? Isn't Yule's like 50? It's like 30. It used to be 35. God, I can't remember these days. Oh, God, I'm way off. 20 movement speed. There was a period of time where it gave a lot. So it's a lot more movement speed. That part's really good. The mana regen is fine. Yule's does give you a lot. 3.5. So a lot of mana regen. It's actually more like 10 with the int as well. You can move anywhere for 360, which is actually pretty fast. That's actually pretty, that's like literally normal walking distance. So this is actually pretty sick. You could Yule's and move it anywhere. It makes it sound like you can go up and down cliffs. So it does definitely make it a much better defensive item. This item actually looks really, really good. But again, it's 7,000 gold. And defensively, other than being able to move and use it on your allies, it is not any better really, with the exception of the movement speed. So this is not an item that you would rush. Unless you're worried about some weird specific thing like, I don't know, Puck ulties you, you walk to the edge, use Wind Waker, and tornado off to the side, taking no damage and breaking the stun. That could be really good. but it just looks too expensive otherwise to justify it. I don't know if you can multicast items on allies, can you? Q Tornado of Chrono. You probably can, yeah. Maybe not, though. You have to test everything. Chrono is a little bit different. Aetherland's mana reduced by 150. That's fine. It's not really the selling point of the item, typically. It is nice. It's probably one of those things that you don't buy it for that, but you'll notice if it's missing a bit. No more magic resistance on Soul Booster. No more magic resistance, no more recipe. Now requires Aetherlands instead of Voodoo Mask. With respect to Aetherland's bonuses, no longer provides spell lifesteal. So no more spell lifesteal on Octarine, which is fine. But it does do cooldown reduction. And it does have cast range. So that means it is a Soul Booster and a Aetherlands. It is a metric shitload of mana. Can we confirm this? Yeah, Soul Booster and Aetherlands. So it gives you 725 mana, 425 health, 3 mana regen, and cast range. So, most heroes don't need this much mana. It's a 5,475 item. Like, Soul Booster with magic resistance. Like, if this still had magic resistance, I'd be pretty down with it, but I'm not sure about it right now. I mean, OD does like the mana increase, but why wouldn't he just get... Like, it gives him cooldown reduction, which is fine for, like, BKBs, his ulti. Maybe like, the Astral Imprisonments are kind of nice to have lower cooldown, but does he really want this that bad? Wouldn't he rather buy, like, an actual right-click item? Or, like, a hybrid stat int item? Like, one of those earlier items. Why wouldn't he buy, like, Witchblade or... I don't know. Witchblade's not that expensive, obviously, but this item is way better on OD as like a damage item. I don't think it's that good on OD. It's an awkward item here. The cast range is fine. Raw HP is fine. The mana, it's just too much mana, it feels like. But it's a little bit of a waste. Even if it's a little bit of mana waste, it still could be good on some supports. Like, I doubt that, like, your pro Rubik players are gonna, like, be afraid to upgrade to Octarine Core late game. Because they're gonna have the Aetherlands anyways, and they're like, hey, I can increase my HP. 3,000 is a lot late game. But 300 HP and 25% cooldown reduction on supports. Not terrible. It basically makes it easier for supports to get cooldown reduction. So, Zeus or Lina? Yeah, Zeus, fine. Lina, fine. Maybe good on, like, Skywrath. Getting more cooldown there isn't terrible. Cast range is already good on a lot of those heroes. Veno? No, not really Veno. No, you don't need cast range. You're surprised I don't think Swift Blink is a Meepo item? Yeah, that's true. It's pretty good on Meepo. But it's just the main Meepo. It's not that incredible. Again, it's really expensive. It's a lot of money. Meepos don't even buy Blink Dagger right now, right? So, I mean, it would give you a Eagle Song upgrade, but, like, is it a better Meepo item than all the other things you could buy? I'm not sure if that's true. It's really not that much. 40 damage and 40 attack speed. That's what you're getting. 30% movement. That's weird, dude. It's a buff to Aetherland Spires. Yeah, that's basically it. But it's just kind of awkward right now with it being Soul Booster. Okay, Bloodstone, no longer magic resistance. Now also requires Voodoo Mask. So Bloodstone now gives you Spell Lifesteal. It's just more expensive. Cost goes up. Yeah, it's way more expensive now. 700 gold more expensive. So Storms are probably sad about this. Spell Lifesteal is not that big of a deal for them, typically. This makes it a little bit better of a... I mean, it kind of makes sense to put it in there, right? Because Kaya gave you Spell Lifesteal Amplification. But Bloodstone did not give you Spell Lifesteal. So it was kind of weird, right? It's like you had to have Kaya and a Voodoo Mask, which used to go into Octarine. So it gives you 15% spell lifesteal, and it gives you 30% spell lifesteal amplification. So it's more like 20% spell lifesteal, basically. So on the right heroes, this is good. I think some like Death Prophet type hero, this is pretty good. It's still really expensive though. And the mana regen is kind of overkill because you'd rather just buy like Yules and a few other items to keep you alive. Lesh, yeah, pretty good on Lesh. Lesh is pretty happy with Bloodstone, so having spell lifesteal on him is going to help him stay alive. I like the Lesh idea. That's a really good idea. Timber still loves it. Yeah, Timber still loves it. I think that makes sense. OD not as much because it doesn't give you much right click. The spell lifesteal's okay. The mana regen's a waste, actually. Bloodstone's not good on OD. Necro, the mana regen's a waste. Spell lifesteal's a little bit of a waste. Storm is sad about this change. Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't really want the spell lifesteal, but now Bloodstone is 700 gold delayed. You don't need attack damage on OD. That's not what it means, basically. It's more like, yes, it gives him raw mana increase, 425 mana, 16 int. But like, why not buy an item like Sheepstick that gives you lots of raw mana, gives you attack speed, it gives you HP, and it gives you raw damage from intelligence. More so than Bloodstone. Like, Scythe is literally cheaper than Bloodstone now. So all this gold in Bloodstone that goes towards mana regen is wasted because OD doesn't need that probably. So yeah, sure. If I got it for free, I would like to have this on OD, but no items are free and you have to balance it based on other items that are potentially better. So that's why it's not good on OD. Swift Blade on Batrider? Okay, that one makes some sense. The 30% movement speed could be really good on Batrider. But so is Arcane Blink. Arcane Blink's really good on Batrider. Lowers lasso cooldown. God, those are expensive. 6,800. Okay, let's go back to the patch notes so we can someday finish. I think we're at an ad break, actually. Mana regen increase for Echo Saber. Good for you, Echo Saber. All right, we'll be right back. Let's run potentially the final ad break. No, there's a lot of time left. We're going to be up late. Be right back. I went to bed at about 1 a.m. last night, so I'm prepped. It's only 12:09 a.m. I got this. I can definitely do an extra hour or so. Hour and a half. Easy. We got this, no problem. Just a casual 10.5 hour patch notes. I'm ready, dude. Items are fast. Look how much space. There's so much. I don't have to check every hero. I can just read about stuff. It's no problem. I'm not going to sleep and finish this later. I genuinely can easily finish this. It's just only like 10 to 11 hours of talking. That's what patch days are for. Map changes. Blast off, Stasis, Yules, red mine, green mine. Yeah, that could work. I'm ready. All right, let's go. Echo Saber mana regen increase to help compensate for that sword thing that is comparable. Silver Edge recipe updated now requires Oblivion Staff instead of Echo Saber. Echo Saber can still be disassembled. Bonus changes to 45 attack speed, 40 damage, 10 int, and 3 mana regen. So still good mana regen. So it's going to be 500 cheaper total. But that compensates for the 12 less strength, basically. So it loses 12 strength, but it's 500 cheaper. A little bit worse as an HP item. And you don't get an Echo Saber. Cooldown reduced a little bit. Yeah, this feels worse. 45 attack speed, 40 damage, 10 int. Doesn't really give you very much damage now. It's definitely going to seem a lot worse, I feel like. But there's a lot more sources of break now, so maybe that's why they're making it weaker. Because there's so many sources of break, it's like, why let Silver Edge feel special? Make it more hero specific, perhaps, is my thought. Maybe Echo Saber builds into something else. No? Ring of Tresk removed. Just straight up removed. It's gone. It had a good time. It's replaced by that hat item or whatever. Fuzzy hat. Heart of Trask no longer uses a ring. Recipe cost increased. Bonus health reduced. Bonus strength increased. HP regen up. No longer has out of combat regen. Okay. I think this is fine. I kind of wanted it to be like this. 5 more strength is 200 HP. So, 100 HP. So it's really only losing. It's just, it looks like a better item. Heart did need to be buffed compared to Scotty. It was just worse. So it's losing 50 health. The cost goes up by 350. But it doesn't use Ring of Trask, which was like what? A 500 gold item? 600 gold item? 4.8k gold to heart. It's like really cheap. And the HP regen percentage just went up by 0.6. So 60% higher. It doesn't have extra regen out of combat, but I don't think that's a big deal. This looks really good. Thanks for the sub, Domo Fleo. Appreciate it. So your like bristleback type heroes, this looks really solid. Get really tanky fast. CKs. Pretty inexpensive to get ultra tanky. SNY is a 4,000 gold item. This is only 700 more. You can get way more HP. Reaver's cheaper too. Okay. Regen stays. Yes, this regen stays on. 1% is not that much. For every 1,000 HP, it's 10. So if you're a 3k HP hero with heart, it's 30 HP per second. But now it's going to be more like 45 or something. 50. But there's a lot more sources of regen reduction. But still. Heart definitely getting to be where it needs to be. It's kind of like, Heart was kind of like this back in the day in Dota 1. It just gave you a lot of regen constantly. Holy Locket updated. Automatically begins a charge every 15 seconds. Cool. Now requires a fluffy hat and a headdress instead of a Ring of Trask. Recipe cost reduced slightly, same overall cost, and now provides a 3 HP regen aura instead of a personal 4 HP regen. Okay. The Holy Fluffy Hat Locket. Honestly, this looks kind of good. I could definitely see myself buying a fluffy hat as a support in the laning stage for bonus raw HP. A headdress in the laning stage, hit or miss. Disassemble arcane boots. And what is left? The recipe cost and the headdress. So if I'm like an arcane boot wand fluffy hat buying person that has heals, then I just need to buy a headdress and boom, that's the laning. That's my early item. So this looks pretty easier to build. I mean, there's not that much difference between a fluffy hat and a Ring of Trask, but the cost of fluffy hat is really low. Increase your raw HP, get a heal. The fact that you get charges automatically means you're pretty much closer to a 20 stick all the time. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, it's still going to be a wand upgrade. They just remove the Ring of Trask and then put a fluffy hat in there. You still need a wand, yes. You guys should buy a wand anyways. So it requiring a wand is good. You should literally always buy a wand unless you're a carry. Some carries don't buy wands. But literally every other hero, sometimes mid-heroes don't buy wands. But pretty much, you're pretty safe to fucking buy a wand every game of Dota of your life, guys. Literally every game. So if you're a hero that does heals, Treant Protector, Dazzle, Warlock maybe, you could legit buy a Holy Locket. Undying, it's pretty solid on. It's definitely best on Undying. Maybe Chen too, actually. It could be pretty good on Chen. The Arcanes is maybe one of the weirdest parts right now, but support Abaddon. Yeah, support Abaddon could probably get by with it. It's probably pretty good on him. I like that idea. Again, there's other items you'd be buying instead, but basically if you're buying Arcane Boots, Wand, and Fluffy Hat, it's a 1000 upgrade to finish the locket. If you already have a heal, it's not that bad. It's either that or you spend that 1000 gold making like a Glimmer Cape or something like that. But you could also disassemble the Arcanes, make Locket, get Tranquils, just get fast, that kind of thing. I could see that being quite good. Oracle? Yeah, Oracle could work. More heals is not bad, but Oracle usually needs more survivability because you can't defend yourself very well. But if you're having a good game, you could definitely justify it sometimes. This looks just easier to build, basically. The Ring of Trask was kind of awkward. Maybe it's also that, like, building Locket early just didn't feel good, period. And now that some people do it occasionally on, like, your Undying types, it feels okay. Satanic recipe, no longer 800 gold recipe, no longer provides status resistance, damage increased again on Holy Rage. Okay, so this is basically like the old Satanic. It providing status resistance was definitely really good. But it being removed makes it a better item for kind of what it used to be, which was like moderate damage and the fucking lifesteal that you want. This puts it down to 5,000 gold item. So this basically means my Deso Satanic Sniper build is back, I think. Now that it gives 45 damage again. Mask of Menace, Deso, into Satanic Sniper. I missed you, baby. Also, Satanic Gyro is going to be stronger again. Because you auto-attack with aghs. And do damage there. And the rage lasts a little longer. I've been streaming 9 hours and 15 minutes. Sange and its upgrade stats resistance don't stack with each other. Stats resistance reduced on Halberd. Regen amp reduced a little bit. Recipe cost reduced a little bit. Halberd is less good since they added the cost. Still good sometimes too. But less good. Stats resistance for Kaya Sange is massively jumped. Nobody buys Kaya Sange ever. Basically. Occasionally I would see it on Leshrax, but it's been forever since I saw Kaya Sange. But the fact that it has something unique of high status resistance could better justify this item on your Leshrac type heroes. Status resistance, HP regen, spell lifesteal, right? Kaya Sange. Yeah, 30% spell lifesteal amp. Would this be a good Pudge item? Aghs Pudge into Kaya Sange. Aghs Pudge into the spell lifesteal mask into Kaya Sange. 25 status resistance, more mana regen, spell amp of 16%, strength and int, more HP regen and lifesteal, more spell lifesteal. You could get Pudge up to like 26% spell lifesteal or something. Into strength blink. Oh god, you're so right, dude. I don't know how you're gonna get all these items, but Sanjinyasha. Oh, SNY also goes 25. So we'll just probably see more people buy SNY for status resistance then. 25 is pretty high. I assume the Sanj is like 16. Scotty. Health reduced a little bit, mana reduced a little bit. Still a pretty good item, but the anti-healing is really strong. Drum updated, 8 charges, now requires Windlace, Robe of the Magi, Belt of Strength, and a 550 gold recipe. So no more Crown. Strength, Int, and Swiftness Aura, so it will give movement speed again. Still has charges. So this is really good on Brewmaster again. Maybe not like really good, but good on Brewmaster. Movement speed is Aura is nice. It's good on Venge type heroes again. It's not very good on agility heroes in the sense it doesn't give them agi damage. But on non-agi heroes, it's pretty good. It's still kind of okay on agi heroes because it is still like movement speed and you can pop charges. There's 8 charges, which is pretty nice. What's the cost of it? Is it different? 1,700. Used to be Crown, Windlace. It doesn't give mana regen either anymore. Used to have a Sage's Mask too. So kind of weak stats. It's basically about the charges now. The movement speed for allies and the charges. 1,700 was the old cost. Okay. It was about there. Interesting. Definitely less of like a buy often on some heroes. Maybe more of a support item. I mean, 8 charges is still a lot. You could use this often in early fights to give you an advantage. But 20 movement speed aura is pretty good. I like it. Can't go Spectre Drums anymore. That's true. Boots of Travel upon equipping automatically sells TP scrolls you have and grants you 1 charge. That's beautiful. Sometimes I hate it when I've seen it before in like replays. I'll buy Boots of Travel and then buy like an extra a TP or 2 because I only have 1 in my inventory because I'm just not thinking about it. So getting your gold back is nice. Basically lowers the cost of Boots of Travel, right? By at least like 90 gold, if not more. So that's kind of cool. Unless you're amazing at planning. But would it sell shovel TPs? Very good question, actually. Very cool. Mask of Menace damage reduced by 5. Mask of Menace is pretty good. Abyssal Blade Overwhelm active now also triggers the Bash passive cooldown. Okay, that's pretty fair. Basically meaning that... What's the Bash passive cooldown? Oh, I don't think I'm going to play tonight. Sorry, Sean. Let me message him quick. Client's out of date. So, passive Bash cooldown is 2.3. Abyssal cooldown is probably the same. And the stun duration is 2 seconds. So basically it's impossible. It's impossible now to do Abyssal Blade and then get a Bash cooldown right after. So Abyssal Blade will not be it's very unlikely for it to be like a 3+ second stun. It's going to be a 2 second stun. There's going to be a 0.3 second cooldown afterwards. And then you have a chance to start bashing immediately after that. So if you attack right at 2.3 seconds, you could get a bash there. But there's basically no way to 3 second stun people anymore. It's impossible. Which is very good, because Abyssal was definitely really sick on some of those early ganks. It's still going to be a really good item, but it won't be as good at like getting like lucky blasts. Unless you bash, then Abyssal active. Oh, that's a good point. You could do that. Which is a lot more fair, actually. That's a really good point. Because how are you getting into gap close, right? But before the problem was that Abyssal would be used to gap close, and then you'd get those like chain bashes. You'd get the Overwhelm active to gap close, stun, and then you get a bash. But now it's like they have to be in melee range, basically they're gonna have to be in melee range, which means they may need to use a Shadow Blade to do this, or Blink Dagger, or I'm gonna fuck up and not see them coming. So now it's more fair. If I fuck up and they get in melee range and then get a bash and then use Overwhelm, then I deserve it. And then they're also wasting Overwhelm in some ways because it's not a gap close anymore. That's the main benefit of Abyssal Blade, is the gap close. So now you have a trade-off. Do they get in melee range and then get the double bash to kill me in 3 seconds? Or are they going to Overwhelm to gap close, do some damage, and give me a chance to react with a BKB Glimmer or whatever else. And now that's going to be possible. So I think this is an excellent change. That doesn't change the item that much. It still has use, but it's not going to be as like amazing on like bursty type heroes like Anti-Mage or Ursa, that kind of thing. So those heroes are going to feel a little bit weaker. The ones that like really rely on Abyssal. Blade Mail recipe cost increased a little bit. It's a pretty strong item on a lot of heroes. Glimmer Cape recipe upgraded. Now requires 450 gold recipe instead of Gloves of Haste. No longer gives 20 attack speed. This is basically a nerf towards offlane heroes that were starting to abuse Glimmer Cape because it gave attack speed. They found it quite useful. Some pros were picking it on like Slaughters type heroes because they can buy it fast. It still gives them attack speed, and it can also be used to save themselves or allies. So now is once again going to just be a pretty much normal support item. Magic resistance and invis. Necronomicon cooldown reduced a little bit. Archer Warrior has a movement speed aura again. Javelin proc chance increased. Damage is decreased. So this is 20 damage per proc, and this is 21 damage per proc. So it is slightly more damage. And technically this is a buff to the item because when Javelin does proc, it true strikes. So against evasion type heroes, Javelin is going to be better now. For your Wind Ranger type heroes, slightly more damage. More chances to break evasion, so it's virtually the same, but fine. Like, can't complain. Demon Edge nerfed. Monkey King Bar is going to be nerfed here. 2 less damage. Recipe cost increase. Proc damage reduced. Magic damage procs on attacks no longer work with lifesteal. Yeah, this is one weird thing about Monkey King Bar that existed for a long time, is that you could regular lifesteal from the magic damage procs. So yeah, and MKB's damage is really high. The proc damage being reduced this much is a lot, actually. This is a pretty big nerf to the item. Because it doesn't say what the proc chance is, so it's probably the same. But this is a huge damage reduction. 2 damage here. Recipe cost is more expensive. And then it's only going to deal 75% of 70 damage per proc. 70 times 0.75. Like, it was doing 75 magic damage per proc before, now it's only doing 52.5. So Wind Ranger directly nerfed. Happy to shout you out on that one, Slacks. Straight up just worse damage. It's not minus, it's 2 less damage, and it's about 20 less magic damage. It's a big deal per proc. It's a really big deal. Spell lifesteal, you can probably proc off of it, but that's pretty rare anyway, so it doesn't matter. Maelstrom, proc chance increased by 5, so Maelstrom's a little bit better. Mjolnir, a little bit better. Desolator, damage reduced by 5. Been pretty popular on these like PA type heroes. Divine Rapier reduced. Armlet, Unholy Strength active bonus damage increased, so 4 more damage for anybody that buys Armlet, strength heroes or not. It's a little buff there. Health Rain reduced by 4. So a little buffs to Armlet. Hood recipe updated. Oh, I wasn't crazy. It is 20. It was 25. It just got changed. Still is very active. No longer has a 300 gold recipe. Oh. I'm pretty down with that. Hood's cheap as hell now. 1450 for a hood, dude. 20% magic resistance. I mean, it's only marginally better than Cloak, I guess. Cloak is 450, gives 15%. Hood is regen. You get Barrier, I guess. Barrier is pretty sick in those burst moments, but pretty cheap though. Pretty darn cheap. For like a casual hood, that's probably definitely worth it. 300 gold less is a lot. 1400 gold for this kind of resistance is massive. Gets like your Zeus type heroes. Just buy a fucking hood. Pipe recipe cost increased. Oof. That's to compensate for the fact that hood is cheaper, because pipe as itself is still really, really good. So making pipe 300 gold cheaper would be busted. Pipe's still incredible, and it still has the same magic resistance value. So, but now going from hood to pipe is even more steep. But again, 30% magic resistance, and it is a 10% aura. Vlad's updated. Now it requires a buckler. Grants the armor aura again. Mana regen is reduced. I think this was kind of needed. It really hurt a lot of offlane heroes because Vlad's was just like an obvious buy for so many offlane heroes. Offlane heroes are naturally really high HP. So it made sense to buy Vlad's because it's like I'm giving armor to myself, who's naturally tanky already, and my allies. If you buy Vlad's on squishy heroes, it feels bad already. But like if you're not for offlane heroes, it's like buying Vlad's just felt garbage now. So buff to Brewmaster, who wants the armor for him and his Brewlings. Buff to Venge, who liked buying Vlad's too. So it's going to give armor, lifesteal, basically old Vlad's. Is this cheap as hell? Oh god, it's really expensive. It's so expensive. Is this right? It's a 2,700 gold item, 2,750 gold item. Used to be like 2,400. So they just added a buckler on it. It takes 5 items. Look at this shit. A buckler, a basey. So basically a mech. Let's just go take a look at this. What is going on over here? Mech is back to almost being a buckler. I gotta get to mech. I don't even know how to navigate where I'm trying to go. What am I doing? Buckler, basey, morbid mask, blades of attack, 600 gold recipe. I mean, Vlad's is certainly better, so it makes sense, but ooh, mech's getting real cheap. Okay, there's mech. Chainmail instead of buckler. No longer provides armor aura. Mana cost reduced. Recipe cost reduced. So mech's certainly going to be more situational now. The fact that it doesn't give armor makes it less of an always buy. So I'm going to have to find a new item to buy all the time. Vlad's is certainly good. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. 1,100 gold. Or 1,800 gold for mech. It's really cheap, though. But Vlad's is really good. Damage increase, lifesteal, armor. It's a big swing. It actually is a big, big deal for team fights. I think I still need to buy it on Brew, even though it's really expensive. Just seems value. Reducing the mana cost, super fair, I think. Keeps the basey aura the same, basically. Yeah. Mech, Holy Locket looks pretty value right now to me. Because you can get the fast Holy Locket, buy a mech afterwards for only another 1,800 gold. It's a lot of heal that you could get for your team. The heal number is still the same. 275 health. If that's increased by 30%, 35%. Let's do the calculator. It's slightly weird numbers. Times 1.35. So mech would be a 371 AoE heal, which is a shitload of HP for your whole team. Is it 2 Hedrosaurus? Are they different ones though? Mech is a 2 health regen aura. Holy Locket is a 3 health regen aura, so they're different. One's a regen aura, one's a mech aura. So Holy Locket mech looks straight up viable on heal based heroes to me. It's 5 HP per second. AoE heal. Seems kind of good. Greaves now also requires a buckler because basically the arm aura goes in Greaves. It's a Guardian aura. Okay, so basically you can buy Greaves and Vlad's now. Vlad's gives 3 armor. Vlad's gives 3 armor. Greaves gives 3 armor. If they go low, it goes higher. So if you want, you can buy Vlad's and Guardian Greaves to give your team 6 AoE armor. Which is pretty cool. You used to be able to do that. I kind of like that. Buying Auras is fun. Quelling Blade, melee damage reduced by 2. Orb of Venom reduced by 25. A little bit less slow. Ring of Regen less. Regen. Mana regen from Sage's Mask slightly increased. That's nice. Mango a little bit worse again, down to 100. Voodoo Mask is reduced in cost, but also the spell lifesteal is reduced. That's fine. Really easy numbers to work with. More mana regen medallion. I'm glad they did this. It was a little bit low in Medallion compared to like Urn. Urn was also 1.5. Urn's like stupid good mana regen. Duration and cooldown increased from 7 to 12. Okay. So better for buffing allies that are pushing. Better for against Roche, I guess. I guess it's about the same technically. Worse if you're using it to kill a guy and then running for your life because it's going to be on you longer. Same for Solar Crest. Mana regen from Spirit Vessel goes up. Yule's, okay, it was 5. Yule's did used to be 5. I just got confused because the numbers were different. I thought I was going crazy. Vanguard can be disassembled. Okay. Let's explore that a little bit. Ring of Health is obviously has multiple options, like pipe kind of stuff. But there's a lot of things. What's not to stop like almost every offlaner from buying a Vanguard? What does this build? I mean, you could always sell this later. But why not get a Vanguard a lot on an offlane hero? I mean, it's a little expensive, but like Vanguard disassembled into Battle Fury. Yeah, that's a good idea actually. You could buy Vanguard on carries as well. And then turn it back into Battle Furies. I don't know if it's that needed because you can kind of get away with just like you got a Ring of Health, farm the damn Battle Fury. What about like an offlane going into a Meteor Hammer or something? That's like really rare anyways. There was a long time ago I used to build Vanguard Phase Aquila on PA, and I thought it was pretty good because you actually had like insane survivability. But they've nerfed a lot of PA's basic skills, so it's like not enough damage. This is probably like TI6 era. But there probably are some examples where you could play like against some kind of like pressure lane, try to get a Vanguard. Vanguard's really expensive though. It's like 2,000 gold. That's kind of a lot. It's a lot of money. It's not exactly something you just fall into. So maybe I'm a little too hopeful about this, but spec Vanguard into Battlefield. You don't need Battle Fear on spec. Vanguard into Spirit Vessel Lotus Orb. Yeah, that could work potentially on some offlane type hero. Or just like start Vanguard because that's most of the damage you're taking in the laning stage, and then later disassemble, make Hood. You know, there's lots of options. Vanguard into Eternal Shroud. Yeah, something like that could work. Crimson Guard, active damage block values are increased. Radiance no longer ignores ancient creeps. Okay, it doesn't do that much damage against them, but all the ones that had no magic resistance are gone anyway, so like if anything it'll just lower their attack speed or give them mischance and do a little bit of damage. So this is all fine. Refresh orb mana cost reduced, cooldown reduced, Slax is happy. Dagon recipe updated. Oh, that's why it shouldn't have worked when I tried to build it actually, because it used to be like 3 different basic items. Staff of Wizardry, Crown, 1300 recipe. It's basically like what it used to be. Grants int and also strength and agility, but mostly int. Mostly int with strength and agi. It's fine. Claymore, bonus damage reduced to 20, cost reduced slightly. Nullifier projectile speed slightly increased. Shiva's recipe cost. Shiva's going down in price. Okay. Reaver did drop in cost to 28. So did Eagle Song. So did Mystic. Missile Staff went up. Probably to compensate. Is that it? Oh, we're not done yet. I thought we were done. I was like, oh, okay. Neutral items. Fairy's Trinket. 100 health, 5% spell amp, reduces mana cost by 5. Who wants this item? Int casters in the mid lane would fucking love this item. 5% spell amp, reduce mana cost by 5%, so your mana's going to go farther. It's like a cheap Kaya. Storm, yeah, Storm would really like this item. Tinker, basically anybody that buys Kaya would love this item. So, you know, anybody that's 1k MMR playing a int hero and also Kaya Storm type heroes. Lesh, yeah, good on Lesh too. I got to run ads in 20 minutes. Hold your pee, sorry. Chipped Vest. Grants 3.5 regen and passively returns 26 damage to hero attackers and 13 to creeps. Very cool. It's like a blade mail, but with regen. Very good against the old Wind Ranger. Death the Wind Ranger. Possessed Mask, +7 primary attribute, 7 lifesteal. Cool. I like it says +7 primary. Who would this be good on? I mean, basically everybody, right? I mean, it's 7 your primary. Agi heroes that are supports don't give a shit. It's terrible. Cores, it's good. Everybody right clicks a little bit. I mean, 7 lifesteal and some like ranged int hero is okay, but they're probably not going to want it. It's primary for like agi carries, basically. I mean, it's a tier 1 lifesteal item. That's the best thing about it. It gives a little bit of lifesteal in tier 1. So this could be really good actually for jungling. Jungling type heroes, doing ancients, that kind of thing. 7% lifesteal is not to be looked down upon, especially if they skip Mask of Madness. It would give them a little bit of stability there. Like, I would really like this on like a jungling Wraith King, any agi jungler, Sven, Ursa, yeah, any of those guys. Mango tree removed. I think this is fine. Cycled out. Ooh, okay. So they're saying it's not removed, but it's for now gone, because this will, it's kind of like what they had this idea in Underlords where they're like, well, we're going to cycle heroes out because then it's going to allow us to like shift the game. Because like in reality, like you're seeing it in the hero, some of the hero changes, like they're changing the heroes and now they're changing them back again because their previous ideas were good, but people just got kind of sick of it. So it's fun to like mix it up once in a while. So Mango Tree is okay as an item, but primarily it was just like collecting mangoes. Some pros did use it really effectively sometimes in cool creative spots to win them games. Absolutely, but I'm fine with it being removed. Because I hate those games where you get the Mango Tree and you don't like casting spells and you're like, I didn't get a neutral item. Poor Man's Shield was pretty forgettable. I liked it on some heroes, or against like Wind Ranger or something, but it's fine to remove. Iron Talon was by far the best tier 1 item, so I think it's fine they're removing it. For farming heroes, that is. 15 attack speed, 2 armor, and killing large creeps, like hell yeah. Something like Possessed Mask is going to be more consistent. Fairy's Trinket, really good. Like, I'm glad they added this because most of the tier 1 items were not very good for mid heroes that were spellcasters. They were just like stat items, basically, that were generic. But this is like more specific and actually would make you excited to get tier 1 items. Chipped Vest, I think, is very cool for like offlane type heroes, like more regen. Even carry junglers, same thing. Carry junglers would be great. 13 to creeps is not bad. Okay, balance changes. Arcane Ring is more. I forgot about Arcane Ring for tier 1s, but outside of like Arcane Ring, feels like everything is long. Ironwood Tree, oof, 15 seconds. It's poor Timber Sauce. Tier 2 items. Quicksilver Amulet. Plus 30% attack animation and projectile speed. Okay. Plus 5% movement speed. And plus 10 attack speed. If any of your abilities are on cooldown, you gain an additional 5 movement and 15 attack. So, this is actually quite good. Basically, if you're on cooldown, you have 10 movement speed, which is 30. So 30 movement speed item and 25 attack speed item. This is really cool for Bristleback. For basically any agi carry, ranged or melee. A little better for ranged heroes, like your draw ranger type heroes. It's really good on them. Looks kind of good on Lena. Yeah, it's kind of overkill. She has good movement speed. Luna, yeah, Luna. Luna not so much because your abilities aren't going to be on cooldown very much. It's good on Lena. Bristleback practically has no cooldown. You cast quills every 3 seconds. What are you talking about? And it costs like no mana. That's why it's good on Bristle. Cast quills, gain movement speed, slap heroes, slap creeps. Spirit Breaker. Yeah, Spirit Breaker could work. More movement speed. Animation's kind of garbage. Bullwhip, 3 regen and 3 mana regen can be cast on allies to grant them bonus movement speed, or on enemies to slow them. So this hero is really good on Queen of Pain, obviously. Supports. Really good on supports, actually. Can you cast it on yourself? It feels like it'd be busted if you could cast on yourself all the time. You can cast on yourself? Okay. Kind of cool. No mana cost. Kind of shit stats, obviously, but movement speed. I like it. Clumsy Net out. Vampire Fangs out. No more lifesteal. I'm okay with Vampire Fangs being removed. It was good on a couple heroes, but kind of fine to remove it. Clumsy Net was really good and really busted on some hero combos, so I think removing it is fine. Imp Claw is buffed. Essence Ring is nerfed. Tier 3 items. Elven Tunic. 26 attack speed. 16 evasion. 8 movement speed. Movement speed, attack speed, evasion. Good on tanky heroes. Like, this is really good on strength heroes. Strength heroes are missing mobility a little bit, usually. Having evasion is excellent, and having attack speed is excellent. So this is really good on strength heroes. It's obviously fine on agility heroes also. Evasion isn't bad on them, but typically this would fit strength type carries a little bit better. Off lanes, but I'm sure carries will want this. Tier 3 items are usually pretty high damage though, and this really is more of like a tanky type playstyle in my opinion. Slaughter, yeah, really good on Slaughter. Movement speed, attack speed, evasion, perfect. Spec and Dusa, yeah, good on Spec, good on Dusa. They're both like agility type carries that are also naturally tanky. So yeah, anybody that's really tanky, it's gonna be pretty good on. Like a Life Stealer would be really good on. Any right clicker, yeah, pretty much any right clicker, it'll be good. Cloak of Flames, 5 armor, 10 magic resistance, and a passive Immolation Aura, dealing 45 damage per second, and a 400 AoE. Just always on. That is really cool. It's like just an offlane item, basically. It is basically, it's like a weaker Radiance. You could farm so fast with this. This is so crazy. Free Radiance with a little bit of resistance. Like, amazing on any offlane hero, amazing on most carries. Anybody that's having trouble farming, boom. You just go stand away. If you put this on a support, and I wouldn't give a shit. You'd be like, oh, we have no lane pushers? We got a Cloak of Flames. Somebody go stand in a creep wave. I thought it would have like a cooldown or duration or something. Brewmaster, ooh, I like that idea. Immolation Aura on your brew. That'd be excellent. After you split and they just can't do anything about it. I really like this. It really is like Warcraft Vlad's, yeah. Vlad's in Warcraft 3 was an Immolation Aura item. Very excited to see this game, this item be played. TAs really mad about this. They're really mad about this because they're just gonna get their refractions burnt constantly when this item drops. But I don't know if it's toggleable. That's a good question. You could backpack it though. How's it work on illusions? Another really good question. Would it be? It would be busted with illusions. It should also do less damage on illusions. Ceremonial Robe, 350 mana. Enemies in 1200 AoE have less status resistance and less magic resistance. Kind of similar to old Rubik Aura. Good on supports. Some supports should probably carry this. Psychic Headband, 12% intelligence and plus 100 cast range. Activate to push the target enemy 400 distance away from you. Cast range is 800. Cooldown is 30. Huh. You could buy this on some like squishy agi carry, like Sniper if you really wanted to. Obviously it's pretty much a support int hero item. Do you need the int? Not that bad. Would be pretty solid on some like mid typical hero. Puck. Yeah, really good on Puck. Push people out of the coil. Flame Cloak works with illusions. Yeah, it'd be really good with illusion heroes. Enchantress. It's okay in Enchantress. It's cast range, not attack range. 12% int is... I mean, it's okay. You're talking like late game, like 12 int. It's not that good. It's like, yeah, it's good on OD or whatever, but it's not even that good on OD. I don't know. It's okay. Yeah, blink heroes I could blink past and push people towards your team. Like, there's definitely good things about it, but this seems just okay. Obviously, best to get enemy heroes that are trying to kill you away from you. Push them away, walk for 2 seconds, blink. That's where it seems good. Got spoiled, repair kit being removed. Craigie Coke got removed. I'm okay with Coke getting removed. It was quite good. But lately, I just kind of like ignore it. Fairy Fire being removed. It was cool, but kind of boring. Down for that to get removed. These all look a lot more interesting. They're more like regular items, you know? Like these were all just like, hey, this does more damage than the other item does, and it has a heal. Craigie Coat's like, hey, you just get a shitload of armor. Those kind of items are just, obviously you get attack speed reduction, so it's a little bit limited. But like these kind of items are just a little bit too boring. And these ones are all like more interesting. They're more like real items. They're like, they have crunchiness and stuff like that. They're like more interesting. Very, very into these. Repair Kit obviously changed a lot of pro games too. Telescope moved to tier 4. Quickening Charm, massive nerf, 12%. Tier 4 items. Penta Edge Sword. It's 5 edges, guys. 45 damage. It's a lot. Plus 80 melee attack range, and a 20% chance to maim enemies. Maim is back, reducing their movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 60. Very good Monkey King item. Damage, maim. Who else? You can still use it on ranged heroes, obviously. Ursa. Maim is a slow. It's like a weak Scotty. Maim used to be on Sange for pretty much the entire existence of Sange and Yasha existing. For a long time, Maim was kind of bad on SNY. Then it got good. Then they nerfed it down. Then they just removed it. But Maim was on Sange for a very long time. So yeah, reducing movement speed is pretty good. Would you put on Sniper? Not really. Like the attack speed reduction is kind of cool. But the movement speed, 20%. It's okay. It's okay. It's a 45 damage neutral item, but it's tier 4. So you're comparing this to like... God, what is even tier 4 for newts? I don't even remember. Magic Lamp, Shaco, Prince's Knife, Havoc Hammer. Oh no, Havoc Hammer. I like that one. I'm kind of glad they removed Prince's Knife, Magic Lamp though. Like they're good, but they're kind of like... Prince's Knife was pretty situational. Havoc Hammer was like good and bad. Shaco was good and bad. Pen-Edged Sword just seems like valuable. It's like a Scotty. Stormcrafter grants 4 mana regen, zaps an enemy within 700 range of use every 3 seconds, dealing 200 damage and slowing by 40%. Can be activated to cyclone yourself for a little bit of time. Okay, very cool. So basically like a Yule Scepter for actual silence prevention. If all you assholes out there that buy Yules against Silencer to remove silence, this is the item you actually want. Because it's a very short duration. So you get your Dispel, then you get the fuck out of there. And it just does damage every 3 seconds. You could certainly buy this on an offlane hero, like a tanky frontliner that's hitting buildings. Mana regen, zaps by standing near people. Also provides a Dispel. Thanks for the sub. Pretty cool. Cooldown 25. Cooldown's pretty high. Obviously Flicker's better for Dispel type stuff, but if you want to do some damage, it's kind of cool. Trickster Cloak. 20% evasion, 20 magic resistance. Activate to become invisible for 6 seconds. Very good. Extremely good offlane item. This is a lot of evasion and magic resistance. Good on supports, obviously. Really good on supports. Evasion is not to be underestimated against right-click carriers who are trying to murder you. You know, you could get lucky. Dodge twice, that kind of thing. Invisible for 6 seconds. You can use it to initiate. You can use it to escape. It's like a Glimmer Cape. It's actually very similar to Glimmer. Longer cooldown Glimmer Cape. More magic resistance than passive Glimmer, but not as much when you activate it, obviously. It's cool. I like this. Goodbye. Alright, Telescope now at tier 4. It does increase the attack and cast range. No longer affects non-player units. Okay, I did not know it did. Flicker. Max blink range increased. No longer costs mana. Is that bad? The max blink range doesn't bother me that much. It could potentially punish you. It is text to speech on? No. But thank you. Spell Prism nerfed a little bit down to 18%. It's fine. Illusion bonus damage reduced from 10 to 8. Oh yeah, that's for all of your illusions. So like getting on PL or TB is a little bit less good now. That item is quite good. Thank you for the $3. Tier 5 items. New. Giant's Ring. Oh, I'm excited. 40 strength. 60 movement speed. I don't get tier 5 items enough to like have things to compare this to, but 40 strength, that's 800 HP. 60 movement speed. Plus 60% model size and can walk over any terrain. Cool. When standing on top of an enemy, deals 100% of your strength per second. This is so cool. CK. Great CK item. Really good CK item. Raw strength. Movement speed. Fat as hell. Can walk over cliffs. When staying on top, you can easily jump on people with Reality Rift. And then deals your strength per second. What else would this be good on? Pudge. Pudge. Really good on Pudge. Really, really good on Pudge. The stream die. Test. It looks up to me. Let me move my hands. Hello, hello. I think it's back again. I don't know. Seems like it was a lot of you guys, but I don't know why. So, Pudge, really good, yeah. Raw strength, movement speed, model size, deal damage by staying on top of people. 100% of your strength per second. Giant's Ring Pudge does sound really good. Book of Shadows. Plus 12 stats. 400 night vision. Target an enemy, ally, or self. Cause the target to become untargetable. But also, silence, muted, disarm. So it's kind of like Shadow Step. Is that what it's called? Shadow Realm for Dark Willow. Untargetable. But also silence, muted, disarmed. So you can't use items, cast spells, and you can't attack. Applies the basic dispel. Could use it to save your allies easily. Long stun affected. Hit him with the Book of Shadows. Cast range 700, cooldown is 25. So if they get with a long stun, if they get chronosphered, whatever, they'll still take damage from AoEs, but seems cool. Play potential out of this. Most of the tier 5 items aren't very defensive, so I think adding one in like this is cool. Cycle out, Woodland Striders are out, Trident is removed. I like the idea of Trident, but like the fact that they had to keep it that expensive just made it like not realistic to buy. You can still get hit by an AoE if you are untargetable. Like I can land a ground targeted spell, or I can drop a Macropyre or something. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $50. Appreciate it. Okay. Ballista, more damage by 10. Sure. Ex Machina, more armor. Active no longer as a mana cost, so now you can refresh your items for 0 mana, and the cooldown is reduced a little bit. 25 armor is actually kind of bonkers when you think about it. But I haven't seen that many super late games recently. Now is an active that reveals an 800 area of the map for 5 seconds. Enemies can see the areas revealed. I assume this means that your team gets to see, but your opponents will see that they're scanning effectively where it is, but they won't be able to see what's there. It is also called the Seer Stone. I think this is kind of needed. This item was a little bit weird. Do I modify my sleep schedule to prep for patch shopping? No. It's 1 a.m. for me. I've been going to bed between midnight and 1 a.m. lately, so this is no big deal. I'm just staying up a little late. Force Boots, now a unit target ability with 750 cast range. Push range increase, cooldown goes down. So you can cast this on allies now to dispel and push them. You could also cast it on opponents to push them. Book of the Dead, bonus health increased. What? Bonus health increased? Oh. So before I would summon 2 sets of level 3 Necronomicon units, and they buffed them recently to have more HP and more damage. Now they have buffed the health again, is what happened. So they have even more health. They have twice the health of what a Necro set usually has. It is almost ad time. You guys are right. Mirror Shield, all stats reduced by a little bit. It's fine. The item is really sick. Decision Desolator, damage goes down a bit. All right, let's run ads and then read through the general updates. Ad time. Thank you for the subs, Orange / I appreciate it. Oh God, so many subs today. Oof. That's a lot of subs. Two more hours? There's almost nothing left in my scroll bar. What are you guys talking about? We're almost done. I am definitely very pleased with today's stream. I'm not going to play any games tonight. Sorry, guys. I literally never play the patch after I do patch notes because it takes so long. Unless it's like short. Summary of the patch's biggest winners and losers. Sven is the biggest loser. Obviously, he got almost no upside. He got all downsides to everything that happened to him. He's the most obvious. $10. I don't know if there's really a page 2 or not. We'll see. My voice is 3 seconds behind the video. That's probably because there's been some encoding issues with my software because it's been going for so long. And there's been a couple hiccups. Spectre? Spectre got nerfs. But they weren't like the same. But she also got like... She actually got an aghs shard that does something. Sven's aghs shard literally just gives him what he used to have, which was very good. So he just straight up got everything worse. Ads are being ran. Not everybody sees them. It's about 45 seconds left, so we can continue. General updates. Game now starts at nighttime and turns to day once creeps spawn. So fighting at the start of the game is going to be more likely. Heroes that have really good night vision like Slark will have an advantage here. Who else just got buffed? Night vision. Bane. Nighttime advantages. So after bounty runes, basically. Like bounty rune fights are going to be more common now. Neutral creeps no longer increase their bounty over the course of the game. Neutral stacked gold bonuses is reduced, so they're taking gold out of the game here. Kind of cool to read these at the end, I think, rather than at the top. Definitely more exciting to read hero changes, specifically before general balance stuff. Roshan armor growth increased, so harder to Roshan as the game continues. Radiant Ancient Camp is now easier to stack, thank God. I did have trouble with that one sometimes. Dire Side is a lot easier to stack. Added lore to all items. I don't want to play this game anymore. Rearrange some items in the shop, mostly ordering based on cost changes in recent years, but also in some cases moving from one category to another. When combining, items will attempt to be placed into the slot of their component that has the most similar active effect. For example, Magic Wand will combine into Magic Stick, Bloodthorn will combine into Orchid, etc. Okay, that makes sense. That's a nice little added change. Neutral items balance. Neutral item, Ancients, magic resistance reduced from 70 to 50. Okay, so Radiance is going to be way better against neutrals now. It's actually really, really good. Neutral stuff. Ancient Thunderhead's Frenzy ability no longer interrupts movement when cast by a neutral, so it'll be easier to cast without stopping it. The Slam ability no longer interrupts movement. The Slam's damage is massively increased, 250. Okay, so now the upgraded Helm of the Dominator is looking a lot better. Thunderhead's insane. Slow, up to 60. The Slam is a bigger AoE. Accuracy ability. Oh, that's right, it had an accuracy aura. Rumblehide? Excuse me? Is that the small one? Fix the aura not working properly. Granite Golem model size increased. Black Dragon Fireball cooldown increased. Alpha Wolf unit level increased, so it's a little bit easier to kill this early with like your Doom type of Doom here, but Doom basically. You can't get an Alpha Wolf really early. It's kind of busted. Chen as well. Ghost base attack time increase, so Ghost Camp will not shred your creep wave nearly as fast. That's it. Is that it? Does that mean the map is the same? Is the map exactly the same? So what is this about the hat? What's the hat meme now? Why'd you guys freak out about the fluffy hat? What happened? You guys just fucking with me? I mean, fuzzy hats are definitely good. 250 gold, 125 health. Yes, absolutely. It was about 3 blinks. You just assumed to be blades. Called the daggers swords. I guess so. Yeah, I'll start again. No problem, dude. Just for you. Thank you for the bits. Best carries this patch is way too early to tell. So many item changes. Item changes have like a big cascading effect on things. Witchblade's really not that expensive. I think Witchblade's actually pretty cool here. 2600, 9-second cooldown for like 150 damage. That's pretty interesting. It's like feels like really good on Viper too. More slow. His int isn't that incredible, but like more slow, more damage. Projectile speed. I'm really excited about these like low cost items actually. The big cost items I don't care that much about, but I want to explore the low cost ones a bit. I think those look really fun. Orb of Corrosion. I mean, you could just build this pretty often. Fluffy hat laning stage. You don't necessarily need to start with a fluffy hat, but you could bring it out pretty quick. The lore of the hat. Fine and functional foppery for the fashion forward fighter. F's. Glepnir? Glepnir. Swift, Blink, Arcane, Overwhelming. That's a shit name. Arcane and Swift are great. Overwhelming Blink. Lightning Mace. Glepnir. Glepnir is a cool name. I like that. I like the neutral item changes. I think that was really cool. The other cool thing is you can cycle these in so much better because nobody builds. That's actually a really cool thing about neutral items. Nobody directly builds their heroes around neutral items. There's obviously some neutral items that are amazing to get right, but nobody builds around them, so you can actually just remove them without fucking up the game too bad because you can't guarantee that you're going to get them every game. So they can just cycle these in more often and start removing items that are bad, and they don't have to like stress as much about something that's like a broken concept. They can just fucking remove it, problem solved, and still make the game interesting. I think that's really cool. Oh, it's like leveler at level. So Pent-Edged Sword damage is still good. Ninja Gear, Flicker. Yeah, those were definitely like the best tier 4 items. Definitely some better support ones though. Before it was like Spell Prism, Timeless Relic. Everything else sucked. It was the HP one, I guess, but new hero seems good. You're gonna be able to farm really fast on Hoodwink with nukes. Anyways, I should probably, I'm gonna run ads one more time, I think, if I can, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I have to cut the VOD really quick and start the upload to YouTube. So it's gonna take like 24 hours. I'm sure her win rate's really good right now. She probably scales really good. She's hard to kill, that kind of thing. Oh, she doesn't have a shard yet. Or an aghs upgrade. That's probably why our win rate's higher, is because people aren't wasting money on some fucking shard that's not going to help very much. Is she a girl? Female character? Trends? Not good. 33% win rate. It will increase as people figure things out. %54% Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Okay. Her ulti is probably kind of mediocre. I agree with that, but her first two skills are incredibly good, in my opinion. Okay. Let's see if we can run ads again. It's working. Her illusions apply the level 20 armor corruption. Yeah, of course. It always works like that.
Someone needed a butcher. Hope they're hard of hearing. Prepare for battle. Hit now. Ah, good idea. Keep an eye on her. Lightning. What's this here?
That's right, it lets you to phase.
Here I come.
Oh no, that's my giant ring. Do you see the size of my hook? What the fuck?
Whatever.
Coming for you. How do I know what's getting hooked? How is anybody supposed to dodge this? Like, how does anybody dodge this shit? Actually. Oh, threading the needle. Oh, I didn't hit it. Who knew? Was I close? We'll never know, guys. Look at just grab everything. What the fuck? Does it zoom the map? Oh, let's see. No. Let's thread the needle. Here we go. Look, obviously I threaded that needle, dude. It's actually so ridiculous. Just give me the whole fountain. Thank you. I thought I missed for sure. Well, that was fun. Giant's Ring. It's really something else. Our line or Pudge? I think Pudge is definitely better for sure. Like Pudge is 100% better. Fine, I'll fucking do Undying, you assholes. God. That's a big pumpkin, guys. It's very tall. I'm dying. Way bigger than his tomb. I mean, you could always do this in the past. Sorry guys, everyone's dying. Brings me back to the Dota 1 days. Alright. It's time, guys. It's time to go. Thanks everybody for watching today. I appreciate it. A very good patch. Look forward to playing tomorrow. I'll see you guys on the stream. I'm going to play day 9. Win rate decimated by 2%. But yeah, playing with day 9 tomorrow. Catch you guys then.